getting tricked by business. That's sure teller though. And I've been the same one as 6 other people in this club is a hella don't. Peep gang, come take a look through my telescope. Tryna get girls from a brand, man, you hella won't. Man, you hella won't.
Goodwill. Poppin' tags. Yes.
I'm gonna pop some tags. Only got $20 in my pocket. I'm hunting, looking for a come up. This is fucking awesome. I'll wear your granddad's clothes. I look incredible. I'm in this big ass coat from that thrift shop down the road. I'll wear your granddad's clothes. I look incredible.
Come on, man.
I'm in this big ass coat from that thrift shop down the road. I'm gonna pop some tags. Only got $20 in my pocket. I'm hunting, looking for a come up. This is fucking awesome.
Is that your grandma's
I had a dream so big and loud. I jumped so high, I touched the clouds. Whoa, oh, 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 oh.
Folks, we're going to kick off the Teams PPF Finals Division. We are currently missing one team into the competition arena. We're missing one team in the competition arena. We're going to kick off the Teams PPF Division Finals, and we're going to kick off the worldwide streaming worldwide, of course, right? Worldwide stream. Anyways, we're going to be kicking off here momentarily, so hang tight. All right, PPF competitors, just a reminder, you cannot pull your film before the competition time. This is just cleaning and prepping, no pulling of the film. And for everyone else that's watching, take a seat. We'll begin momentarily. We're just working out some final details in order to deliver the most entertaining experience we have prepared for you live from the Blue Ground Studios. Just hang on tight. We just had a question about removing any of the cameras. You can remove the cameras for prep, but they must be put back in before your competition time. You can remove them for prep, but they must be put back in before we start the competition. All right, we have a name here, Jeremy Jones and Joey Cabotage. If you're in the arena to the competition floor, we're going to begin momentarily. The only missing team here is Jeremy Jones and Joey Cabotage. If you're in the arena, make your way to the competition space, or we will begin without you, I guess. Cat out. right, PPF judges, we need you in the middle competition arena. We're going to do a walkthrough with the bumpers here. That's a Scott Dre. Rock Ruska. All right. Jorgito.
Just a reminder, all the finalists, please go to the registration counter to pick up your finalist bag. All finalists, make sure you stop by the registration counter to pick up your finalist bag. Joey Cabotage and Jeremy Jones, this is your final call to the battle arena. Jeremy Jones and Joey Cabotage. Again, this is the final call for Joey Cabotage and Jeremy Jones in the battle arena for PPF Battles.
Paging Marco, the film trainer. All right, David Commentator Carly, we're going to kick off the Teams PPF Division Finals. The first time Tinter Battles is launching a PPF division. We have some of the greatest competitors who have decided to team up here to compete in the top 8. Well, since we might have top 7, the heat might have gotten to one of the teams which is no-showed, but we're gonna see what we're gonna get. However, what is your first thoughts here? Coming in, this is the first time a PPF competition has been produced with the lights, the actions, the Tinteractions, the Tintertainment.
Yeah, so it's people love this division, right? It's been a much needed expansion of the Tintertainment industry, of the Tinter Battles family group of events for what we do. I mean, it's huge in the industry. It's one of the biggest things that takes place on the retail side, even, car dealerships, everybody uses it. So there's been a high demand for us to get this event introduction. And here it is. This is the first event. We're excited about it. It's going to be fun. And we're going to see some new champions rise, which is going to cause the hype and cause everything to just spring off. And the next will be even better.
And I tell you what, David, commentator Carly, as we start to do this play-by-play, let the Texas Squeegee remind you, number 1 of 1,000 times, I am the 3rd place finalist of a PPF competition. So if you want to keep your tools out of my hard card and you don't want to spec the chisel out with the Texas Squeegees, and I suggest you squeegee your way out of the Texas Squeegee and we keep it about the competition.
Yeah, well, we knew that we would hear this forever as soon as you took any place at any competition.
That's right.
But, I guess we'll just have to learn to deal with it. I wish you the best luck at home because you're never going to hear the end of this, but we're going to have fun doing it.
And for today, my name is not the Texas Squeegee. To you, sir, I am known as a PPF finalist. Squeegee that. All right, commentator Carly, we're going to do one more mic check here before we go live. We have none other than the official guest commentator here, probably one of the biggest rock stars that we had here in the Tinter Battles events, Jared Wines, Blaster Battle. So, Jared, tell us a little bit about your experience and what do you know about the tinting industry, or what are you looking forward to here for this Teams PPF division that we're launching for the first time at Tinter Battles?
Oh, my goodness. Well, I know an awful lot about the tint industry, the film industry, more than I would like to admit. My partner Jessica and I, she's going to be watching live at home today back in Texas. We spend millions of dollars a year with people to help shops around the nation attract leads, convert leads, and build their business. But honestly, let me just tell you, as an advertising professional, no advertising means anything if you're not good at what you do. And coming here to the Tinter Battles floor is where you can see the best put it to the test. And you got to be an excellent installer, or your ads are going to fall flat on their face. So if you're not attracting opportunity to your shop that actually is backed up by real raw talent, it doesn't matter. You're going to keep losing jobs all the time. So I'm in here to see who is the best, who is really going to lay down the film, lay down their technique better than anyone else. And it's been really exciting. Day 1 was incredible, but day 2, I mean, this is the finals, right? So it's all coming out today.
Yeah, we have a lot of competitors coming from overseas. We have a couple of people here from Thailand, others that are from China, as well as people here from the U.S. I mean, this is the elites of the elites. It's the WrestleMania of PPF. This is the World Series of PPF, and we can't wait to get this started here. And as we're joined here with David commentator Carly, Jared Wines, we're going to do our best to do a play-by-play technical breakdown for those that are watching back home to understand the true skill set of what it takes to successfully execute paint protection films. And we are featuring 4 different products: Clear PPF, We're doing color change, matte black PPF, gloss black, and windshield protection film. It's the only contest that has had a wide variety of PPF products, and it's showcased here in the bright lights of Tinter Battles. And I can't wait to get this show started here. We're going to be getting here momentarily.
All right. Well, no, we're going to be going momentarily. I was just saying that in my experience going to different shops, you might find that an installer is especially skilled at PPF, but maybe not window tint. You'll find that automotive window tinters aren't always architectural window tinters. So sometimes you'll have different installers for the different types of services, but every once in a while you'll find an ace, a stud, that can do all three and even more. Some of them can do paint corrections, ceramic coatings. Some of them will even get out and wash behind the tires. Who knows? So some of these guys are very skilled at one particular lane of service. Some of them can do it all. And I really want to see this PPF competition because that's a tremendous market across the United States and growing across the world. And if you're very skilled at PPF, my friends, you could make an unlimited amount of money.
That's exactly right there. We'll be right back here momentarily. Squeegee that.
I'm still waiting, and I'm here ready or not. It's been waiting, it's been so long. I'm still, it's been waiting, yeah. It's been waiting. It's been so long. I'm still. It's been waiting. Yeah. And her promise I haven't forgotten. I'm still. It's been waiting. It's been so long. I'm still. It's been waiting. Yeah. It's been waiting. It's been so long. I'm still. It's been waiting. Yeah. I'm still waiting. And I'm here ready now.
Okay. There comes a time.
All right, guys, if you are not a competitor or a judge, go ahead and exit the competition floor. We're actually doing some final reviews here. All right, ladies and gentlemen, if you're not a competitor or on the media team or judge, exit the competition arena. We're about to kick off the Teams PPF Division Tinter Battles Finals. David, commentator Carly, we're here for the official Teams PPF Division. This has been a long time request for the Tinter Battles Network from the audience and the fans that watch the sport all around the world. And we're here live, and the people that signed up, again, as we've always said, it's not a light talent. We have a lot of incredible competitors, including the boogeyman Fernando Sainz, a crowd favorite. This man is a collector of first prize trophies, and he's looking to collect the first ever Teams PPF Division alongside his wife, who's his partner, Donnie, the coach.
Yeah, this is something he likes to do strategy-wise. She's quality control in everything that he does. He totally wants, he always wants to win everything he does, but he has a different, unique way of approaching every event he goes into. He goes in with this killer mindset. He focuses, dials in. He goes through and does the front, and his wife, his coach, will come through and quality control it. And if it has to come off, she takes care of it. He doesn't have to think about if it's a mistake. It's like playing golf. He hits a bad shot, and then he'll come in and just hit another shot, and that shot's gone.
Now, Jared, I know this is you're not familiar with who they are, but to give you a little bit of some backstory, Fernando Sainz is known as a boogeyman. He instills fear in other competitors unlike anything I've ever seen before. Now, his wife, Donnie the coach, is not an experienced PPF, but she is a coach to him, like we would see a coach to a fighter or a boxer. Studies his every move, comes back, takes notes. Now, to give you a little bit of some history, they competed in the WFR Teams Division competition. Although she didn't have experience, their team finished before everybody else and took home the first prize, just to explain the kind of caliber and teamwork that we have right before our very eyes.
Well, I got to say that it's always going to be an X factor when your partner is your life partner. This is not just a coworker. This is not 9 to 5. This is not someone that you're buddy with 35, 40 hours a week. They are leaving the shop, continuing to spend time together on the drive home, and now we're going to spend time together at the dinner table and on the couch every moment of every day. They're even asleep next to each other in the bed, getting that synergy, having that energy. You cannot work closer than with your husband or wife. That's always going to be an X factor, because that's well beyond or partner. That's a husband and a wife, and they're competing on the same car and the same trade. That's going to be very hard to beat.
And I know you know a thing or two about working with a spouse and a partner. So I know Jessica's watching on the other side. And shout out to Jessica Sapp, who is the wife of Jared Wines here. And it's not the only team that we have to look out for. We have, of course, Eliot Bello, Gerardo Barreto. I mean, former PPF champions here clashing amongst others. Ricky Miller with the Green Valley team. I mean, the card goes on and on. This is going to be a battle of titans, a battle of the best. And as you said, to pass the ultimate test, you have to beat the best. And we're going to get started here momentarily. We're just finalizing the final moments here. Folks, don't go anywhere. This contest is about to start. Those that are in the arena, take your snacks, have a seat, and enjoy the Tintertainment. We're about to get started. So the teams that are on their vehicles start stepping away for the official announcements, and you guys will get the official count-up to begin the Teams PPF Division World Championship Finals live at Tinter Battles in Los Angeles, California. We'll be right back. folks, we're going to begin momentarily. I will begin by announcing the teams, and then we'll be setting up the time limit. Just give me about like 60 seconds. All right, so as soon as we get the thumbs up from the judges, thumbs up from the teams, we're going to kick off by announcing the official finalists for the Teams PPF Division. Looks like we got the teams ready, just waiting for the judges to give the okay and the clearance. All right, ladies and gentlemen, now I will introduce the official teams and their team partners. Introducing first, the finalists, Adrian Constantine and Gerardo Barato. Lights going crazy. I need you to speak up. And the next competitors, Finley Jason Tang. Our international competitors entering the Teams Division Finals here. Incredible team that we have. And up next, one of the crowd favorites, and this is one that the eyeballs are going to be glued to. They are the wife and husband team, the Boogeyman, Fernando Sainz, and Donnie, the coach. Up next, we have Daniel Rosas and his partner. Where are we at, Daniel? Right on the way to the back. Daniel here joining us on the PPF Division. I don't have the partner's name, so sorry about that. Up next, we have Danny Munoz and Elio Arabello. Hugo Perez, is that you? Daniel Rosas? There we go. I knew I had the list on here. All right, up next we have Jason Tang. Where's Jason at? Jason, my partner. Okay. Who's that? Partner's name. DB? Okay, Jason Tang and DB. Hold on, let me give you a little bit some more energy. Actually, we have Jason Tang and DB. Up next, we have Sung T Kim. You're gonna have to forgive me for this one, so I'm gonna say Kunat. Sung T Kim and Kunat. Let's get a round of applause for Sung T Kim flying all the way from South Korea. And Zhenjie, his partner on his left side, coming all the way from China, I believe. Zhenjie, right? Sorry, guys. It's a little bit of some jam-packed out here. But anyways, you guys are incredible teams. You can't wait to see all of this. Now, let's go over a little bit of some rules. You guys have been handed a pre-cut kits provided by SolarGuard of the computer cut software. Now, you guys are required to install clear protection film on the front bumper, matte black on one of the fenders, gloss black on the other fender, and windshield protection films, all powered by SolarGuard. The pre-cut kits have been pre-cut with the SolarGuard computer cut system. All of the competitors will have 1 hour and 20 minutes to complete their install. You may remove the cameras once the timer starts, but by the end of that timer, they must be put back in as if you are delivering it back to a customer. Now, once you complete your round, you may exit the stage. The judges will begin the judging process. The top 3 highest scores will win first place, second place, and third place. Now, if you win the first place, you will take home the PPF Teams Division Tinter Battles World Championship titles. We have Ricky Miller here on the other side just as well along his Green Valley team here. All right, gentlemen and a gentle lady. Timer's up on that screen. All right, folks, if you're in the building, in the arena, you're ready to get this competition started. Let me hear you make some noise! Competitors, are you ready? Judges, are you ready? Teams PPF Division finalists in Tinter Battles, live from the sold-out crowd or jam-packed Blue Ground Studios in Los Angeles, California. It's time to battle in 3, 2, 1, battle. And just like that, commentator Carly, Jared Gwines, we have the inaugural Teams PPF Division, the much anticipated, much asked for division here now streaming worldwide on the Tinter Battles Network here, bringing the product in the Teams Division to the thousands of home all around the world and multiple languages, I should say.
Yeah, absolutely. This is being an inaugural event. Everybody wants the World Championships. This is where it's going to start. This is where the legacy is going to start. Somebody's going to be able to hold it forever, and we never forget the first champion. So this title is so much more important than people realize. This will be forever set in stone as the first World Champion in PPF.
Yeah, of course, with some of the teams that are starting now, remove the pre-cut kits.
This is basically
This
is a tag team division basically here.
That's exactly it. But it's more of a team where we have Zhenjie, who's a multiple-time champion here. They're looking to lay it looks like their windshield protection film first. We have some competitors that are starting to weed out their fenders. Now, one of the reasons why where you start is going to be a lot different for a lot of people. Sometimes they want to attack the hardest window first, or some of them may want to get the easy wins out first. This is what you're going to see as a difference in strategy between some of these teams here. And of course, we have Zhenjie now utilizing one of the water blade squeegees. Looking to start with the windshield protection film first. I don't know about you, commentator Carly, if you have any experience with windshield protection film, but what they must do, they must get it over the windshield wipers and then onto the glass. Any contamination or any rubbing against the windshield wipers is going to cost them.
Yeah, absolutely. It's almost just like an initial install. You can't touch anything. Your area has to be clean. You got to spray it correctly, and it's really cool to see the different teams. You're seeing some guys start on the windshield. You're seeing some guys start on the fender, and this is wide open. If you're a guy at home and you're learning to do this, there's so much you're going to learn here today. But just watching this alone, that I can't wait to see what everybody's trying to do.
Here we have Ricky Miller, Josh Miller as well doing the windshield protection film, just like John Zhenjie. Oh, they're pulling out the liner now. Dylan Turnage. Oh, they're directing the Texas squeegee. It's almost like I'm getting knocked out by Muhammad Ali whenever he was telling his opponent, remember the name, say my name. And Ricky Miller says, it's Dylan Turnage. Don't get it wrong, or he's gonna have a special chisel out with a Texas squeegee. We, of course, have the hecklers right on the backside of the Green Valley team, and it seems like this is how they practice. Zhenjie now laying the film over just like Ricky Miller. They're putting the windshield wipers down. Seems like they're going to side it up. And Ricky Miller on the opposite side, they're now going up and over and now putting on that windshield as well. They're feeding it off that very bottom. Green Valley team, they're supporting their very own partners. I mean, Jared Glines, have you seen anybody having this kind of engagement here? Is this a heckle or is this support? I can't tell.
No, this is the support. You know, I know that the World Cup just came to the United States in North America here for the first time in 30 years recently, but I think some World Cup fever is definitely left over here at the Tinter Battles. We've got the Ole chant going on. I've never heard a crowd chanting loudly for PPF to be installed. It's just something that you have to see to believe. Even if you're watching it online, it's kind of an unbelievable thing to see. I've never heard people losing their minds for someone installing windshield protection film, but here we are.
Well, it's an electric atmosphere, commentator Carly, as you're witnessing. This is what's called windshield protection film. It is installed on the outside, and it is designed to absorb some of the impacts that come from road debris, which typically end up cracking the windshield. And what happens is that crack grows, and the entire windshield has to get replaced. And the biggest problem with that is as cars are getting more advanced with more sensors, more cameras, and replacing the windshield can break the bank.
Yeah, you just spend a few dollars to get some protection on the front, and that way you don't have to replace the entire windshield. So this industry, for this particular product, is growing end over end.
I believe that windshield protection film is one of the biggest growing services in the entire industry. People are really starting to catch up to it, catch on to it. There's a lot of windshields that you can't even get anymore, or that are difficult to get. There's even applications for windshield protection film on vintage or antique vehicles, for example. Some of those you might find that if your windshield were to crack, you can't find a windshield to replace it. So if you have an intact piece of glass, especially if something that's rare or difficult to source, why not invest in windshield protection film to protect that, give you some peace of mind so you can actually enjoy your car. And if you take on a rock or something that would otherwise damage it, you can let the film take the damage instead of the glass.
Exactly right. We have Dylan Curry and Ricky Miller. Now, Ricky is one of the world champions of the Black Labs Battles Teams Division. He's entered every division. Now he's looking to capture gold in one of the other divisions as well as a PPF. Now, he has a belt, but it seems that he's coming in to collect a belt. If he is successful here today in the other divisions, he will surpass Conor McGregor's legacy as being the double champion, be the first ever triple champ in sports Tintertainment history.
Yeah, Ricky's a guy that has everything in the toolbox, right? He does flat glass, he does automotive, he does paint protection film. He's one of those guys, from the time he was a wee lad, his dad brought him into the shop, and he was 100% involved in this industry, and he's learned every day, and he's using all that to here today.
If he's able to become a triple champ, someday in the future, when the Tinter Battles Hall of Fame Museum opens in Houston, Texas in the year 2048, he might be one of the inaugural class Hall of Fame.
That's exactly right. If we bring over our attention to the competitors on the 44 Tools Tesla battle card here, powered by Tintertainment, we have both of the fenders being installed. One of the notable features with this is that one side is a gloss black, one side is a matte black. This is a color change film that transforms a vehicle's aesthetics without paint. Many claim that this is what's going to kill the painting industry because unlike paint, this can be removed, but unlike wrap, this is a paint protection film that also protects your paint.
Yeah, color PPF is definitely an incredibly growing segment. A lot of people really like it. It's very popular. But there's also an application for matte black or gloss black on a car that is already black. So you don't necessarily have to use the color to change the color. Sometimes you can use it to protect it or encase it. And also you can use it on a portion of the car. Some people like to use the gloss black treated on their hood, for example, or to transform the vehicle into a tuxedo look where they put the base color on the bottom and have that gloss black on top. So there's a lot of different applications for it. But with all the different colors that are coming out in different finishes, there's a strong argument to say, why not just get color PPF? When you drop your car off at a paint shop and spend quadruple the amount and you wait 6 months to get it back, you can get color PPF to transform your car in a matter of days. And I think a lot of people are choosing that option.
See, here's the other thing is many times when you paint a vehicle and you take it away from its original color, it hurts the value of the car. And one of the beauties about colored paint protection film here we have powered by Solar Guard is that you can always remove it and it doesn't show up in the car pack.
Sure.
one of the most important things too is he puts it in something called alignment, right? So you have to go right to the edge. That way it's up against it, and it doesn't. In this situation, it's a white underneath, so you're going to see some of that white, but you're wanting to get as close as you can to the edge, so that way it doesn't expose any of the paint underneath as well. So alignment is what they're being scored on here today. How close it is to that edge, and how much perfection and lack of trash, dirt, and debris.
Well, see, that's one of the challenges to this one is that this is a pre-cut color change film, so there's no hiding the edges as you would typically see with a clear protection film. Sometimes those edges can be hidden because it's invisible. This one is a complete contrast to the underlying color, which is going to add a level of complexity to the install. And the judges are going to be extra strict now because, again, black and white, you can't get more opposite than that. So there's nothing to hide here.
Yeah, were the competitors allowed to choose which cars they were assigned to, or was that randomly done?
They were allowed to choose which car to be assigned to.
So I wonder then if there's an advantage for some of these installers, that if these installers that have chosen one of the black Teslas, will they get a little bit of an advantage because they can maybe clean up some of those lines, or maybe the judges will be so discerning it's not going to matter. They can see how close it is to the edge, whether it's a black car or a white car. There's really nowhere to hide.
Well, we've assembled a team of elite judges. We have Scott Dre from Solar Guard, Puerto Rico, who comes all the way from Chile, and Rob Ruska of Eastman. I mean, we're talking about what, if judges had a Hall of Fame, these men's faces would be on that. So I don't think there's anything that there's to hide here. But again, the black does offer an advantage, but once you get eyeballs like those, there's no hiding.
That's one thing that I saw in day one of Tinter Battles that I really liked, is I really do believe that you've assembled a bipartisan, a completely agnostic, neutral group of judges that come from a variety of different backgrounds. They've worked with a variety of different brands. They have a lot of different experience, male judges, female judges, younger ones, older ones, even international judges. And the combined judging experience that you're getting here just results in a fair call down the middle. And they're just going to call it like they see it. And it's no friends out here. It's all about results.
You know, one of the things I'm noticing here on car number 2 with one of our international competitors is the utilization of this turbo mini fan, which has been an emerging tool, it seems like. It's not originally built for paint protection film, but the ability to use pressurized air to move water out and allow for the film to dry much faster saves time. And in a competition like this, if you come down to the final seconds.
Yeah, so it was really invented for a duster for a keyboard, right? Like that was the first place it came from. And then window tinters, being what window tinters are, we're always looking for tools to give us an advantage, to give us some kind of edge on the competition. And it's this little tool everybody has. When we have them all in our shops, everybody around the country has it.
I think that the advancements in lithium battery technology have really put this much power in the hands of installers. I spent some time in Hong Kong last year, and it's a very hot and humid place, Hong Kong, and I noticed that a lot of people just walking on the sidewalks had very similar apparatuses, and they were using them just to blow air on their face. And I'm like, what is this noise? You hear this whistling noise as you're walking down the sidewalks of Hong Kong, and what it is these lithium-powered air fans. And if you take that same technology and you put a funnel on the end of it, now you're getting a way to actually aid in the installation. I saw some of the flat glass competitors using this yesterday to blow water out of the gaskets, and it's really a terrific tool that moves a lot of air, and it just fits right there in your hand. So the technology and advances that are happening in real life in society are coming right to the installation area. It's pretty incredible.
Listen, we have commentator Carly there getting to interrupted. Commentator Carly back to the floor here. Live hot mic there. It's live in the living color, buddy. We got to get on live television. He's already getting put in 1,000 different directions, but here we are. He's contributing one of the teams here on that bottom side. You're cutting out that very bottom here.
Now this team here is still just working on that windshield piece. And this is an interesting thing that some of the teams have chosen to go after fender 1 and 2. And this one here has just been the windshield. And I'm wondering, why do we have different teams that are doing different approaches? Is there an advantage to one or the other? I guess we're going to find out. This team here is attacking the left and right side of the car. And over here, they're just attacking the windshield, and they're going to have to come back down to those fenders later. So very interesting to see the different approaches, and I guess we'll find out as the competition continues if one of them is going to have an advantage in having gone a different route than the other. Over here also, the same as the first car here, we have the tag team. One is taking on the gloss side, one's taking on the matte side, and they're both focusing individually on their fenders on the passenger and driver side. And once they knock these out, they can move on as a team to the larger pieces that require both of their hands at the same time.
That's exactly right. Danny Munoz, Elia Ibello here on the front side. I mean, this is an incredible partner here. They're representing the team and the dealer network of Autobahn. Ross Black here, Matt Black on the opposite side here. Now, Elia Ibello, every competition he enters, he always thinks ahead. If you know the amount of lights, I always say it rivals the lighting of an overlanding Toyota Land Cruiser. Because just like the Land Cruiser, you'll find them out in the middle of nowhere where there's no traffic lights, there's no skylights. He brings his own lighting here in order to control his environment just a little bit better.
You know, that's always a mark of an expert installer. The best installers around the country, and I've had the pleasure to meet quite a few of them. They all seem to employ their own lithium lighting systems, and they're going to be wearing these on their head. If you look here at this competitor on the back of his head, he has a battery pack. The battery pack is literally balanced on the back of his head, and it's craning around here to the front. The power gets sort of lithium xenon gold here in the front, so he can just see everything better than the light of day right in front of his eyes. But I don't know if even that's going to give him a competitive advantage over a husband and wife team over here. You talked about the boogeyman. When you're married to somebody, eventually you get to where you can read their minds. You get a telepathic connection. And all the husbands out there know exactly what I'm talking about. Your wife looks at you, you know exactly what she's thinking. You know exactly what's on her mind. She does not need to say any words. And in a competitive environment like this, that's got to be some sort of advantage because they don't even have to use speech. They can just use body language.
Well, one of the things about Tanya, their coach, and Fernando Sainz is that a lot is said with no words. They read each other's faces, and she can tell whether he makes a certain a freckle or a smirk. She knows exactly what's going on, and the way that this team has separated the strategy, she is a prepper that preps in advance. He comes, lays a film, she follows behind him and cleans it up and identifies any errors or any touch-up spots when he comes back and does them. This is an incredible team, and again, it's the only team in here that has one experienced installer and one not experienced but an incredible prepper, and they truly rely on each other's ability to communicate without words.
I think it's an incredible contrast to see that you have a husband and wife team that can almost communicate subconsciously, and then over here we have a multi-international team where one installer's primary language is Korean and the other one is Chinese. And yet they are also using the unspoken language of installer body language to know exactly what they need to do. No words have to be spoken. They understand the mission. They're in the zone. Most of these competitors, they can't hear us right now. They don't know what we're saying because they're completely focused on their craft.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, don't forget, PPF Teams Division Tinter Battles is powered by Solar Guard. We'll be back here after this short momentary break. Squeaky that. Don't go anywhere.
some of the spectators want to get into a tow truck battle. Don't do that.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back here to the official Tinter Battles Live. This is a Teams PPF Division streaming from Los Angeles, California. And now we're picking it back up. A little bit of progress has been made here from the teams. We have the team on the opposite side here on card number 7, the Avery Distribution Quest 1 Center. Installing now, moving on to the bumper. Now, the bumper is the hardest one to do in this entire setup. It's one that's got the most time that it requires. It has the most amount of stretch and the most amount of contortions to stretch with.
Well, but these guys, they're not coming in green. This is not their first rodeo. None of these guys are coming in and playing PPF on a Tesla front end for the first time. And if you're going to pick one to make it challenging, I think that you picked the right car, because most installers would have maximum experience putting PPF on this exact silhouette, on this exact Model 3. Is that what this is?
Exactly right. So, with the vehicle being the color black, you're able to spot a lot more contamination than you would traditionally see with the white vehicle. So they may have a disadvantage in terms of what the judges are going to judge. However, it may play in their favor because they're able to see things easier that they can correct. That a vehicle that is white, you won't be able to notice that much because you can hide a lot of the defects.
That's absolutely right. But what the things that I'm noticing here is that different competitors have brought different types of lighting. Some of them have large diffuse lights. Some of them have harsh LED lights. Some of them are running warmer lights on their head or cooler lights. And a few of the installers are running absolutely no lighting at all. They're just using their good old-fashioned eyeballs. So I don't know if you're going to get an advantage using a specific type of lighting or not, but we're kind of seeing it all out here. And you can see over here, the husband-wife combo, she is carrying the light around so that way he can both his hands on the bar and the light's following her. So he's getting a bit of an advantage using his partner to bring the lighting dynamically around what he's trying to focus on, whereas some of these other installers have their lighting in a fixed position on the floor, and it just has to be what it is. So you're seeing a lot of different installation approaches here, and it's going to be exciting to find out which one of them adds up to championship quality.
I mean, this is Fernando saying he's one of the greatest to ever do it. He is establishing a legacy. He will be able, in the famous words of Bret Hart, say he is the best he is, best there was, best there ever will be.
Wow.
This is Fernando Sainz. It's like watching Muhammad Ali or Mike Tyson midway through their career.
No pressure, Fernando. No pressure at all. You're sitting here giving color commentary live to the viewers watching all around the world on multiple platforms and even here in the Tinter Battles Arena. You got to think, though, have any of these installers competed in such a way that someone like the Texas Squeegee is calling out their attributes and allocates live in their ear? That's got to be a little bit unnerving for some of these guys, because they're normally installing a quiet, controlled environment, HEPA-free environment with no dust, and scientifically bright lighting. This is completely different installation for them to have to deal with. I want to go in here and take a look. I think we have a camera here watching. Now, on some of these cars, you can see the partners working on different parts. Here, we see your master installer is putting down the film, and he's utilizing his partner, also his wife, to hold the lighting just right for him. And that's got to be a strategic decision that they're making, because some of these cars have already got both of their fingers done. Here, they're working on the one finger, but he's making sure he's doing a 100 on a scale of 100 level installation. And his partner is providing the perfect lighting, moving ever so slightly left and right, being very, very specific and thorough about what he's doing. And notice too, they're not talking. They don't need to talk. He moves, she moves, he knows, she knows. It's an incredible dynamic here, a true husband-wife competitive team, life team, business team. It's actually really cool to see.
Jared, this is a wife and husband. The chemistry of a couple is something that you very well know, my friend, because I've worked with you and Jessica, and the type of synergy and chemistry that you guys have is world level elite. If a husband and wife was a sport, you guys would be one of the greatest, and I think we're watching one of the greatest right here with Fernando Sainz. No words traded. Now, Fernando's utilizing two different types of spray solutions. one of the sprays, it allows the film to float like a butterfly, and the other one makes it attack like a bee. And Fernando Sainz is down on one knee. And that's an incredible thing right here. Fernando Sainz got down on one knee over 20 years ago and formed a life partnership with Donnie the coach, and now he's back on one knee.
Wow.
To now commit to the World Championships here in the Teams PPF Division. Make no mistake about it. This is a competitor that has been seen by millions and millions worldwide, and he will be continued to be seen. A name that nobody will ever forget. And the boogeyman, Fernando Sainz.
Wow, that's incredible, Texas Squeegee. We're coming here for the action, but we're sticking around for the comedy. And even the competitors have to laugh sometimes when they're hearing some of the things that you're saying. But again, this husband and wife dynamic is something that's gonna be hard to beat. But I'm hearing a crowd just they're getting into a ruckus over here. We want to follow over here and see what's going on.
See, we got a little bit of
chanting for Ricky.
We got tinterruptions here on this round. Ricky Miller, Dylan Turnage of the Green Valley team. And you see, again, like we mentioned earlier, Ricky Miller has got a spray solution and a tack solution.
They are saying, let's go, Ricky. Let's go, Dylan. Bring it home. And I want to find out where is home. Is that Las Vegas is home? Henderson? Yeah, all right. Yeah, it's a hot place over there. It's hot. You're going to go lose money and have a good time. And we'll come back and do it.
The Green Valley team, they're cheering on as we take a little short momentary break here, powered by SolarGuard and its computer cut software. Don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be right back.
All right, we're coming back.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience in the short momentary commercial break here. We're now back live in Los Angeles, California, Tinter Battles 6 for his first ever Teams Division PPF launch. We have right here Ricky Miller, Dylan Turnage installing the SolarGuard clear paint protection film on that front bumper. And as we mentioned earlier, whoa, look at the competitors around the other side. Gerardo Barreto looks like he brought a leaf blower here.
Yeah, what is that? Is that a DeWalt? No, it's a Milwaukee. It's literally a Milwaukee. It's a miniature handheld leaf blower. It really is. It's right out of the lawn and garden section from Home Depot, right here to the front of this Tesla. He's using it to blow maximum air. I thought a jet plane was taking off here.
That's why they call Gerardo Barreto, they call him the Milwaukee Maniac, because he is blowing the competition out of the championship with this Milwaukee. I'm not sure it's a leaf blower. I think in this case, we have a PPF blower, a very smart strategy to move out the moisture and preventing it from getting sucked back into the film.
Imagine having the nickname the Milwaukee Maniac, and you go to Starbucks and your drink's ready, and they're like, oh, it's the Milwaukee Maniac here, and it's written on the side of the cup. He's like, oh, that's me. And he's got the leaf blower there, and that really is an incredible piece of equipment there. And he busted it out, put it right back down, not losing any momentum at all. Now he's got one of these classic Wagner heat guns that we saw yesterday in the heat shrink competition, and using it just to get those nice fine edges there on the side of the fender, just doing an expert installation. They are treating this competition car as if it was an actual customer's car.
That's exactly right. But, unlike delivering it to a customer, this is the World Championships of the Teams PPF Division. And you could truly see the difference between the satin black against the gloss black bumper. And this is a kind of difference how the type of transformation you can take a vehicle from its stock paint to now transforming it into a satin/matte black. Again, here powered by SolarGuard. But the difference in both of them, it really changes the aesthetics. And unlike traditional wrap film, this is protection film. It is a little bit thicker, so it has a protection element that traditionally wraps don't always necessarily offer to the extent that PPF does.
Yeah, I think that's something that the general consumers and people out in the world maybe don't understand, is that this is not vinyl. This is polyurethane. This is not just normal change the color of my car vinyl like you would have found 15 or 20 years ago. This is self-healing polyurethane that can also change the appearance of your car but more importantly, protects the paint underneath. So this material is designed to take impacts, take some damage, take a little bit of abuse, and literally heal itself through the power of the sun, which is pretty incredible.
Yeah, we have Ricky Miller there on the other side. This is the toughest part of the bumper right here because you see that there are relief cuts. They're installing the pre-cut pattern here powered by SolarGuard's computer cut software, which stores a lot of pre-cut kits, window film, paint protection film, and eventually they'll have windshield protection film kits as well. Now, the trick here is the alignment. This is where many guys get it wrong. Because again, we're putting a two-dimensional product over a three-dimensional surface. So it creates certain tension points that if you don't stretch them properly, it's going to have lifting, it's going to have fingers, and that will result in deductions from their overall score.
Let me ask you this. In a real shop environment, if there was a critical error sometime here in the installation, an installer might decide to pull the entire piece, put another one on. In the case of this competition, within the time limit, would an installer be able to make that determination and actually start over again, or would they have to DQ themselves if they lost this piece?
I believe we have multiple kits here cut out, but that's just the point of no return isn't whether there's another pre-cut kit that they have available, is whether how much time they have left. And sometimes when you start encountering those moments, it becomes a mental game. It becomes a mind game. At what point is this worth trying to replace at the risk of not finishing, or just taking the deductions but turning in a completed vehicle?
Oh, and I think that that's part of the strategy here, and that's why some of the different competitors have chosen to perhaps go with the windshield or the fenders first, and they're saving that very difficult, arguably the most difficult part of all, the bumper, for last. But in other cases, we see that the competitors are actually going for the bumper, and they haven't even messed with the windshield yet. So I think that some of this early strategy that we're seeing is going to end up paying off and probably will be the difference between winning and losing for whomever that team is.
And it also comes down to your strength, right? Like as an installer, you know where you're most comfortable and whether or not you can handle that type of situation. Like it's one of those things where every day when you're in there working in your shop, you're like, okay, I'm really good at fenders or I'm really good at a bumper. So I'm going to leave that for last because that's my comfort zone. And that's the thing within PPF and any of these things in this industry. There's some things that you're better at than other people aren't, your strength and your weakness. And really like isolating those things in the middle of a competition really determines whether or not you come out on top.
Absolutely. I really believe that they're going to be able to nail this. I think that they're on top of it, but there's a non-zero chance that when you're 90% done putting on a piece, you make an error and you can't correct it. And they will have to decide if they just want to move on, take the deduction, or perhaps gamble and restart the entire thing, which might be possible here with 48 minutes left to go in the heat. But as those minutes tick away, the opportunity to even do that goes down to basically not possible at all. Like you were saying, even with another kit, it's not going to matter. It's not going to be enough time to install it.
You know, with an hour and 20 minutes, there's plenty of time for these teams to be able to work out some of their kinks. Most of them seem like they've made a decent amount of progress. A lot of competitors have already laid out their fenders. A lot of them have done their windshield protection films. Many of them are working on the bumper. It seems like a lot of them are ahead. I mean, with just under 50 minutes remaining to go, we might have to take a little nap because we're really seeing what it's like to be the best of the best. To do a job like this in a real world setting, you typically take half a day, but these guys are doing it in such a breeze. It hasn't even been 30 minutes.
Yeah, you don't have this. It's a different pressure, right? Like you don't have the shop and the rest of the day till 5 to get it done. This is like you're going up against the time clock. You start the project at 4 o'clock. Customer's going to be there at 5, and you got to go. And you've got to try to nail it in one shot. You can have a bad day, and everything will go sideways, especially in a competition like this.
Oh, we're having one of the competitors here taking a slightly risky maneuvering technique there.
Is that a blade? I think I see him with a blade.
That's a blade on the paint protection film. Now, the risk here is what he technically needs to do is he needs to put light enough pressure to score the film. But if it goes too far deep, now you're cutting the paint, and any damages in these vehicles is a complete no-no and a disqualification.
Yeah, that's a big disqualification and a big risk, but also could be a big reward because you can get the cleanest possible install. Look at that.
Look at the details he's going to pull out. It's almost like it's like the fender's getting a haircut, it seems like. That's how thin the margins that he is installing his paint protection film with.
That is like angel hair pasta from the good old Olive Garden. He's just pulling one tiny little fine strand off of there in the pursuit of perfection. And that might be the difference between more points and a better judgment to get you the win.
Did you see how fast he just ran across the other side?
I did.
You know, the Texas Squeegee earlier had an incredible conversation with one of the non-members podcast team, and they were asking the Texas Squeegee if he felt that this was a sport, and I said absolutely it is, because there's an athletic component to this. The ability to be able to get down on it seems like, you know, all the way down squatted. You've got to have a certain level of shape to do that. And as commentator Carly, I know you can speak and attest to this, because you, my friend, have not won a PPF division final like your favorite tinter, the Texas Squeegee.
Well, you know, I'm going to have to take you up on that one day, but we're going to just do mirrors. I think I can hand you on mirrors. I don't have to get down. I don't have to run. I don't have to do anything. And I can probably eat a sandwich at the same time.
Well, that necessarily wouldn't be a fair matchup, because you're going to use the power of Mother Earth and your girth and momentum to stretch the material down, whereas the Texas Squeegee is a little bit lighter on his feet. I don't know if that's going to be a fair matchup, David.
It's always an advantage when you have girthy momentum, and I'm glad that you called that out. You know, and commentator Carl, you know, he's going to have some girthy momentum, and you might not be able to overtake that. I don't care how light on your feet might be.
I like this guy already.
Speaking of girthy momentum, we take it back here to the action. He's finalizing the front fender. He's drying up the edges. Now, unlike some of the other competitors, they didn't use the powerful little mini turbo fan. He's using the heating element with a rag over it. So the heating element, it warms up the edges. The rag soaks up the water so that the film can tack down like a
tack down. You're not calling me out, and I'm not playing into your marketing hype
commentator
games.
Carly, how many times have you gone one-on-one in commentary with a tinted one, and you could not finish the Texas Squeegee's catchphrase? The Texas Squeegee says it was floating around like a butterfly and tacking like a...
I don't know why he keeps trying to get me to do this. See, he always plays me into this.
Tacking like a bee. God, dog.
It's okay. The Texas Squeegee sometimes likes to put commentator on the hot seat there just to see what he might do here, because we're on YouTube Live and Facebook Live and Instagram Live, and also live in front of a live audience.
Yeah, me and him have a very unique relationship. You know, it's kind of a love-hate relationship. You know, I don't know where it's going, but I think that
girthy momentum's leaning a little more into the hate side here at the moment, but that's okay.
Well, here we are live in the action floor. I mean, you've got to be able to be sharp on your toes, and you got to be thinking fast and be adapting, because this is what we're witnessing here with Danny Munoz on the other side. Now, we go back to January in Houston, Texas. Danny Munoz was competing in the Teams Tinter Battles Finals, and he suffered a damn near a fatal injury where he started bleeding. He almost bled to death, and his partner, Rodon McCullough, who's watching right on the other side of the barricades, was offering some medical assistance. Danny Munoz turned it down, decided to continue and fight through the pain, fight through the blood, just like we saw Bret Hart, Stone Cold Steve Austin, WrestleMania 13, when Bret Hart put the sharpshooter on Stone Cold, and Stone Cold pushed away from the mat as he was bleeding down. We are seeing this fender bleeding slip solution as Danny Munoz is now tacking on the front bumper.
Hey, he's one of the world's best. It didn't even faze him. He just kept rocking and rolling. He kept moving. It didn't hold him up one bit. I don't think if he gets another cut here, he'd probably do the same thing. It's just something that we deal with in our industry. Every once in a while, you get a little nick, or you get a little cut on your finger, and boy, does it bleed, and it hurts. But he showed no hesitation in Houston. So, I'm excited to see what he does here.
Now, Texas Squeegee, I know obviously you're a big fan of professional wrestling. You reference it constantly. I'm also a fan of professional wrestling.
That's right.
And I love to watch. But with professional wrestling, we know that there's a little bit of a show. And whenever I saw that blood out of the last competition, I had to wonder, was this a capsule? Was this a work? Was this something that you put in for the hits, Texas Squeegee? Was this some fake blood that you put in there to get some extra views online? Or was this a legitimate injury that actually happened? I'm not actually sure. Can you tell us the truth here live? We want to know.
This was not a work. See, the Tinter Battles is an actual sport. And that is one thing that the Texas Squeegee, that is a hill that the Texas Squeegee will die on. Everything that you see within the Tinter Battles sports Tintertainment is as real as it gets. These are real everyday workers, real everyday competitors, entrepreneurs, installers that come to the competition arena to compare themselves against the best of the best. We have Danny Munoz there, who's now working on the final details. Danny, of course, he's won previous competition, but this would be the first time that he would ever win a PPF division if he is successful in his contest. And now he's moving on to the windshield protection film right on the front side of this Tesla.
That's absolutely incredible. You know, during the installation process, they are using very sharp blades. They are sometimes using physical flames, blowtorches, very, very hot heat guns. This is something that professionals are used to doing, but they're not absolutely impervious to injury. And the question goes, if you were to get injured or nicked, do you sub out or do you continue? And I think that these guys are in it to win it no matter what.
Well, that's the biggest, one of the biggest components and challenges here is if you suffer an injury, do you keep going? And as a great Rocky Balboa or Sylvester Stallone, it's not about how hard you get hit. It's how hard you can get hit and keep moving forward. How many hits you can take and keep moving forward. That is a true mind of a champion. That is a heart of a champion. And we are witnessing all the competitors who have an equal opportunity to take home the Tinter Battles Teams Division PPF World Championship titles.
Speaking of the teams, I want to check back in on this husband and wife team. They've moved over here to the other side. And I really like this dynamic of the wife here providing coaching, being a bit of a judge herself. She's using the light in her own eyes to point out imperfections and things that she doesn't like. And he's going back and correcting there in real time. This is a really interesting dynamic, and it's a completely different philosophy than any of the other competitors out here on the floor, because she's acting a little bit as an eyes of discernment, and he's really taking on all the heavy lifting, getting that film laid just right.
One of the things you'd like to see whenever you do something like this is like hard quality control, right? Like, so that's what she's doing right now. She's not interfering with his install. She's just allowing him to stay focused and think through instinctively because he's done it so many times. And then when he gets done, she'll talk to him and say, hey, that looks good or that doesn't look good. We need to do this. We need to do that. This is a truly, truly successful mindset. When they broke this out 3 years ago, I thought it was ingenious because that's one of the things is in our industry that you don't have is you're on the go. And one of the things you lack to look at sometimes is quality control. And you'll miss quality control and then you'll make a mistake and then you'll go back and see it later and like, damn, you wish you had that extra set of eyes. So that's what she supplies for him and that's what she's doing too. She's talking to him through every process of this right now.
You know, once we, right before we cut to commercial break here in a few minutes, we're witnessing again, Fernando Sainz, who's won at first place in almost every division he's entered so far this year. And you could really see the color of the Solar Guard gloss black paint protection film here.
Is this a hand steamer that I'm seeing down here?
That looks like a clothes steamer for me from, I don't know if it's from Amazon or the TikTok shop, but what it's blowing out is it's blowing out hot steam. So what it's designed to do, it's going to loosen up the film so that it stretches a little bit better and you're able to really contour it into the some of the recesses of the fender here.
So once again, with the advanced technology, I'm not sure on the Tinter Battles competition floor if this is a hand steamer that he's using to manipulate the film, or if it's just smoky ambiance to make it more of a scary boogeyman to scare the other competitors. It might be both, as a matter of fact, because he's got it going here. It's building up a little bit of spooky steam here as we head into the Halloween season. The boogeyman's always ready to scare him really good. But at the same time, I got to say how cool it is to see all of the micro tools, the hand fans, the headlights, the hand torches, and now even a hand steamer that I think is originally intended for clothing is being used in an application here, and it's going to be perfect.
That's exactly right. It's a lot of tool varieties here that we are witnessing with all of the competitors. Now, Fernando Sainz, again, taking a little bit of a risky maneuver to cut off the film. But, you know, we go back just a couple of months before. Fernando Sainz competed in the Hexas PPF competition, and he won first by a margin actually by a huge margin between his first and the second place. Fernando Sainz is no stranger to competition. He's no stranger to the pressure of live events. His first competition was the Tinter Battles 2023, Amelia Island, where he placed in one of the finals in the teams division. And now he's coming back to the teams PPF, the first ever that Tinter Battles has ever had, along with his partner, Donnie the coach. Now, folks, ladies and gentlemen, we are having a lot of different varieties and styles. The competitors are getting much hotter, and the competition is getting much stiffer. Don't go anywhere. We'll be coming right back after this short commercial break, powered by Solar Guard and Solar Guard's computer cut software. Squeegee that.
Yep, ladies and gentlemen, and Troy, Mr. Shane, the franchise Douglas has announced. Get your meal ticket at the registration counter and get you some nice, delicious pizza, locally made, bringing you a little bit more flavor for the wonderful city of Los Angeles, California.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are here back live at the Teams Division PPF for the World Championships at Tinter Battles 2026 from Los Angeles, California. We have a jam-packed, sold-out crowd here, as well as the Teams Division. These are the finalists, the best of the best in the world here, clashing for the World Championship titles. This competition is going underway, and as we've seen already, lots of different styles, lots of different tools, lots of different techniques. So much to watch here when you're witnessing the world's best colliding at the Blue Ground Studios.
Yeah, there's just so much more on the line here than just a regular PPF competition. I mean, this is for a legacy. This is for guys that have spent their whole life getting good at this. They want to be the first. I can't say it enough. There's something that's about being the first world champion at any event that you will take with you forever. And, you know, I make jokes about this, and I've even talked to Ricky Miller about his other championships. And I asked him the question on a podcast, and he told me this. And I said to him, I said, how many times have you wore the belt naked? And he told me nothing. He got silent. So it tells you how much it means to a guy like that if he's rolling around the house with just the belt on. Like, I don't want to picture that. I'm just saying it means a lot. It's a different type of feeling. It's a different type of energy. And, you know, Jared, as we move through this competition, you'll see these guys start to get a lot more nervous. The energy will start coming. The air will feel like it sucks out of the room because it'll start to get to be about that time, and then everything will change.
Well, I think it's crazy enough that you're competing in this environment under these bright lights with hundreds of live spectators here watching in the stands and around the barricades. But it's not just that. We have people watching live around the world on social media, on YouTube Live, on their couch, on their iPad or their smartphone. I know Jessica's watching right now live from Rockwall, Texas. She's keeping an eye on it. We have viewers everywhere tuning into this. So it's not just the eyes of the spectators, it's the eyes of the world watching live and even later on replay. This is a lot of pressure to become the first ever team champions.
That's exactly right. And, you know, earlier today, I had a conversation with one of the judges who comes all the way from Chile. His name is Jorgito. Y para todos los que nos ven de todo el mundo, les queremos dar un buen saludo y bienvenidos a las competencias de Tinter Battle en Los Ángeles, California, del corazón del Texas Squeegee, a toda la raza que nos mira por todo el mundo. Gracias por estar aquí con nosotros en este momento. Now we're going to take it back to our English-speaking countries and our English-speaking communities around the world. I mean, this is truly an international competition that we are watching here with international people watching from back home. Jorgito was telling me a little bit earlier that where he's from is Chile. It's a small town, but they're all glued to the television screen because they're watching, their hometown hero here amongst the elites of the elite in Tinter Battles 6 in Los Angeles, California.
Can you imagine getting on an airplane and your whole family saying, "Where are you going?" You're like, "I'm going to America." They said, "What are you doing?" You're like, "I'm gonna install film better than anyone else." I don't know if anyone's ever said that until Tinter Battles came along to really make this into a true competitive sport. And that's what attracted me to it. Texas Squeegee, I gotta say, Tinter Battles is truly exciting. This is incredible to see.
Whoa.
And right behind us, look, the windshield film's going on.
I mean, I really like what they did here. They wrapped up the windshield wipers to protect, so when they went up over, they didn't hit that backside of the film, which has an adhesive on it, and drag any dirt or debris into the windshield. That is smart, that is preparation, and that's doing it like that every single day.
That's also the last piece here. You can see that they have fender 1 installed, fender 2 installed. They also have the bumper mostly installed, but then he brought over his partner to help him put down the piece of film. Now they have gone back to divide and conquer once again. This installer is working on the windshield protection film up top, and he's going to finish up the bumper on the bottom. They still have about 30 minutes left to go, so plenty of time to do some QC and to make sure that everything's laying down correctly. But sometimes you've got to have more than just your 2 hands, especially with this big piece of film going on the windshield.
That's exactly right. We have Danny Munoz there working with the windshield protection film. This vehicle, this Tesla, is powered by tintinginsurance.com, who is an insurance company that is specialized in the tinting industry. And as we've seen with many of these Teslas in competition, they get hacked, they get cut up. But luckily, we are powered by tintinginsurance.com to ensure that if there's any damages to these vehicles, we are well covered.
Yeah, one of the things you'd like to see in what you're talking about, the process of this on this Tesla, is a lot of times the adhesive that's underneath needs to get tacky, right? It needs a few minutes. So this is actually really smart strategy on how to nail this. So what they're going to do is they're going to get everything just to that point where then they'll both start attacking what we call the touch-ups and getting all the final stuff to lay down.
Hey, speaking of nailing it, have I mentioned how easy it is to nail sending out a quote with TintWiz? It's actually really easy. They have built-in quoting technology in their software. The shops that run TintWiz make a little more money, a little more easy. And I got to say, TintWiz is awesome. So I don't know if anyone's brought that up recently, but I'm going to bring it up. Thank you, TintWiz, for everything you do for the entire industry. You're helping installers and shop owners across the planet get the job done.
Well, I don't know about you, Jared Wines, but I am proud to announce that TintWiz is one of the official CRMs powering Tinter Battles, where we organize our schedules here and the segments for this incredible program that is enjoyed by millions and millions worldwide. Now we take it over to Elio Albelo, who's one of our famous competitors que viene de Puerto Rico aquí instalando PPF. Y lo que está haciendo Elio Albelo ahorita, está cortando el material, quitándole un poco el material, lo que sobra aquí abajo del bumper del Tesla Modelo 3. Elio Albelo es uno de las personas que los héroes de Puerto Rico. Y él es la leyenda y el ídolo de muchas de las personas que nos miran alrededor del mundo. Ahorita está con el hombro abajo, con la espalda para abajo. Sale con la navaja, le corta el material, le está separando aquí. Usando el material de PPF, de Solar Guard. Now we have Danny Munoz there on the top side doing the windshield protection film.
I don't know what you just said.
Hey, we have a lot of people around the world that
are
being able to pick up.
But I assumed that it was very accurate commentary that you just laid down there in Spanish, and how eloquent of you to be bilingual.
Well, as the Texas Squeegee says, I am a Tinternational competitor here representing, because as the great SPM once said, when I'm on the mic, I represent all colors.
Wow, I got to learn a different language. I'm feeling like I'm getting schooled here by the Texas Squeegee. Wow.
Well, we have Danny Munoz here taking the rest of the competitors to school as, he's installing his windshield protection film. He's now moving on to the bottom side right here. It seems like he's got a lot of slip solution there, commentator Carly. I see a lot of the white soap suds. if you have too much slip, what are some of the risks that they are, risking here?
So if you have too much soap in your bottle and you're not squeegeeing just correct, you can leave like a streak of soap, right? Like it gets caught and it kind of leaves it behind. So you have to use the right amount of pressure. And sometimes it depends on the type of soap you use, right? Like you want a really clean soap. You don't want to use like a regular dish detergent or anything like that. You want to use like a Select baby shampoo or something that's designed like organically that doesn't have any type of contaminants or degreasers in it. So these guys really know what they're doing. They're going to make it look easy as he's doing right now. And then, hey.
Hold on. You're telling me that you can get as detailed as the exact brand, pH, and mixture of soap that you're using to install film?
Every one of these guys here has spent hours, countless hours, working on what they call their slip solution. And that slip solution becomes so important to the whole process of what they're doing, that could cost them to win or lose the entire tournament.
This has got to be the first competitive sport in the history of humanity that takes into account the slip solution and how you're mixing your soap suds to actually win a title belt.
Well, it's not even just that, Jared. It's also not just the soapy spray solution. It's also the type of water that they're utilizing. Regular tap water has a bit too many minerals in it. Now, when you're utilizing clear water, in this situation, we have the filtered water here powered by Spotless water systems. It is a filtered water that is clean, 0 parts per million, which allows the film to be fully rinsed out of any soap buildup and allows the film, as the Texas Squeegee always says, to float like a butterfly and tack like a bee.
He just keeps wanting me to do it.
It's a bee.
It's a bee. I know the right answer now.
I thought the shops just got the garden hose and just brought it in and sprayed some water around. You're telling me that they have advanced water filtration systems, not for their own drinking pleasure, but for the installation quality?
That's exactly right. And we have the official water here powered by Spotless water system here, powering the international competition in Tinter Battles 6 in Los Angeles, California. Now we have the teams right here, Fernando Sainz and Tani, the coach. Now moving on to the front bumper. And just like we've seen before, Tani is not an experienced PPF, but she is an experienced coach. She knows how Fernando Sainz moves. She's watched him. I had the great pleasure to see her and sit right next to her as Fernando was competing at the Hexas PPF competition. So I know how her mind worked. She's watched his every move. She knows his every tool. She is the one that constantly searches for new things and alters tools that are not traditionally for Tinter PPF, but makes it so that he has a competitive advantage.
Look at what's going on here, though. Am I incorrect in saying that they have not even begun the windshield yet? It doesn't look like they have.
I'm not sure exactly.
I don't think so.
No.
So what we're seeing here is essentially a single installer doing all 4 pieces with an assistant. And he's taking an approach where he is taking on the burden of installing all 4 of these pieces by himself, but with the aid assistance of an extra set of hands. It's like he's working like Doc Ock. He has an extra set of hands coming out of him like Goro in Mortal Kombat 1. I mean, he's got his 2 hands and he's got 2 more hands. So steam is appearing, slips appearing. He's got water coming in the right places, and she's coming in and doing some QC and some refinement. But at the same time, we have some of the teams that have basically.
Did you see how she just sprayed him on the face?
Well, sometimes the husband's got to get that so he learns his lesson. But some of these teams have already got all 4 of their pieces on, and they're doing minor refinements. But over here, with only 23 minutes to go, he's still finishing up the bumper, and it's going to be a race to the finish for him to put on the windshield protection film inside the timeline. It's an interesting thing because he's got to do it all on his own, but not completely on his own, because you can see that she's getting in there and making sure his work is absolutely perfect with this steam gun.
Commentator Carly, what the hell am I watching here? This is typically used for steaming clothes. Is she ironing out the wrinkles? Did Fernando leave some wrinkles behind? I mean, I damn near want to use it to iron out my jacket here that was signed by an entire industry as a symbol of the Texas Squeegee has the backing of a community here. But can you explain to me what's going on here? This is a steamer that's being used. I've never seen it before. What's the haps?
So I think what she's done here is she's found a tool. Like, we're always searching, like I said, for a tool that gives us an advantage. And what she did is she understands the things that will take time and to tack up are things that are like on the edge. So what she's done there is she's taken the steamer. It's made the film really hot so it conforms easier to the back edge.
Look
and now
here.
she's pressing.
Look, I'm just looking here. You can see that they don't even have the exact same type of water. I'm seeing alcohol over here. Then they have spring water, but they also have distilled water. So we have different balances of water, different types of H2O that they brought in here, in addition to the steam, the device. And she's even hand pressurizing a sprayer here as well. So it's just an incredible amount of different tools and different techniques that the installers are using to get the job done.
You know, and again, as we referenced earlier about the sporting element, Fernando Sainz is one of the older competitors in this competition field. But when you watch this man move, I don't know what the secret is to his Puerto Rican genes, but this man moves with the body of a 20-year-old. They move with the energy of a teen. And Fernando Sainz, if you look at him, he's on his knees, just like he got on his knees over 20 years ago to ask the hand of marriage of Donnie the coach. He's now asking for the marriage to be married with the World Championship title of the Teams PPF Division.
Do we know how old he is exactly? He looks about like 25 years old to me. How old could this guy be?
Donnie, the coach, there with the smirk on her face. She says, "Not quite, my friend, but I appreciate."
Double 50. Look at how well his knees work. Both of his meniscuses are still fully intact. How can you do this? You know, actually, a lot of installers, they can develop some back issues. They can develop some knee issues. And I've even worked with a shop that brings in a professional chiropractor once a week to do adjustments on his staff, because he did not have this type of support whenever he was a young installer, and now he has some lower back problems. And to all our installers out there, make sure you take care of your physical health and that you stay in a limber and stretched out, because you don't want to be bending over these cars 10 hours a work shift and then have some lumbar issues later in life. You gotta take care of your spine. This actually is quite taxing on your body.
Well, of course, I know exactly what you're talking about. Of course, the great, entrepreneur from Dallas-Fort Worth area, David Chuckman, who hires. But, David Chuckman is a person that has a height advantage. He's a tall individual, and that's probably one of the disadvantages when it comes to the size, because when you're bending over that much, gravity takes a little bit of a stronger hold on you. And as John Mayer once said, gravity sometimes will work against you.
Wow, you're quoting John Mayer just right off the cuff there. I don't even know how you do that. But you do have to say that being a little bit shorter in stature, not having so much girthy momentum, as we were saying, might be a little bit of an advantage in a competitive environment like this, because when you're sub, 5'9", 5'8" or so, well, you can bend a little easier, you got a little less weight to move around, and you're literally closer to the action of the installation. Whereas we saw some guys like Squatch and Viking that are just mammoth men. These are gigantic individuals who are laying down film. And here at Tinter Battles, you kind of see it all. But I think that being a little smaller might aid you in a competitive environment like this, especially when you got to get this low to the ground.
Yeah, so if you're working on a car like this, absolutely. You have to have a little bit lower stature. It helps big time for you to be able to get to those lower areas. A lot of the taller guys are really good at flat glass. It kind of comes with the territory. But in a situation like this, being able to be limber and down on your knees. Look, something we've seen in the last 5 years that's changed the industry is we're seeing more and more of these guys in this field treating themselves like athletes. They're posting themselves running in the morning. Ricky Miller runs triathlons, from what I understand. He works out every day. These guys are taking care of themselves like unbelievable. So when they come into these competitions, they don't feel any of the fatigue from doing the competition. They're totally becoming exquisite athletes. And that way, when they come to these competitions, they don't lose any wind, their concentration. Because the thing about doing this stuff is if you become fatigued, your mind will follow. So your mind has to stay ultra focused. So staying in physical fit health really helps you put out a better product.
I've been in some elite shops that have large staffs. And when you have a very large staff, when you have a big team of killers, you've got 10 plus installers, you can have the advantage of putting multiple installers on a single car. And I've even seen people get so optimized, like a F1 pit crew, to put the taller installers on the upper half of the car and the shorter or smaller installers on the lower or front half of the car. And I've seen as many as 5 installers simultaneously install film of some kind or the other on a car. But here we only have 2. And these teams, sometimes they've worked well with each other. Sometimes they're from different countries. Sometimes they're a husband and wife. There's a lot of just different approaches out here, but only one team today can be the inaugural team champions of PPF installation.
Yeah, one of the things that you'll see a lot of times is like chemistry. You have to have chemistry, and knowing the person is important. It's almost like doing what we do, talking and commentating. You have to have chemistry with each other on the car in order to help each other finish their sentences. You really got to spend some time with each other. You got to talk. You got to understand what the person want to do. And you also wouldn't believe how much preparation goes into game planning and talking about how they want to attack each vehicle. There's not been one install in here today that we're seeing that hasn't been calculated.
Well, speaking of some chemistry, I'm wondering exactly what kind of chemistry that we have here between this South Korean and Asian combination here. from China. We have two different countries, two different nationalities, but they're both installing as if they work in the same shop. How is this working with them?
Well, it's like we're watching two surgeons, performing brain surgery. The details in paint protection film mimics the types of margins that a surgeon would have. The wrong incision could cost the patient's life. The wrong incision could cost the vehicle's paint here. The catastrophic elements present in surgery is the same thing as here. And then, costing someone's life can hurt just about as much as it costing the Tinter Battles PPF World Championship titles.
Well, when you're using an actual razor blade, when you have an incredibly sharp surgical edge like they're doing here, that is genuine real life risk. This is no showbiz. This is no games here. Now, the PPF that they're putting on is literally designed to protect you from these type of issues, any sort of rock chips, any sort of bugs, any sort of debris or salt or anything that might be on the road that would otherwise damage your clear coat. Once that PPF is on, then you can rest assured that you're ready for the road ahead. But during this installation process, there's a little bit of a chance that them trying to get right on the edge with that blade might actually damage the very clear coat that they're trying to protect.
Man, commentator Carly, I don't know if you just saw that right there. It is like putting a face mask. I mean, these guys are almost now kind of like plastic surgeons here, where they're putting maybe a facelift or a face mask on this particular vehicle. Now, what we're watching here is we're watching clear paint protection film. It does not change the look of the color or the look of the paint. All it does is it enhances the gloss and it protects the paint. So that imagine whenever you're shopping down your local Costco or you're going to your Dollar General and you have Mrs. Jones who scuffs up your vehicle with the shopping cart. If you have paint protection film, more likely than not, the paint protection will be the sacrificial layer that will absorb the impact and the damage. And in best case scenario, you can remove it just like you remove a screen protector on the phone, slap it back on there, and it's a lot cheaper than painting a vehicle, which again can't come up in the Carfax history reports.
Yeah, that's the whole point of the product, right? It's to avoid you from spending time at the body shop. You get a fender that gets brushed up against a pole or anything like that, you just snatch it. You go to your local shop, they snatch it, they put a new piece on, and you lose your car maybe a day instead of 2 weeks.
That's exactly what happened to me once. I can actually speak to that as a real life customer. I have sat in PPF on my daily driver. I came out into the Walmart parking lot one day and saw that unfortunately someone had opened their door right into the side of my car. Wow. And it had made catastrophic damage to the PPF, but it was just the PPF. The clear coat was saved, the paint was saved, and all we had to do was replace this one single panel of PPF on the door, which only took about an hour and a half, less than the time that we're doing here in the Tinter Battles competition or so. And I was back in business. No repaint, no Carfax history, no ding to the value of the car. And that really is the advantage and the peace of mind that an owner can have when they install PPF on their vehicle. There really is not too much to have. As much as you can afford to put on your vehicle, do it. And the best time to do it is right when you buy your car.
That's exactly right, because once you buy it, it's all downhill from there. So PPF preserves the current condition, and it's never going to get better than when it's new. Now, what we're watching right here with, as you call them, the Asian combination team here, our Tinternational competitors, is he is now wrapping the paint protection film right underneath the bumper. He's trying to hide the seam as best as he can, because paint protection film is designed to be invisible. It is not really designed to be able to stand out. Again, it doesn't change the aesthetics. So to hide any seams underneath it where you won't really see it is extremely crucial everywhere else in the real world application, and especially in this competition.
I'm wondering if this is intentional. I don't know if we can see this here, if this is being captured here in film. But the installer here on our left is using a headlamp that's producing maybe about a 4,000 Kelvin, a very warm light, more of a yellowish warm light. That's going to give him a different perspective in terms of the reflection that he's getting off of the PPF and even after the car's paint. But the installer to his right, he's got a traditional bright white light, more of a 6,000 Kelvin. This is more of your hospital kind of grade lighting that a lot of installers like to use. But the different installers are using different colors of lighting on their head, and I think that they're doing this intentionally so that way they can see different things with their eyes.
And now that we're under 13 minutes left to go in the competition, it's going to get from here. We're moving into the touch-up phase. Like, you've got to really be thinking finish line now. You got to start moving into touch-ups, because this is the point of no return. As you notice, I don't think there's any piece on this car that could be done in 13 minutes. You have to touch up what you have, and you have to go.
Well, we better go back down here to the end here, because with only 12 minutes and 30 seconds to go, I don't believe that the husband and wife team here have even begun on that windshield yet, which is putting them into the pressure zone, unless I'm mistaken, but I don't think they have. And either, hopefully, I'm wrong and he's just doing final installation touches on the bumper, but we could be seeing that they're going to be coming down to the absolute wire here to get this windshield done.
Well, Jared Wines, I'm not sure if I would bet against the boogeyman myself. Do never count out Fernando Sainz and Donnie the coach. They have a unique ability to always come out last minute, last second, and pull out miracles.
I think the windshield is actually done, as a matter of fact. It was just so cleanly installed that I couldn't tell. I just went up there and had a microscopic look. I had to take off my Texas Squeegee emulation glasses here that I'm only wearing so I can be half as cool as you are, sir. But I went up there and I took off my spectacles and I saw that there was, in fact, windshield installation film already been installed. The boogeyman boogied right behind our back and got that installed when I wasn't even looking. So he actually is back in the clear here using his final 10 minutes or so to just do some QC. And you can see here on this Tesla, which we acquired obviously for the competition, there is some real life damage down here on the bumper that was pre-existing.
Now, that wouldn't have happened right there, but if that were to happen in an everyday scenario, it is as a Grateful Dead once said, I need a miracle every day. And with paint protection films, the miracles come every day.
Yeah, look, one of the things that's amazing about him is he moves at such a pace with this type of mindset. It leads you to think, do you really need to have a two-person team, or do you need to have a one-person installer and a quality control person? This method works great for them, and I think we're going to see more people doing this in the future.
Teamwork definitely makes the dream work, but this has been maybe my favorite dynamic out here on the floor. As a husband and wife combo team myself, I definitely understand where one member of the team has a strength in one facet and the other member of the team has a strength in another, but together you're like Voltron. You've put together both pieces to make this incredibly powerful robot that can save the universe. That's what we got going on here. But I really do like this example of this little bit of damage on the bumper, because a lot of people say, when should I get PPF? Well, the answer is really yesterday. If you already have the car and you have the keys and you're driving it down the street, the best day to get that PPF installed is immediately, because they can protect from future damage, but they can't undo damage that's already been done. And so in the case of this Tesla owner, sorry, they're going to have to get that addressed in some other way. But for the sake of the competition here, it looks like pretty much all of our competitors are going to be able to get all four of their pieces on within the allotted time limit. It's just going to come down to who did it the best.
Well, now that we have the final 10 minutes remaining, final 10, these competitors are now having to move into potentially what's called a touch-up phase and the cleanup phase. You know, I gave a commentator, Carly, we always commentate on the point of no return. At this point, any kind of redos is, you might as well consider that a disqualification and a forfeit of the World Championship titles.
Yeah, the professionalism in the way these guys work, I mean, they're going to finish. If they had to snatch a piece, they would go as far as they could on that piece, but they know it would cost a competition. But at the same time, they're super competitive, so they would try. But yes, we are definitely in the point of no return for anything in this competition. It's all about how clean it is. If you've got it there, you better touch it up as much as you can for the judges.
To me, the most exciting thing that I'm seeing is that in only 9 minutes, this competition will be concluded. And today, right here, live in Los Angeles and live on YouTube and live on social media, one of this competitive teams are going to be declared the first ever inaugural PPF team champions. They're going to be able to hoist those incredible championship titles above their head right here on this very stage. It could be anyone. We have no idea. We really do have no idea who it's going to be. And it's going to be a very exciting reveal here today, not tomorrow, not later. We're not going to tabulate the results and let you know next week. You guys watching live, you're going to see it along with us live right here from Los Angeles. That's actually really incredibly exciting. There could be many champions in the future, but there can only ever be one inaugural champions.
That's exactly right. I mean, Elia Albello, who is he's a founder of Tint Buster Sprayers, operates Bestial Window Tint out of Orlando, Florida. He has won first place in previous PPF competition. Fernando Sainz, Boogeyman, again, has also won in multiple divisions first place. Alongside Ellie, we have Danny Munoz, who again himself has won first place as well. On the other side is Zheng Jie, another individual coming all the way from, the comments made fun of the Texas Squeegee and Tinternational country. He's also won first place. Ricky Miller, the champion. We have Gerardo Barreto, a champion. I mean, we're talking about a clash of champions here in the first ever Teams Division PPF. It does not get any better than this. It does not get any stronger than this. And that is how you know you are watching the elites of the elites coming from all over the world to battle for the Tinter Battles Teams PPF Division titles.
Yeah, here in about 20 seconds, we're going to hit that 7-minute mark, and you'll watch everybody go into a gear that you will not understand. All of a sudden, their adrenaline will start going, and they'll start climbing around the car like at 100 miles an hour. I can't wait. This is when it starts to get exciting. The clock starts going against you, and you start realizing it, and you just have to go.
This is going to get down to the wire here because I can see a lot of these cars still have plastic on them. They have the tape on them. They've got a lot of reassembly they have to do. And I heard you, Texas Squeegee, explaining before the competition began, all cameras have to be returned. The car has to be in deliverable condition as if it was being given back to the customer. And certainly you wouldn't give a customer a car with plastic shielding on it or any of this masking tape on it. So in the next 6 minutes and 40 seconds, all of this prep is going to have to be undone. All of this area is going to have to be cleaned up. We don't want any water dripping off the side. We don't want any of that soap solution still anywhere in or on the car. And the next few minutes here, we're going to feel the tension increase and increase as we're getting right down to the last second. I know you were saying maybe a little more than an hour was too much time. No, I think it's just right. I think it's just right because there's some of this that can't be done until the last minute. And every single one of these teams still has 4 hands on the car trying to get it just right.
You know, the Texas Squeegee does not like to pick favorites, but I've got to say that I every single competition, I keep getting impressed with the team of Fernando Sainz and his wife. They've made just about as much progress as the other competitors, although the other competitors have 2 experienced installers. Fernando Sainz and Donnie the coach is technically 1 installer with the prepper. And as we've seen in previous competitions, they were called a team formula a couple of years back when they won the teams division for a window tinting competition. Donnie the coach is one of the partners. Fernando Sainz with the experience went along with one of his other team members. They're now coming back here, and it just truly goes to show the type of progress and productivity that a team can have when you have a solid prepper prepping beforehand and coming up behind it to clean up and letting the installers keeping their hands laying film on surface, film on glass, wherever it may be.
For me, it's hard to pick a favorite because I see something in each team that I admire. The Green Valley team over here from Las Vegas, I really like these guys. I like their hats. I like their garb. I like the fact that they look like a team. They look like a brand. Even though they're competing here, they have continuity. They have got that professionalism. So even in a competitive environment, it has nothing to do with retail. They still look like they come from the same shop. And they have their supporters. They've got their crew. And you know that you've got a good team at your shop when the guys that aren't even competing are getting fired up and cheering them on. And in a real shop environment, you really do have to have a team. And I mean that. You really have to have a team. Everyone has to be aligned to accomplish the tasks that you have to do and install the film you have to do, or your shop's always going to struggle. We got a lot of like all-star installers, a lot of aces here. But if you really want to make money in this industry, and I'm telling you the truth here, you got to have a team. There's only so many hours in a day, so many hours in a week, and you only got 2 hands and 24 hours in a day. And no matter if you're the best installer on the earth, you're never going to get into a 6-figure, 7-figure, 8-figure shop on your own. If you want to build up into the big dog leagues, you're going to have to build a team of people who are aligned on the mission and are all experts in their craft.
I mean, what a great way to highlight the Green Valley team who brought their entire staff out here to Tinter Battles to compete. They have division finalists. It seems like in all of the divisions for the Tinter Battles competition, Ricky Miller here, who's a 2nd-generation installer representing the Miller family, the Miller brothers, and Tint Lab. He's out here in the teams division finals, and you could see the amount of sweat coming off his back. Again, to the people that are asking, is this a sport?
Oh, yeah, that's real.
The sweat from behind it. Ricky Miller,
soaked.
He is on his knees, and he's pouring his blood, sweat, and tears into this division. And you can bet your bottom squeegee that his father is watching from a monitor back home possibly and being incredibly proud of the legacy that Ricky Miller is continuing along his family. Now, in my understanding is he also has kids that are, they're very tiny little kids, but they're going to be starting getting into the business to be the 3rd-generation competitor. Just like we saw Randy Orton, the legend killer, we may be seeing Ricky Miller's kids being the future legend killers themselves.
I think that that you've touched on something here that I want other shop owners watching this live or watching this on replay later in the future to pick up, is that Tinter Battles is entertaining. It is a lot of fun. It is a little bit of a different environment, but it is also a real sport, a real competition, and this is building teamwork in a way that might not be possible any other way. And for the shop owners out there across the United States and across the world, if you want to really level up your team and do some team building, it would be hard to argue that in entering your installers into Tinter Battles wouldn't be a great way to do it. You can get a lot of team dynamic and a lot of enrichment. I really like the teams that have brought out their entire shop out here to participate, whether they're just spectating or literally participating. I think that every installer walks out of Tinter Battles a little bit better than they were before. And I want to challenge the shop owners across the country and across the world to consider attending Tinter Battles 7 whenever that's eventually announced, because it's not just for fun. This is going to make you better at what you do, which is going to translate into more money in your pocket later that year.
Well, we just broke 2 minutes, so there's not much time
Whoa,
left. So
minute
it's going
40.
to get a little intense now. This is when you'll see everybody start to kick up their energy. The adrenaline starts to pump. The heart starts to flow. You're going to start seeing people fly around their cars. Now we're at 1 minute and 30 seconds left. Let's watch it turn up.
Yeah, for you competitors out there, if you're not hearing this, let's hear this loud and clear. You have less than 90 seconds. 90 seconds are left on the clock. This is 90 seconds left, and you're going to say, hands off. You will not be allowed to touch the vehicle in any way once that timer gets down to 0, and your vehicle is going to be judged on the way it is, whether that's good, bad, ugly, or not. So we are getting into the final seconds here with only 65 seconds left. Texas Squeegee, how are you feeling?
I am feeling incredibly great. I'm feeling the Texas Squeegee feeling incredibly great. Electric atmosphere. We are down to our 60 seconds here remaining.
Oh my.
Now, once the timer hits 0, they will have a 2-minute period to clean up their car around the space, but not touch the actual vehicle or touch up any of their installs.
Okay, that's a good distinction to know, because I was actually not aware of that myself. So in 40 seconds, you cannot touch the car, but you'll have a bonus 120 seconds to clean up the space on the floor, but you cannot touch the vehicle or else you will be DQ'd. So in only 25 seconds, competitors, you cannot touch the vehicle. After 20 seconds are left, you will only have 1 minute and 20 seconds to clean up the floor and clean up the area, but you cannot touch the vehicle. We are getting down to the final 10.
Final 10 seconds here.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5.
The world goes live.
4,
Countdown.
3, 2, 1. Hands off the vehicles. Hands off the vehicles.
Squeeze down. And a round of applause for the PPF Teams Finals Division, live at Tinter Battle 6, Los Angeles, California, at the Blue Ground Studios. Whoa, commentator Carly, what the heck did we just witness?
You just saw the birth of a whole new world championship. I mean, these guys are the best of the best right now. They knew that when they were coming in. That's why they wanted to compete. That's why they wanted to compete in this situation. And you know what? There's so many world champions in this actual finals that we're going to walk away with some true bragging rights.
Now, before we continue, remember, we got a 2-minute period, so we're going to get the two-minute timer up on that scoreboard starting now so that the competitors can clean up their area and the judges can begin their process. This is the 2-minute cleanup time period because, again, with Tinter Battles, it's about judging the results, not the process. The process is there's a lot of 1,000 different ways to skin a cat, to lay film on a bumper, but we want to keep the competition about the product, the end result. So the competitors have a 2-minute time period to clean up their space, exit the stage, so that the judges can do their job.
So whenever this 2 minutes is up, we got about 90 seconds left for them to clean up the floor area if they haven't already done that. Can you just tell us and the people watching at home, what are the criteria that the judges are going to be looking for across the bumper, the fenders, and the windshield to determine which installation is better than the other?
So, of course, you're going to be looking for contamination specs. These are little air particles or little dust particles that be trapped in the film. Each particle is going to be a deduction. The other thing that the judges will be looking for is pattern alignment. You know, the pre-cut pattern kits were powered by SolarGuard's computer cut software. And when you put PPF kits over fenders, then you have to align them to the edges. If the alignment is off, it's going to be deductions. So the competitors that got it close are going to be able to have a higher score. And on top of that, you have to lay the film and stretch it in a way that is evenly distributed, because any uneven stretching points will create stretch marks, silver linings, and that's going to cause deductions. It cannot look like there's film on it, and that is the trick with paint protection film.
It seems to me that doing such a determination on so many different pieces, on so many different cars, it's going to take a little bit of time. How long is the judging process going to be, and how long will it be before we know what the results are to announce it to everyone here in the arena and watching live at home?
Well, with just 20 seconds left, the judging time is going to be over when it's over. We don't know. This is the World of Championships, and if the judges ask for more time they will get. We have the final 10 here counting down.
We go 6.
Everybody, let's go.
5,
4, 3, 2, 1.
All right, we're done. We're done. Everyone give us a round of applause here for the first ever Team PPF competition.
An incredible round that we just witnessed. Now, David, commentator Carly, what were some of the moments that you watched in this division that stood out to you?
Yeah, so I really like watching Fernando and his wife. They work so fluently together. It's almost like it's one installer, but it's two people. It's really amazing to watch. And if I was somebody that was doing this, I would pay really close attention to that. And of course, Ricky Miller always has just a fluent work about him. He's moving slow, solid, very collective, but at the same time, he's busting the sweat, so he's really getting into it. Look, everybody in this heat, I didn't see any nerves. This was a solid group of individuals. I'll tell you this is world class. That's why it's the World Championships. That's why one of these guys will not just win it, they'll deserve it. And I can't wait to see that.
And now we have the triple threat commentary here. Two of us experienced in installing PPF, the other one experienced in marketing PPF. Now, from the perspective of someone who knows PPF, but maybe is not the technical installation side of it, what were some of the standout moments for you, Jared Wines?
Yeah, so again, I'm very, very well versed in convincing the public to spend money on PPF, which I think is extremely important to do.
Exactly.
But actually installing it, we leave that to the hands of the trained professionals like we're seeing right here at Tinter Battles. So from my point of view, it was incredibly interesting to see all the different tooling, to see all the different lights, all the different steam mechanisms that people were using. We saw handguns of some sort that were
the
sometimes
Milwaukee Maniac.
Yeah, blowing air. So some of them were using giant steam machines. Some of them were using hand steam machines. We saw things that were repurposed. We saw things that were for cleaning dust out of keyboards being used to blow moisture out of film. We saw a device that's certainly for steaming clothing to put on your body that was in fact been repurposed for the sake of installation. So for me, all of the ingenuity that I was seeing from all of the installers to use a variety of different tools of all shapes and sizes, whether expensive or inexpensive, to me, that's incredibly interesting. The other thing that I really liked was this Asian fusion team here. We have a guy from South Korea, a guy from China. Their primary language is a different language. And for two different installers from two different nations to come together on one car and snap into a team, that's incredible. And the fact that they were even able to coordinate with each other with the unspoken kinsmanship of the installation industry, that speaks to the power that doesn't need a language. It's the power of installers.
Well, that's the thing is whichever country you come from, you may speak one language, you may speak another language, but the language that unifies this entire industry is a language of film. And both of the competitors, they know film. As they were installing it, they didn't seem to have any missteps along the way. They worked together like surgeons performing brain surgery. And as you could see, they laid out an incredibly successful install here at the Teams PPF Division, installing Solar Guard's paint protection film. Now, David, commentator Carly, we saw many people entering with a different strategy here. Some of them started on the windshield protection films, others started on the fenders. What were some of the advantages or disadvantages that you saw with some of the strategies that we were able to witness here at the Tinter Battles Teams PPF Division?
Yeah, one of the things that's hard to notate is we don't know what their strengths are or the weaknesses are, right? So everybody has a strength and weakness, like I said earlier. So a lot of guys some people just wanted to knock the easy stuff out of the way first that they felt would be the easiest, and then they took and did the hardest stuff last. Well, some people might have not been unsure, so they started with the hardest stuff first, just in case they had to have a redo, right? And then they would allow themselves enough time to be able to go back and completely redo that process again. So it's really smart to do that if you want to buy yourself some time. So I think it played into the strength of each team. It's hard to nail down of what would be the correct process, but I think just having a rhythm with your partner and understanding where they're going to be and telling them to go behind you and do certain things so you can move to the bigger areas and take more, clean more of the film out with squeegeeing it down. I think it created some time. So, we'll see this progress as time goes on.
Hey, there's no such thing as a bad move when you have the right technique. Isn't that right?
Yeah, it's absolutely right. In fact, I was just thinking, this clear PPF that you put on the front bumpers of all of these Teslas, you've arguably increased the resale value. And because it's clear, that could be our little secret that you even installed that. Obviously, we have to remove the black PPF, but perhaps the windshield PPF and the front bumper PPF, maybe that's a little Texas Squeegee, little secret bonus surprise for these Teslas, because I don't think that you own any of these, but they all arguably got upgraded with the PPF, and no matter where these cars go in the future of their life, they would certainly be better off having PPF on the front of them than not, as well as the windshield film, which is honestly my favorite new innovation that's really coming out in the industry. We're seeing a lot of movement in windshield protection film, a lot of development. It's basically crystal clear at this point. You would almost have to tell someone, I have windshield protection film on the windshield, because there'd be no way to know unless you were absolutely looking right at the very edge to know it's there. But you're definitely going to know it's there when you get hit with that gravel rock on the highway and your windshield doesn't get a divot or a spiderweb crack. And trust me, when that day comes, every dollar that it costs is absolutely worth it.
Jared Gwines, one of the very common comments that we get along the Tinternet today, especially coming from the man behind the legend of the mattress firm trend. We constantly get commented on social media when we do the heat shrink battles. Tint does not go on the outside, and a lot of the haters are so quick to drop the hate in the comment section, but as they call the Texas Squeegee, the hater navigator. Now we are witnessing the exterior application of windshield protection film. It is designed to go on the outside. It's designed to protect the glass against outdoor elements, against rock chips, road debris, and now we are finally seeing it live in a competition floor. Just one of the more innovations here, powered by Tintertainment, to increase the overall knowledge of the industry of paint protection films.
There's really haters like that? You call yourself a hater navigator? Oh, I'm so sorry you have to do that, because let me tell you, folks, there's nothing to hate on here. This is actually a benefit that is not just for us, it's for you too. You can have it and you should have it. I have film on the inside of my windshield to reject heat, and I have film on the outside of my windshield to reject rocks. I've got dual film on my windshield. And if you're watching at home and you don't know what I'm talking about, you probably have no film on your windshield. And that's a big boo for you. But it doesn't have to be that way. You can find your local reputable film installation technician, and I'm sure that there's a great shop near you, wherever you're at in the world, that would love to help you get some windshield protection film or some clear ceramic windshield tint on the inside of your windshield, which is another thing I really love to have.
And Tinter Battles is proud to feature Solar Guard's paint protection film and windshield protection film for this team's division. Folks, don't go anywhere. We'll be back momentarily. We're going to kick off with the team's auto finals, 8 competitors clashing for the world championships, then the flat glass battles finalists, and finally the heat shrink battles, head-to-head clash of champions before the competition is over. Live Los Angeles, California, from the sold-out, jam-packed crowd capacity in Los Angeles, California. This has been Jared Gwines, commentator Carly, and the glass tinting films to get to the pretty hell-raising trailblazing the Texas Squeegee. Signing off, Squeegee that. We'll be back momentarily.
Don't go anywhere. All right.
Desde chamaquito estoy buscando el dólar. Es que los latinos tenemos el poder. Andamos por el mundo implantando una moda. Somos inspiración para que quiera crecer. Latinos somos, latinos vamos. Unidos todos, somos hermanos. Latinos somos, latinos vamos. Sé de dónde vengo y para dónde vamos. Yo, por eso me puse creativo con mi equipo de trabajo, buscándome el efectivo. Tan pendiente de nosotros, yo cumpliendo el objetivo. No me bajo de un avión, quieren vivir como vivo. Oh, me entiende que esto es gracias al sacrificio. Muchas noches de desvelo para mejorar mi oficio. Cuántas veces me caí, nadie me paró del piso. Y ahora que llegué hasta aquí, ni les hago caso omiso. Oh, los latinos dominamos el planeta, varios países unidos con la fuerza de un cometa. Alegría, bombaje, paso a paso se te enseña que el límite es el cielo para dejar nuestra huella. Desde chamaquito estoy buscando el dólar. Es que los latinos tenemos el poder. Andamos por el mundo implantando una moda. Somos inspiración para que quiera crecer. Latinos somos, latinos vamos. Unidos todos, somos hermanos. Latinos somos, latinos vamos. Sé de dónde vengo y para dónde vamos. Andamos duro, aquí todo el mundo está rompiendo. Donde quiera el latino está sobresaliendo. Cheque el americano, por ahí está diciendo de dónde tantos buenos talentos me están saliendo. Latinoamérica, PR, la isla. Estamos dando liga, digan lo que digan. Para aquellos que por hablar nos discriminan, están ahogándose en la envidia. Que Dios me los bendiga, amén. Desde chamaquito estoy buscando el dólar. Es que los latinos tenemos el poder. Andamos por el mundo implantando una moda. Somos inspiración para que quiera crecer. Latinos somos, latinos vamos. Unidos todos, somos hermanos. Latinos somos, latinos vamos. Sé de dónde vengo y para dónde vamos. Siéntete orgulloso si eres latino. Donde quiera que te pares, vamos a hacer la diferencia siempre. Confía, no hay liga en lo que hacemos. Todo oficio rompemos. Ustedes saben que tenemos sangre caliente y todo se fijan en nosotros. Gente, los quiero. Ustedes saben quién más. Dios me los bendiga. El Magic. Latinos somos, latinos vamos. Seguimos, sé de dónde vengo y para dónde vamos. Venimos de cero, haciendo negocios, logrando proyectos en el extranjero. Azul, blanco, rojo, bandera querida cuando yo te quiero. La familia siempre va primero y el amor que no compra el dinero. Y un saludo a todos mis parceros que cuando nos somos boxeadores desde chamaquito. Esto es tipo live de todos mis latinos. Muchas bendiciones para todos mis hermanos. El que tenga un sueño que levante la mano. Somos boxeadores desde chamaquito. Esto es tipo live de todos mis latinos. Muchas bendiciones para todos mis hermanos. El que tenga un sueño que levante la mano. Salir adelante es prioridad. A mi gente darle seguridad. Argentina presente que están los cracks. RD, Colombia, Cuba y Panamá. Costa Rica, México y Venezuela. Chile, Brasil con todas sus favelas. Rendirse jamás, dijo mi abuela. Porque los guerreros rompemos fronteras. Somos latinos, fuerza latino con fe. En cada latido, en cada café. Con la salsa en el cuerpo, el tango en los pies. Listo para brillar en cada amanecer. Somos latinos, fuerza latino con fe. En cada latido, en cada café. Con la salsa en el cuerpo, el tango en los pies. Listo para brillar en cada amanecer. Somos latinos, 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 somos boxeadores desde chamaquito. Esto es Team for Life de todos mis latinos. Muchas bendiciones para todos mis hermanos. El que tenga un sueño que levante la mano. Somos boxeadores desde chamaquito. Esto es Team for Life de todos mis latinos. Muchas bendiciones para todos mis hermanos. El que tenga un sueño que levante la mano. El que tenga un sueño que levante la mano. Aquí no hay nadie que no pueda tener un sueño. Gente, a todo Latinoamérica los amo. Ustedes saben que somos siempre estoy con ustedes. Somos latinos. Todos latinos. Somos latinos. Que se sientan orgullosos. Somos latinos. Que levanten las manos. Somos latinos. Somos latinos. Los quiero. Somos latinos. Somos latinos.
I need a member of the Tinter Battles social content team to come over here to the Film Slayers booth immediately. Bring your camera, bring your SD card. You're going to want to see what I'm looking at over here. A member of the Tinter Battles social media content team right now. And I mean it. Texas Squeegee is probably going to want to see this himself. As a matter of fact, this is a historic thing that's happening over here at the Film Slayers booth. All right, we have Tinter Battles history having right over here at the Film Slayers booth, where we are all witnessing something that really is just remarkable. It's an incredible thing to see, where Jason from Toronto, Canada, by way of Hong Kong, representing TT Auto Beauty Salon here, he's a PPF installer. He decided completely on his own to get the world's first Tinter Battles tattoo. It's not a temporary tattoo. It's not a sticker. It's not a Sharpie marker. This is a needle going into his skin. And right here live at the Film Slayers booth, he is getting a Tinter Battles tattoo. And as cool as that is, and it is remarkable and cool to see, we feel like Jason deserves something for being the pioneer, to do something that even the Texas Squeegee himself hasn't done, to get the first ever Tinter Battles tattoo. And Jason, I am so pleased to be the one to inform you that we are awarding you lifetime complimentary admission to every Tinter Battles event for the rest of your life. So you deserve it. You deserve it. So if you're gonna have a Tinter Battles tattoo on your arm for the rest of your life, then you at least deserve to get into a Tinter Battles event for free for the rest of your life. And if anyone ever asks you anything, maybe something happens, a commentator, Jared, I'm not around anymore, God help me, just pull up your sleeve and say, admission's covered, baby. Just show them your tattoo right at the front. They're going to let you right in. You are VIP forever. You'll never pay $1 to come to a Tinter Battles event again, because you were the very first to believe in the brand like that. Thank you very much, man. This is awesome.
Yeah, it's pretty cool, because like all I can tell you, that is your permanent lanyard that you will always have. You walk in, you pull up the sleeve, you're in, bro.
Yeah, hardcore Jason. At the last Tinter Battle, we saw a guy get split open and have blood dripping down his face. Now at this Tinter Battles, we see a guy put a needle in his arm, and he's got Tinter Battles logo being permanently etched into his skin. I can't make this stuff up. It's not just for the internet. It's not just for content. It's just real life happening that we're just seeing and observing. And for everyone watching this live or on the replay later, you just can't deny that having Tinter Battles tattoo on your arm, that's something. I'm not going to assign your feeling to the matter. You can like it, not like it, but you can't deny it. This is real, it's happening, and I think it's badass myself. I think Jason is a beast for getting this done. I'm going to see who else is going to get in the chair before the day's up. Maybe we give away some more lifetime admission memberships here to Tinter Battles. Who knows?
Ladies and gentlemen, just a quick announcement. Don't go anywhere. We need about 20 more minutes for judging on the PPF World Championships, and then we'll be going straight into the Automotive World Championships. So stay tuned from Tinter Battles Los Angeles 2026.
from listening to records, I just knew what to do. I mainly taught myself. And, you know, I did pretty well, except there were a few mistakes. But I have just recently cleared up. You know. I'd like to just continue to be able to express myself as best as I can on this one. And I feel like I have a lot of work to do still. You know, I'm a student of the drum. And I'm also a teacher of the drums too.
What makes cancer tenacious? The moon rules fluids, including the inner juices of human beings, that which assimilates and feeds the body. So the crab feeds his astral brain, assimilating and distributing all he receives slowly until it becomes a part of it.
And I would like to be able to continue to let what is inside of me, which comes from all the music that I hear, I'd like for that to come out. And it's like, it's not really me that's coming out. The music's coming through me. The music's coming through, music's coming through, music's coming through.
Pump or auto?
It's nickel plated, snub nose. Otherwise, it's the same as the service revolver.
Just let them in. That's
That'll stop anything in close.
just that's the trigger. The beam comes on. Right out.
That 38. It's a funny gun. Testing 1 2 3. Testing mic test 1 2 3. Folks, don't go anywhere. We will return momentarily after the conclusion of the Teams PPF judging to kick off the Teams Automotive Teams. Commentator Carly, Texas Squeegee is already flipping around. What I meant to say to kick off the Singles Division Automotive Finalists, where we have 8 competitors clashing. So if you're in the Auto Finals Singles Division, start gathering your tools and make your way to the right side of the stage. If you're in the Singles Finals, start gathering your tools and make your way to the right side of the stage. We will begin the Singles Division of the Tinter Battles World Championships live in Los Angeles, California.
Yeah, that's all I mean.
First off, work out outside, come back inside. You get you a little fever. Then take you down to Arizona. Get my man Rico, he pulling up on you with at least 4 to 7 E. coli's. Take those.
All right, folks, we're going to be beginning here in the next couple of minutes. So if you are the automotive judges, go ahead and make your way to the competition arena for the Automotive Singles finalists. Be on standby. We're just going to be getting the production crew here fired up before we kick off with the Automotive Singles Division Finals at Tinter Battles 6, Los Angeles, California. Shoot, you don't have the names of the...
Follow closely, anxiously. This is my community. We are all quite nice. Where are we? Or normal, all depending on the viewpoint. But it was quite difficult to find enough of them and to get them to come to my little utopia. Until you fixed it.
Marlo, make him stop talking. I want to hear.
Yes, hear me out. Well, if you go and give away our little secret, that would be most unfortunate. So I assure you, gentlemen, you are one of us. So you are one of us. I welcome you. We all welcome you. Come in, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, we're still missing Marco the Film Trainer Cazorla, the social media specialist here for the competition arena. All right, we're going to go live here. All the competitors have been briefed. We have our judges here on the competition floor. We have our social media specialist here, Marco the Film Trainer Cazorla. We're just missing our co-commentator, Jared Gwines, as he makes his way over to the stage. Actually, I'm going to help you. All right, ladies and gentlemen. And now, presenting for your Tintertainment today, this is the Tinter Battles Automotive Singles Division World Championship! Introducing the list of the competitors up on the screen. Presenting your finalists here in the Automotive Division. I'm going to be introducing each one of them. Now, here's the thing. This is the Automotive Singles Division. These competitors have gone through the first round and elimination series to get here. So I need all of your help. When we bring them on stage, I need you guys to make the loudest noise that you have ever made. This is a Tinter Battles experience. This is the ultimate form of sports Tintertainment. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting from California, Danny Munoz. Danny Munoz of Honest Tint, one of the heavy hitters entering the finals division. Not the first time he's entered the finals here, commentator Carly. And introducing next, Alexis Vargas. Interesting choice of cars here. Hey, the highest scorers get the first dibs on cars.
You could choose any car you want as long as it's the Tesla.
As long as it's a Tesla, that's exactly right. And introducing next, our international competitor, Zhenjie Ye. And presenting now, a man that needs no tintroduction. He is the tint god, Anthony Trin. God, I was running out of juice right there. God,
you really got the H in his last name really well there, man. You really pronounced it. I like that.
The tint god here joining. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to announce the next Tinter national competitor from South Korea, one half of the Korean connection, Byung-yo Park!
Yeah, you don't get out a passport to lose. If you're bringing a passport, you better come to win, baby.
That's exactly right. He's hoping to probably should have brought some extra luggage in case he takes the belt home that we see right here front center stage.
A carry-on at Marshall's before he goes back to the airport, so he has some extra room for the hardware.
That's exactly right. Introducing next, your finalist competitor to the competition arena, Edgar Sampo. Interesting choice going to one of the rear side Teslas there. And now presenting your next automotive finalist, J.T. Echeverry.
I can see he's got the Murrieta, California shirt on there. That's just about an hour and a half down the road from here or so. It's a local guy.
There's a home state advantage here in the finalists.
I would love to see a California Tinter win the whole thing right here in Los Angeles. In fact, that would be shameful if someone from California doesn't win, because there's some people from all around here, but we'll see. But I have a feeling California might throw us for a surprise here in the finals.
Well, as the next competitor, another person that needs no introduction, he came with a lot of confidence. He came with one mission to dominate the competition and take home a championship gold. He is the founder of iTint. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my privilege to announce the final finalists entering the singles automotive division of the Tinter Battles World Championships. He is P.J. White. Talk about a competitor with incredible energy. David Commentator Carly, Jared Gwines, the confidence going into this. Again, it may serve him as fuel source, or he may be overlooking some of the other competitors that are not here in the finals.
Yeah, PJ has definitely been trying to call everybody's number here in the last few weeks. I think he's out to prove a point. Somebody totally put him in a spot, and they backed him in a corner. He's like, you know what? I'm PJ White. I own the world. So that's how he's acting. Hey, I like the confidence. He better bring it today.
Man, I vibe with PJ White. Anyone who's coming out there with that much energy and that much gold chains around his neck is in it to win it. And you got to bring your best to Tinter Battles. This is not a place to be bashful, not a place to be humble. It's not a place to be quiet. It's a place to bring it all, lay it down, and take the title.
That's exactly right. He came with a lot of gold around his neck, and he's hoping to leave with a lot of gold around his waist. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are allowing the competitors to get a 10-minute prep time. During this prep time, they cannot pull the film. At the end of the 10 minutes, the vehicle must be put back together, completely stocked, before we begin our 1 hour and 20-minute time limit. In this contest, the competitors are required to install on the 4 doors, 2 rear quarters, and the entire back glass. Hour and 20 minutes, David Commentator Carly, make no mistake about it, there is no time for any redos.
No, I don't think so. Not at all. Not with that back window. If you map it out just right, if I'm one of these competitors right now, I'm doing the back glass first, because that is the only thing you might get lucky if you mess it up early to get it redone. We're going to see some mistakes today. They're going to be driven. This is high intensity. There's no room for error. You're going to earn that belt if you want to take it home.
That's a pretty rare situation for a single installer to be handling that large of a piece of glass with just 2 hands. In a real shop environment, you would almost always have another team member or an extra set of hands just to make it a little easier. So the difficulty there, especially with that one big piece in the back, is definitely going to be the most difficult of the install process.
Well, all I can say is, commentator Jared, is that you're about to see the best of the best here clashing together, because doing a giant rear window with one person comes down to technique. And what we're about to witness here is history in the making, with a lot of competitors coming from different cultures here now combining and uniting with the skill to trade of window tinting. That being said, 10-minute timer is up on the scoreboard. We're going to give the official countdown to begin the prep time in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's prep. Now let's make our way here to commentator Carly and commentator Jared now.
I'm not sure what's happening here.
From timekeeper yesterday. Thank you so much. I think wingspan is actually going to play a role in this. So earlier we were talking about being a little more diminutive in stature, being a little shorter, maybe a little more limber and flexible. That can help you when you're installing PPF on the outside of the car. But now we're moving back inside the car, dealing with a very large piece of glass. Somebody who's taller, has longer spread, and just literally larger arms might have an installation advantage in this scenario.
Yeah, I think both will have an advantage, right? Like a little bit more wingspan will obviously help you with the back window, but actually getting in comfortably to the back seat, sometimes you want to be a little bit shorter. This is one of them situations where you're going to be tested in every attribute of your body. Like we as window tinters know and understand there's positions you just have to get comfortable and understand and get into. It's not always comfortable, but this is going to test every bit of their ability to make this time limit of 1 hour and 20 minutes.
They're also, in this prep period, it looks like they're pulling film off. So this is film, I guess, that was installed yesterday, and the first day of heats is still on the window. So part of this 10-minute period is making sure that they're ready to install during the actual competition period. So they're pulling off, I guess, both of the front windows that were used in yesterday's competition.
That's exactly right. It's a little bit of an additional challenge here because this is going to test their ability to prep their vehicles and eliminate any kind of leftover residue or adhesive that's going to be on that glass. Now, 10 minutes is plenty of time, but adhesive is invisible to the eye. You don't always see it, and unless you know how to get into those corners, into those edges, it may come back to bite them because once you put film on it, it's the only time you can actually sometimes see that there's adhesive left there.
And I suppose it's possible as well, when you're preparing to install the film, there could be, unbeknownst to any of us, some amount of contamination, smudges, fingerprints, or even some adhesive of some kind that are on the other windows. And just because we haven't installed in them or messed with them in this competition, it's an installer's duty, their diligence, to inspect all the windows and make sure that they have a clean surface to work on. And that's all a part of what they're going to be doing here in this 10 minutes, not only getting the tint off those front windows, but making sure everything else is ready for action and isn't going to give them any problems later in the actual film installation competition.
Yeah, so one of the things that Tinter Battles likes to do is make sure that we press and completely stress all the competitors, right? We want to always create a real life type situation. So whenever they're at their shops, they're back home, this is exactly what they have to deal with on the fly. You'll have someone show up that doesn't know they even have window film on their car, and you'll have to strip it. So this is just another part of how much Tinter Battles, why it's the World Championships, and why whoever wins this really takes home the gold.
Now, Texas Squeegee, speaking of the gold, I'm seeing some gold on your shoulder here. Did you just become a world champion, or are you just showing off the future? What's going on here?
No, the Texas Squeegee is just here defending from any specs that anybody may have. You know, this is one of the most coveted titles this industry has. And you know, I was a little bit worried about it sitting right over there all by its lonesome self. So the Texas Squeegee's got it strapped on here just to show the world what this competition is about. This right here, ladies and gentlemen, is more than just about. This is legacy. This is worldwide recognition. This is the top prize that the window film industry has to offer, and why these competitors have decided to fly thousands of miles from sea to shining sea to Los Angeles, California, for their opportunity to take World Championship gold back home, wherever they may come from.
Yeah, one of the things I'd like to say real quick on that is, if I win that, I'm going to tell every competitor this. If I win that competition and that was my belt, I'm wearing that through the airport, my friend. There's no way that's going in a carry-on.
Yeah, you can't take it off of a person who's won it. Why wouldn't you want to display that with pride for as long as you are the title holder? And in fact, whoever does win the title, I'd be coming back to each Tinter Battles to defend the title, because you don't want to be the former champion. You want to be the current reigning defending champion, right? So once you get it, you want to hold on to it because the competition is always just right around the corner. But I do think that that is going to be the industry's North Star, the top prize, the ultimate symbol of excellence is going to be the Tinter Battles Automotive Champion. And I think that we're quickly reaching a place where the Tinter Battles Championship is the ultimate championship in the entire industry. I'll put it like this. Other conventions and industries don't have their logo getting tattooed on a man's arm. I saw that literally just off camera a minute ago, and you're going to see that on Tinter Battles social media yourself. You don't have to take my word for it. You'll see it. Tinter Battles means something. It's not just a competition. It's a movement, and we're all a part of it here together, us here live and you watching at home.
That's exactly right. We welcome everybody, all of the families watching from around the world, y los que nos están mirando en los países de español, los países latinos. Aquí estamos representando a todos los colores en esta competencia que es los campeonatos de automóvil. Essentially, what the Texas Squeegee just said is that we welcome all the competitors, we welcome all the viewers watching from around the world here to tune in and watch the World Championship titles going on the line live on the Tinter Battles Network.
This is awesome. We only have 4 minutes and 50 seconds left of prep time. And what the installers are doing right now is they're making sure that they're ready to compete and have the best possible service, the cleanest glass. They are first and focusing on those front two pieces of glass where there is the most adhesive, where they're literally pulling the film off. But they also need to go ahead and inspect those rear windows as well, because they're going to be messing with all the glass, right? So in the competition that's about to begin, they're going to be doing front windows, the passenger windows, the quarter windows, and the rear glass. So that's technically what, 7 different pieces of film that they're going to have to successfully install.
What's actually technically 9, because you've got 4 doors, the 2 rear quarters, the small ones, and then that giant rear glass.
Is that not 7? That's 4 plus 2
Commentator
is
Carly,
6,
the
and
Texas
one more is 7. 6 plus 1 is 7.
Oh,
Texas Squeegee.
You know,
you've been wearing those glasses a long time.
I think it's the fumes coming off of the Texas Squeegee's jacket here, all the Sharpie fumes, wearing an entire industry onto my shoulders. You know, it's my numbers were a little bit off, but I tell you what, we got incredible judges who are sharp on their skills, and these judges have been selected due to their leadership and their standing in the industry. We have none other Roberta Rodriguez, the lead instructor of California Tint Academy. Jeff Welch, the Welch of knowledge and the founder of Tint Hozilla. He's judged before the Tinter Battles Championships, and of course, none other than GeoShield's very own, the traveling tinter, Brent Dolberg.
Yeah, just all really respected people in our industry, right? Our judges are the ones that people look to ask for advice. They're the ones they go to say, hey, how do you do this? Can you do this? Is this acceptable? And they're the ones that kind of like pass down the rules anyways. So no better way to implement them into the entire program to pass that knowledge on here.
Imagine some Tinter Battles viewer somewhere at home watching live on the internet who literally thought before 3 minutes ago that window tint was a $100 service next to a thing of nachos at the back of the gas station, learning that not only is it an art form, not only is it a competitive craft, but there are industry veterans, technicians, coaches, instructors, academies for window tint. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're just now waking up to the reality in front of you, window tint and this entire industry is infinitely larger than the average person would imagine. And through the mechanism of Tinter Battles, I think more and more people are discovering the truth behind our industry every day.
That's exactly right. It's the magic of Tintertainment, bringing a sporting element to what has always been known as an underground skill. Window tinting is a trade. It is an art and it is a craft. It's not just something that you pick up from one day to the next. It takes years to refine your skill. And let the Texas Squeegee, let all the viewers watching worldwide know, if it looks easy, that's how you know you are watching a true professional who has made the incredible craft look like child's play.
Yeah, this is going to be really exciting. I'm so pumped up for this. Someone to walk away from this saying they are the best in the world. It's always been a team's competition, but now somebody gets to walk away and say, I am the one. I am the mountain. Climb the mountain. Come to the top of the mountain because I own it. I'm excited.
Well, this is a whole nother level because yesterday in the heat round, we had 2 installers on a single car just trying to do the best possible installation on one single window. Now, the best of those, the final 8 here, are going to be trying to install 7 pieces of film on an entire car. It's not just the same. It's 7 times more challenge than what they had to go through to get here.
That's exactly right. And one of the notable things about the Tesla Model 3s, it has the largest rear glass that on any sedan out on the market. Now, this poses a different challenge because normal sedan rear windows are typically, it looks like we just got word from the officials there. We're approaching the final 60 seconds.
Well, 60 seconds left of prep time, competitors. 1 minute left.
All right, 60 seconds is the official time. Now, the Texas Squeegee was saying before he was interrupted was that the rear window... He made me break character now.
Oh, it's a character? I thought you were the Texas Squeegee off camera.
I thought it was total honesty. I didn't realize
it is a
that.
total honesty. We're just live here in living color. It just made me lose a little bit of track of what I was saying, but it's the rear window. It's the largest rear window. It requires a different approach, and because of this difference in size, you're going to see multiple techniques going into it. Just 30 seconds remaining.
Yeah, 30 seconds, and these competitors have got to take their hands off the window, whatever they can't prep or clean, and the next 20 seconds or so, they're going to have to deal with during their actual competition time. But they should have a little bit of time for that, right?
You know, one of the competitors that here has got a lot of momentum. I've heard a lot of things about Zhen Jie. He's coming in from Thailand, it seems like, and he's a competitor. He's no stranger to competition, no stranger to the championship.
Let's count down together.
Oh, here we go.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's time. Hands off. Hands off. Squeegees
down. Competitors away from the vehicles. I need everybody to step towards the middle of the arena. Competitors stepping in front of your vehicles. I don't know about you, commentator Jared. The journey we are about to witness cannot be overstated. Ladies and gentlemen,
every single competitor to stand right in front of their car. Let's get all 8 competitors to stand right in front of the bumper of their car.
Byung-yo, Zhenjie, to the front of the vehicles. You know, the shot from the production team that they're about to capture on that camera crane coming from the top side down, I mean, this is a moment where if you are watching online, you better get your little fingers around that phone or around your monitor and click that screenshot moment, because we are capturing history right here. And when many people go back home later on tonight and you go through your phones and your storage is down to its single digit left, you will know that you captured moments that cannot be recaptured ever again. Ladies and gentlemen, if we can cut away to the overhead camera shot of the competitors right onto that vehicle, we will begin the contest. There we go. We have the competitors now.
Let's get all the competitors just to turn around and face this way. Just for a second. Stay right where you're at. Just turn around and face this way for that camera. Just stay right where you're at. Just turn around and look that way.
That's exactly
right.
right.
Turn around, look that way.
One of these.
There you go.
One of these competitors will be the world champion of window tinting competitions and take home the Tinter Battle Championship titles. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting now the official countdown for the Tinter Battles World Championship titles. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Timer starts. 1 hour and 20 minutes. Commentator Carly, what are your thoughts?
Well, this is when all the oxygen starts to suck out of the room, right? Like, this is when it all begins. You start to focus on what your game plan is going to be. What's the best way for you to approach the car? You're going to have to think some strategy. You may have thought it before, but now, like, the pressure's on. So it better become instinctive, and you better do your job.
I'm just glad I got my restroom break in before all this hubbub went down. For the next 79 minutes, I'm not going anywhere. I'm going to be right here on the floor, on the edge of my seat, and hopefully all of you at home watching, hopefully you got your restroom breaks in too, because you're not going to want to miss every moment of action for the next 80 minutes.
You guys got restroom breaks?
Well, I mean, yeah,
we have a bathroom.
It is included with the admission.
He just doesn't listen.
Oh, this is Tinter Battles, baby. For me, it's nonstop Tinter actions here in the action floor. And of course, we got a lot of competitors now that are starting in. This is where you start to see a bit of a different approach here. Some of the contestants are starting with the front door. Others are starting with the rear door. Now, David, commentator Carly, what you'll typically see a lot is you'll see competitors double stacking their film and doing what's called a double cut, which a double cut means is that they're cutting both of the patterns of the same vehicle that are mirror image to each other on the same slice, on the same swipe.
Yeah, so you're going to cut both sides from one side. You're going to cut both sides from one side. That way you can use it for the other side. You're going to have to take every advantage you can right here, right now, to make up as much time as possible in case something goes sideways, to give you any hope of possibly having to redo something if you don't like it. So all of these little tricks and patterns are going to cut the side windows out the same way. They're going to cut the quarter windows out the same way. And we're just going to have to see where the chips fall.
Now, if you don't mind, I want to take a little bit of a commentary sort of angle for what I have to say as a little bit of a Joe consumer. I'm going to play a part of someone who doesn't know what I actually know and not someone who actually has the industry experience that I have, for the sake of the people watching at home or watching later, because I think that a lot of them might have some questions and maybe they don't want to say it out loud because they don't want to get made fun of in the comments or whatever. So I will take that brunt for you, Joe viewer out there, and say the dumb questions you're wondering. So number one question is, why are they tinting the outside of a window? How does that make sense?
Well, you have to cut the pattern from the outside. You cut the pattern from the outside because it's easier, it's more accessible. If you tried to cut from the inside of the car, you would more than likely damage the really soft rubber gaskets in the seal or the door panel. So you cut it from the outside, and that shape on the outside is exactly the same as the inside. So you then transfer it over and into the window.
See, we all learned something just now. It's not just Tintertainment, it's Tinter education.
That's exactly right. And since we're in the spirit of playing roles here, allow the Texas Squeaky to be your Tinter national commentator, porque el Texas Squeaky también habla el español y tenemos muchos lugares que nos ven este programa aquí en Los Ángeles, California. Entonces vamos a hacer el trabajo que nosotros queremos hacer para todos los que nos miran, para todos que son bienvenidos a este programa que estamos aquí vivo en Los Ángeles, California. Basically, what the Texas Squeaky is saying, we are welcoming all of our international viewers here live in Los Angeles, California. Now, what's interesting to note here is that we have one of the competitors in one of these vehicles who's starting off with the rear glass. David, commentator Carly, again, we saw this in PPF. Do you slay the biggest dragon here, or do you start with the small ones? He has started to do the biggest one. Now, this rear glass, again, we mentioned it earlier, it's the largest rear glass on a sedan. Why does that matter?
So I would say if it was a strategy type thing, it's going to be the most difficult window. The rest of them you can do in probably an average, we saw in a competition, 12 minutes, right? So you got to do the math. This window, because of the way it shrinks and how you have to put it in, you're going to have to take full advantage of that and get that out of the way, in my opinion. Now, you're going to see other guys do side windows and maybe get the pattern, but at some point they're going to go to the back window. I don't see we're going to see any competitor install any window before they lay out the back window because of all the problems that can happen with it. So this is pure strategy. He'll go to the side windows after because that's the most difficult part for him, and that way he knows he lands with some sort of advantage, or he's thinking to make sure he can get to the finish line.
Yeah, but on the other hand, there might be the case that somebody wants to do the easier windows so that way they can save the biggest challenge for last. So there's no way to say that, hey, maybe I just want to knock out what's quick, easy, what I know, what I understand, the things that aren't going to be that troublesome, so I can take all my time and attention to focus on this rear window and make that be the last thing that I do. So I think I agree with you that if I knew that of all the pieces of tin I was going to put on, of the 7, the rear is definitely the most difficult. I would just go ahead and knock that out. That way, you know, if you need extra time, and you could just speed run through the remaining 6. But it seems like a majority of the competitors are just going to go ahead and take on the actual cabin windows first before they go after the rear.
You know, this competitor that we're watching here at the moment, he's got the height advantage, and for a window like the Tesla Model 3, it becomes a challenge if you're a little bit on the shorter side because you have to reach over and to be able to reach in towards that center area in order to start shrinking the film towards the outside. His height advantage is actually helping him out here. And then once he goes over to the inside, the long reach of the arms is going to allow him to lay that film on his what's called his forearms, in what we refer to in the industry as a Frankenstein method. Now, if you can visualize, for those that are listening to the commentary, Frankenstein method is the ability to lay the film over your arms so that you can extend that film outwards. It's essentially walking like Frankenstein and allow the film to float upwards and attach itself to the glass.
Yeah, there's going to be a couple methods we might see. We might see someone actually just hammer it in, where that's where they carry it in on their entire body. Some guys are going to roll it up into a small thing and back roll it, just like you're saying, a California roll, because we're here in the wonderful state of California. No telling you. I'm excited what we're going to see. There's going to be a lot of different methods, a lot of different styles. It's going to get exciting.
Well, I like the visual here of just Jay Tint, Murrieta, California. He's got his Dodgers hat on. This is definitely a proud local. He's got his tattoo. They're clearly visible on his calf, as is very common to see in Southern California. I think they get their first tattoo around age 6 or 7 in this part of the country. No big deal. It's completely normal to have body art. So he looks the part. He's representing his state, representing his area, and I'm very proud to see so many competitors from California here in the finals in our first ever Tinter Battles in California.
That's exactly right. And speaking of competitor, the competitor right next to him, Danny Munoz, there on the opposite end. Now, he looks like what he's laying down is some sort of type of a glass A tape of sorts. You know, he's going to put it down, and sometimes this is done for 2 reasons. One of them, it allows him to see where the cut area will be, because the white contrasts the black. And as we've said before, commentator Carly, if it ain't white, it ain't right against a black surface. So now that he's putting that edge along that bottom side, he's going to put the film over, and it's going to serve as a guide for him to see it.
Yeah, I don't know if I've ever heard that once in my entire life, Texas Squeegee. Sometimes I think you might make things up just to be entertaining. I'm not exactly sure, but I'm not here to throw stones. I'm thankful that you gave me a microphone and let me be here. But seeing a little bit of tape go on and seeing all the different processes, amazing. Like, look over here at our competitor on the glass. Can you really rightfully say that so many living human beings have had to look at a tinter through a piece of glass like this? That's got to be unnerving for him. We heard off camera here, I was speaking to some of the eliminated competitors. They said, listen, I'm a great tinter. I know what I'm doing. But when I got there on the floor, nerves got me. I got rattled. I was not ready for the pressure. And there's nothing more pressureful than looking through the glass that you're trying to shrink your film on and seeing 24 humans staring at you like a zoo animal.
Commentator Carly, on the technical side of it, this is a very interesting technique that I've never seen quite done this way. This is what's known as the snap shrink, and that is the ability to create artificial tension to give the film some kind of curvature on a flat piece of glass. Now, what I'm noticing here is that the film looks a little bit extra dark, so I know he's got the film double layered, so he cut 2 patterns with 1 swipe. And you watch how he's lifting the film from that bottom. This is a type of snap shrink. So when you lift the film and you apply the heat, it starts to contort that film. That's what gives us the shape in order so that it takes the shape of the glass, because glass is not perfectly straight there, but window film is. So what he's doing is he's creating artificial tension. He's shrinking that bottom side of it. And what he did is he lifted it, he created tension, then he did a pocket shrink technique. Now, pocket shrinking is where you push hot air underneath it. It creates a little hot air pocket on the film, and then you throw heat on the other side on the surface of it, and it essentially that hot dome and the heat over it just makes it mold even more.
I can't believe, I think some of the people here on the guardrails actually got a little splash just now. He pulled out his sprayer, and if you're this close to the action, folks, you might be in the Tinter Battles spray zone. I know that if you go to SeaWorld and you sit too close to the glass, old Shamu might give you a good old splash here in the first few rows. They call that the splash zone. But over here, we have our own splash zone because they're throwing around the mist here, and you might get a little mist in your face. You get too close to the glass, you actually might get heated up from the heat gun too.
That's exactly right. And speaking of the splash zone, right here next to our social media specialist, we have one of the audience members here to the right of our film trainer Marco Cazorla, who got the Tinter Battles tattoo. Now, he was in the tattoo zone. Ladies and gentlemen, this is one of the most incredible things that I think I've ever seen in sports Tintertainment history. One of our very viewers decided to get what I now refer to as a lifetime Tinter Battles pass. He was inked up on his arm, and ever since I saw that, it blew my mind away. And I said, you know what? It only makes sense that he now has a lifetime access pass carrying his lifetime badge right in his left arm.
Yeah, that's definitely the right call for the inaugural Tinter Battles tattoo here in the inaugural Tinter Battles in Los Angeles. That was definitely the right call there for Jason from Toronto to give him that lifetime pass. And I think that was just such a cool thing. He said he's going to be a future champion one day, so don't worry. You'll be seeing a lot more of him. But that was super cool for him to opt in to getting that tattoo. And I got to say, Texas Squeegee, you were already in a good mood. You've been in just a better and better mood as the days have gone on from yesterday and now today. But when you saw Jason get that tattoo, man, you somehow shifted into a 7th gear. And you learned to say things I didn't even know you'd learn how to say. You were just on a whole nother level. I think that tattoo maybe gave you the momentum and the energy to just continue on and persevere no matter what the challenges are in front of you.
Well, that's exactly right. And just like a lot of competitors here, I too am a window tinter. But seeing that inspired the Texas Squeegee to say, we are live and a living color. This is a present moment. And the word present has 2 meanings. It means that we're live, and this is a present given from the divine. Ladies and gentlemen, Tinter Battle 6, Los Angeles, California, has been a long time coming. And California showed up and showed out with a jam-packed capacity crowd at the Blue Ground Studios as we take the action to Byung-Yo Park, who flew in all the way from South Korea, now picking up the Steino and going in for the shrinking method. Now, this is one of the more
they're
famous
clapping for him. Look
shrinkers
at
right
him.
here.
They put his hands in the air. They are watching a master of his craft.
Oh, you have to watch this. Let's take it over here.
Let's go. You see them. He's literally bringing the live crowd to applause. And how many window tins have ever done that? These people are captivated. They're not even blinking because they don't want to miss a second of the action happening in front of their face.
Let's go ahead and get a little bit out of the action floor there, commentator Carly. But Byung-Yo Park, if you watch this man's technique, I've never seen somebody move any slower, but yet make so much progress. This is what's called the pull shrinking technique. If you see the left hand is pulling the film, the right hand is taming the film with that heat. And you see the audience behind here just whispering to themselves, wow, we are witnessing incredible performance.
Yeah, he has mastered this technique. You watch him do this, it's effortless. And I'm telling you right now, as a window tinter, this is not an effortless thing to do. But this is a very difficult window. And for him to be able to shrink this out in like 30 seconds like he is right now, this tells you why he's one of the best in the world. And he's going to continue to get better. And he's close to winning.
Yeah, how many times can you watch an absolute Jedi master of his craft actually performing his craft?
We got to get out of the action.
Your face. He says, get out of my way. I'm competing. This is not a game to me.
Oh, Jared, commentator.
I'm out of here. Hold on.
Commentator Jared, he said, F around, you might find out.
I didn't want to get heat shrinked. You get too close, I might get shrinked up myself. I'd be walking with a limp.
That's exactly right. Here, Byung-Yo Park, they're moving with calculated precision. And you see the audience right behind him. Look at the amount of phones on this man.
That's amazing. Again, I've seen a lot. I've been a lot of places. I've seen shops in 6 different time zones. I have never in my life seen an international window tinter carefully heat shrinking film while a captive audience stares with mouth agape in disbelief and shock. The fact that this is even real at all, I can't believe what I'm seeing right here. Like Tinter Battles, this is just nuts. This is nuts. This needs to be live on ESPN. And I believe one day we are going to see Tinter Battles on ESPN, and we're going to bring the Tintertainment to the entire earth.
You know, well, more than just Tinter Battles, I think what we're really going to be allowing is a platform for competitors like Byung-Yeol Park, who is, you know, not been a hidden gem. He's won championships in the past, but he's now getting the recognition he long deserves. This is a man who puts out performances that are worth capturing, worth telling. And just like that, shrinks that back window in record time. Byung-Yeol, one of the greatest shrinkers who have ever graced this industry.
Yeah, it's incredible to watch him go. This is the one person where I knew if he could get a lot of time and he could make up a lot of time and a lot of ground doing the shrinking the back window, he's going to have a slight advantage over the crowd, and he is so close to winning this championship.
I mean, when the eyes of the millions and millions, in the famous words of The Rock, it's watching the glass right back here, Byung-Yeol Park. Again, a longtime legend, finally getting the recognition he deserves live on the Tinter Battles Network.
But what's going on behind us over here? We can't turn our back here because honestly, all 8 of these competitors are championship caliber installers. All 8 of them earned their way. All 8 of them beat the best to be better than that. And there really is a chance that any one of the installers we see out here on the floor could be taking home the title belt.
We can't forget it right here. This is Tint God right here. And what a name he took. Whoa, this is what's called a wet shave. And you see how he's trimming the top of it, getting that factory edge. Now, one of the components here with this competition is that these competitors get extra points for successfully shaving or filing their windows. Why is that important, commentator Carly?
Well, it's a huge risk to do it. I mean, it's something that you want to produce out to the end user because you can't tell the window is tinted. It looks like it's factory made like that. But the risk is when you're trying to go across it with a really sharp razor blade, Jared, sometimes it'll snag and it'll rip the film. So it's just as risky. You wouldn't believe how many times shavers and filers have to redo a window because trying to make it perfect it messes it up, and next thing you know, they're back to square one.
I guess I just thought it always came like that. Every time I've gotten the windows tinted in one of my cars, they always have a razor's edge. Now, of course, I use some of the best window tint shops in my area, North Texas, to get any of my vehicles done. But I didn't really appreciate how razor sharp they get. I just thought it came that way. But no, that's an intentional decision that the installer's making, right?
Of course, we're seeing a lot of historic moments here at the Tinter Battles International World Championships. Danny Munoz now moving on to the back window as well. But wait a minute, hold on.
We're coming live from the Film Slayer booth. They're cutting away here in the middle of the competition. Is that another Tinter Battles logo being installed? Oh, it's not. All right, it's just a tattoo. Well, it's okay. You're still cool, ma'am. Ma'am, you're still cool. You're on live. It's okay. She's like, oh my goodness.
It was definitely a Tinter Battles tattoo.
It was.
No, it definitely was. She wanted the camera to go away. I think we should cut back to that for a second.
And we get the production team here to cut away back. We have to confirm this controversy has now just developed here in the Film Slayer's booth. Of course, the Film Slayers, they're operated by Austin Cook and his team.
Is this man?
That's exactly right.
Oh, it is a Tinter Battles tattoo. It's the second one. She was lying to us. It's another Tinter Battles tattoo here in Los Angeles. Hey, listen, I know that we're a little over budget, but can we please give her a lifetime pass too?
That's exactly. I mean, I said it for once, and I'm going to say it for all. Tinter Battles tattoo is a lifetime pass to a Tinter Battles show.
There you go. Wow, that's number 2 and probably won't be the last, especially with that valuable offer. That's really, really cool. So we have another Tinter Battles tattoo live, and that was a cool cutaway shot. I'm glad that the viewers at home got to see what we were seeing earlier. It's just a remarkable thing. Look at the smile on his face.
I can't contain myself. I'm just ear to ear smiling. The amount of smiles that I think this show has brought to the people here. Well, I'm just getting word here from one of the.
Oh, is that a third one?
Wow,
that's a third one.
That's a third Tinter Battles tattoo. Folks, this was not scripted. Jared, commentator Jared, you asked me earlier, is any of this scripted? Is any of this predetermined? This is live.
No, you can't script the tattoo. That's not a joke. That's not a Sharpie. That's not a Mark Salat. That is not hemp or henna. That is a real needle, a real tattoo artist. I met him, a young kid covered in snakes and heebie-jeebies over there doing the tattoo art. But those are real Tinter Battles tattoos. So there's at least 3, and all 3 of those people are under this roof right now.
That's exactly right. And both of those gorgeous young ladies are from Hawaii, from Kaloko Window Tinting. They both have competed in previous Tinter Battles, and it's been some time since they have returned to Tinter Battles. And when we announced in Los Angeles, California, they were one of the early registrations and decided to actually be here, compete, be part of the experience, part of the Tintertainment, and now the Tintertainment is with them forever.
Wow.
It may go.
I didn't realize that they were Hawaiian, and I know quite a bit about Polynesian culture and Hawaiian culture, something I deeply respect, is something that means very, very much to me as a mainlander here. Whenever you visit Hawaii, you have to visit with reverence and respect to this land and this sacred place. If you ever get to go there, it'll change your life forever. But I can absolutely confirm to you, if you didn't know, to Hawaiians, tattoos are sacred. That's something that means a lot to them. And they tell a story, and that's a part of their culture going back thousands of years. So getting a Hawaiian to voluntarily get a Tinter Battles tattoo, I think, is even more impactful, knowing what body art means to them as a culture.
That's exactly right. I mean, what an incredible moment here to witness Tinter Battles. I did not see that coming. I just started getting word from the production team to say, "Hey, look up at the screen," and I saw it up there, and I did not know what to think. It was just,
let's keep surprising Texas Squeegee with random shots off the floor. I like that because he doesn't even know what's coming, and that's pretty good. I think I saw this guy is upside down. He's doing like an anti-gravity installation over here.
Oh, we got to go back
on his back, blood rushing to his head, seeing spots in his eyes. And this is the thing that I was most curious about, is how does one single installer with only two hands install one of the largest pieces of film, the largest rear piece of film in the entire automotive industry by himself?
Well, that's the thing is if you look at the way that the back is laid out, there's a lot of space. What he did is he put the seats down in order to create almost like what's called, like a little bed for himself. So he tucks his feet underneath the deck. And then what he looks like he probably did is he used what's called a reverse roll. So you roll up the film, and when you unroll it, the liner sticks to itself so that it starts to expose the blue side.
And you're in charge. You're the founder, owner, and principal decision maker here at Tinter Battles, right?
The face that runs the place.
All right. Well, in that case, then I'm not going to get in trouble because I want to go inside the action. You're going to go live inside of the cockpit here, and I'm live here from the front seat, taking a good look here at the installation method because I wanted to get up close and really see this for myself. And I don't know if we've ever brought the action into the seat, but we need to here for the sake of the entertainment. He is not fettered at all, so he has laid down the rear seats, and he's using the rear seats as a bolster. It's pushing him up at about a 45-degree angle here, so he's not completely flat. And he is not having any problem at all. He's using his left hand to stabilize the film, and his right hand is working the squeegee. Man, this is not even kind of difficult for him. He looks like he came in here with the plan, and I will say that he is almost complete with the hardest piece of film in the whole competition right now. So he's going to be on his path to easy street. He's already knocked out the hard part. He's going to be cruising his way to that big dub if everything goes his way. And it might be seeing a Los Angeles-based competitor from Murrieta, California here take home the gold. This is incredible.
You know, commentator Jared, hold on, we're getting some word here.
Uh-oh. There's word again.
I'm not really sure. But now, commentator Jared, you've got some courage to get in there because you are just as close to the action as a WWE referee, and you might have got caught with one of those swipes, and we can't have you down and out. We got to keep you live in the action here.
Okay, that's why I checked to make sure who was the owner of Tinter Battles before I went in there because I didn't want to get an infraction or a fine. So I wanted to make sure that I was talking to the top-ranked official before I went a little off script there and got into the action. But, you know, I wasn't interfering with the installation process. I was just getting very up close and personal for the sake of our viewing audience. But I apologize if I made anybody upset.
Oh, no apology needed, no harm nor foul. It is for the sake of Tintertainment as we are watching another competitor now moving into the top side. This is a different technique that we're
Hold on. What has he got in his hand there? Is that a piece of molten lava? That's how they keep the hot dogs warm at Costco. Where did he get that from?
Well, this is innovative thinking. I mean, talk about a person who named his company iTint, much like Steve Jobs created and invented the iPhone. He is now putting a technique that we have never seen in the Tinter Battles competitions. This is utilizing the infrared heat lamp in order to emit some kind of heat. We have to go to the other side here to get a closer shot to the action. Commentator Jared, just like you, I want to get in the swing zone.
Yeah, get in there.
At the risk of getting knocked out to capture this incredible moment here at Tinter Battles.
Watch out for the heat, but look, he's brought some alien technology from Area 51. This was recently declassified here in his right hand. He's got a piece of molten plasma lava, literally like the face of the sun in his right hand. And he's got a squeegee hanging out of his mouth, a cord across his shoulder, his hat is backwards, and he's got plasma in his right hand. Only at Tinter Battles can you see such an incredible scene. And don't forget the swag around his neck. He is putting out the bling with multiple chains, not just one, but several, because he is ready to bring home some hardware.
Well, I'll tell you what, commentator Jared, as I said earlier, his name is PJ White. And Carly, if it ain't white, it ain't red. He is going home with the championship titles.
We don't actually know that yet, but it's looking pretty. I mean, it's looking pretty good to me. Goodness gracious.
Yeah, it's great when you see a guy bring a new tool out. There's a lot of people that just saw that for the first time. That's like an amazing heat lamp that's pumping out a lot of heat, and it's able to make it really easy for him to pull, shrink it across, kind of like we saw William Park over there. He's just doing it on a wider range now, so it's a bigger area, so he doesn't have to constrict the film as much. And it's just pretty intelligent.
If you notice this, if you look at the left hand, it's the position of where he's pulling the film. It creates tension spots, but it looks like he's using the pillar as a ledge point in order to create some tension. And then while the infrared heat lamp emits that heat, again, film under heat starts to take shape. So he's taming the film to take the shape of the rear glass through the form of an infrared heat lamp. He's the only one that's doing it in this finals.
So he's literally sculpting the film to be the exact curvature of the glass so we can have a perfect installation. So again, to the people watching at home, you're not just watching someone install tint. That's a gross oversimplification of what we're seeing. What we're seeing here is an artist who is crafting, molding, shaping the film to do exactly what he wants.
That's exactly right. I mean, I've never seen this in competition. I've seen it on videos. I didn't know how it was going to work. But again, is it a bad strategy if you take home the championship gold?
No, that's a bad strategy. You get to wear that bell home. It doesn't matter how you did it. If you came here with a Bic lighter and used a Bic lighter to try to shrink it out. Look, he's been training for this. He's been talking a lot of smack. There was a reason. This is probably part of the reason he found a cheat code. Have we seen anyone ever use that tool before? Absolutely not. I've seen a couple of videos maybe, but not really understanding the whole concept of it. He obviously has been practicing with that. He probably had some Teslas at his shop, and then he's nailing it. This is awesome. This is why these competitions are so amazing, because people take home so much value, but the end user gets to see actually what we have to do every day, a day-to-day basis in order to get a proper install.
You know, we're just a little over 54 minutes remaining. It seems like we've got only one competitor who's laid out the rear glass, and he's moving on to the 4 doors on car number 8. Danny Munoz there on the backside. It looks like he's starting to lift the film, and he's going to go for a reverse roll. Now, again, a commentator, Jared, a reverse roll technique is when you roll up the film. He's going to roll it with the liner side on the inside. He's going to separate the liner, stick it on the roll, and then as he unrolls it, it starts to expose the glue. It is the most confusing thing to explain, but when you see it in person, it blows your mind.
Well, I mean,
watch right here.
Okay,
he starts to roll it.
Doing it. So he's slowly unrolling it here, and he's getting.
No, he's rolling it.
He's rolling it back. And where's the adhesive at exactly?
The adhesive is on the top side where the liner is at. Now, the liner is covering, protecting the adhesive, because if you get any contamination there, it's going to affect his overall quality and result through dust, respect, and contamination. So what he's doing is he's rolling it upwards right there. He's going to pull it out.
Okay.
And now he's bringing it upwards. He's going to use both of his hands, roll it all the way tight, like a little taquito roll from one of the vendors out here in Los Angeles, California. And then he's going to transfer it over to the inside. Now, my guess here, commentator Carly, is once he starts to unroll it, he's going to do a hybrid of a Frankenstein. So he's going to unroll it and then use his hands like the Frankenstein pose to then lift the film onto the glass and then finish unrolling it on the top side. I'm telling you, it's the most confusing thing to explain.
Here he goes. He's gonna do it.
There we go.
You should get as close as you will.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, there should be a
camera.
Take
the shot, commentator Jared.
Is there a camera that can come with me? We can go in here and take a look at this, get as close as we can get.
Here we go.
You got to pardon me, because I think that this is incredible. What we're seeing here is arguably one of the most difficult moves of this entire process here, is laying down this big piece of film for the first time on the inside of this back glass. Let's go inside the action here. We're going to go inside the cockpit of this Tesla here, where no tinter in history has had to deal with a live amplified commentator inside of a Tesla, but here we are. It's Tinter Battles 6, and this is happening. So he's laying on his back here. He's unrolling that taquito, as Texas Squeezy was saying, and he's getting it just ready to go. Oh, almost a piece of film.
Did you just see the camera on the?
He caught it with his chin.
That's what's called the reverse roll. He pulled out that film, and now the film is on his shoulders.
Here it comes.
And he starts to roll it up. This is one of the smoothest reverse rolls.
His plan is going exactly how he envisioned. Exactly how he envisioned. He's got it stuck.
Wow.
He's got the piece off. It's off. It's out. He's in the zone.
He's going to be pushing it down right now. So if you see, there's a light gap exposed at the very bottom. He's going to position it into place, and he's got his pre-cut pattern. Well, not a pre-cut, but he has a hand-cut pattern. And it's just like putting a giant puzzle. The tint is a puzzle, and the back glass is where he's positioning it to cover up all the light gaps. Now, the notable thing with Tesla Model 3s is the top of those windows don't really have the black bordered edge. You have to be careful about how you tuck it inwards.
He's using the entire trunk to contain his legs, by the way. If you're wondering, where are his knees, his feet, his legs? They're going all the way into the trunk, out the back, and he's using these back seats. They are folded down and kind of performing a little bit of a bolster, like a 45-degree angle, so he can look forward and look up. All the heat shrinking, all of the contouring he was doing outside is now paying off and going exactly into plan, but in reverse, because he had to unroll it, put it against the glass. He put it up there with his hands, use his fingers to get it right to the edge, get it right into position like he wanted. Everything's going exactly how he intended. Now he's using this brush here to get these bubbles and the creases out. He's continuing to just manipulate the film to be just right. And I really like this approach here of just knocking out this biggest piece of film right here at the top end of the competition, so that way we can get this over with, get it out of the way, and move on to the final 6 as a race to the finish.
Man, that was an incredible insight there by Danny Munoz. But now we're making our way over here to Byung-Yo Park, the Tinter National competitor, competing alongside a Zhenye. Now, Byung-Yo seems like, I'm not sure, I'm going to have to get a closer look here on the backside just to confirm what I suspect. His rear glass has not been installed, but it has been pre-cut, pre-shrunk already. And now he's moving on to the side. A little bit of a different strategy here. I think he's already laid one of his windows down on the front door, and now he's cutting out that rear door. Commentator Carly, earlier in the round, I noticed that it seemed like he double cut and he was double shrinking up there. I think he probably saw something he didn't like, so now he had to redo it. But again, plenty of time. 50 minutes left on that timer. Still, he's not really in any trouble now, but he's got to pick up the pace.
Yeah, well, it's beyond Park, right? Like he's one of these guys that can just dial it in. He starts to go absolutely focused, and he'll speed up faster and faster. He obviously didn't like something. He's not going to put out anything but the world's best every time he competes. So he saw something absolutely 100% he didn't like. It'll take him literally 2 minutes to recut that window because now he's in gear. It's no danger to him at all at this point.
I was thinking about using one of those Wagner advanced heat guns to heat up one of my pieces of pepperoni pizza there from the concession booth. But now I think I want to borrow PJ's plasma heater and use the power of UV to bring that pepperoni right back to its zesty life and have a hot, fresh slice of pizza. I don't think anyone's realized how many heat guns are available in this entire building. We could have been having hot, fresh pizza the entire time.
That's exactly right. And speaking of pizzas, we have to give a special shout out to LA Park Pizza right down the road, who brought the pizzas over and fed an entire village known as a Tintertainment group here live at Tinter Battles 6. So LA Park Pizza, thank you for feeding us all. We hope that you're enjoying the Tintertainment as we take the action back over to the competitors here. We have PJ White there on that backside now pulling out the looks like a Wagner heat gun in order to finish out the job that perhaps, I think for PJ, he just wants to show that he is a competitor that has variety and diversity in technique and skill. Again, he named his company I-10 because the IQ of the rear glass is going to be something that, the competitors are learning from those that are watching there from the other side of the barricade.
Well,
looks like we need to call one of the judges here to the competition arena.
A judge over here to car number 3, and I am not qualified to speak on judging things, so the judge can do that over here to car number 3.
There's a flag on the play.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out though, does PJ have a picture of himself on the back of his shirt? Is that PJ wearing PJ? It's PJ on PJ.
That's exactly right. And PJ is not pajamas. It's PJ White on PJ White. This is one of the posters that Tinter Battles released featuring him as a competitor. And now he decided to wear it on his back because he knew he was going to get into the finals. But at the end, we're going to see if it's enough confidence to take him into the championships.
That's one thing I've noticed here at Tinter Battles is you got a lot of characters. You got a lot of charisma. They're not all the Texas squeegee, but definitely in their own way, many of these competitors have decided to become personas, super versions of themselves. However, some of the other installers, keeping it quiet, keeping it humble, keeping their mouth shut. And maybe that's their philosophy, and that's how that they want to perform and portray themselves. As a character, as someone who's larger than life, Texas squeegee, can you comment on if there are any advantages or disadvantages on being a bit more of a character in addition to an installer?
Well, one of the things that you mentioned is that these guys are characters, but it's not that they're necessarily characters. It's that this is a platform that welcomes all walks of life, all types of personalities. And much like you see in any other sport, like UFC, you have your Conor McGregors, you have your Habib Nurmagomedovs, and it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, it's who puts out the best install. Character or no character, confidence or quiet confidence. What matters in the end is the ultimate result that they leave on that glass and what the judges score that. And what we are witnessing here, again, is capturing what has always been a part of the industry. Well, although in previous years might have been seen as an underground quirky element, is now on mainstream recognition on the Tinter Battles Network.
I think it's still kind of quirky. I mean, that's just my own point of view. I'm not saying it's not cool. I'm here for it. I'm down for it. But I think that window tint installation is just frankly quirky. But I think it's quirky in a good way, in a great way, in an entertaining way. But not as quirky as this man's former name when he was a character, Girthy Momentum, as we might have forgotten from earlier. I didn't forget, the people didn't forget, we could never forget.
Well, I don't know. That's coming from a commentator, Jared, coming from someone like you who's got cartoons on his T-shirt. I think we're all got a little bit of some quirkiness, and that's what makes this event incredible, unique.
Yeah, you just throw all the elements in a bowl of soup, you stir it up, and what comes out, hey, it could be magical.
There we go. We're taking it back to the action floor. We have right here from Fresh Window Tint.
Yeah, the Fresh team looking fresh back there. And
wow.
Again, I like when the team is supporting their installer. And we've seen this time and time again throughout the competition, that one member of the shop makes it into the finals or semifinals. They're competing, and the rest of the shop is right here on the barricade, clapping, cheering, watching intently, being a family. And I think that anyone who works in a shop environment, your coworkers, your fellow installers, they become your family. They're your work family, your tent family, your film family. But each of these installers comes from a larger shop with a larger operation. And in a lot of cases, they brought those members with them, and they're right there next to them cheering them on.
One of the notable things with this competitor, unlike some of the other ones, he doesn't have the height advantage, but he came prepared with a stepper, so it allows him to give him just a little bit of an overreach to reach into that middle. Because
he brought his own step stool.
That's exactly right. If you look right underneath him, he came prepared.
Oh, look at that! He's got himself a solid 12-inch stainless steel step stool here. Just a single step, 2 steps not necessary, but just a mild step stool. And again, he was prepared for action. The height he was born is not the height that he's installing at. Through the power and miracle of innovation, technology, and engineering, we have this incredible metal stool. It's just one step. Oh, he stepped down from the stool. And then when he steps down, he goes back down to his original height. When he steps up, he gains an entire foot. So you might just bring your own tool like that. That's completely allowed in the competition, right? You can bring
That's exactly
any sort
right.
of steps.
We don't judge the process, only the result.
Well, I wonder if people will bring any sort of augmentation to help them not have to lay backwards in the back of a Tesla to install that big piece of film. There's all kinds of tintivation that we might be able to see here over the years, because I guess the tools that you bring to get the job done are completely within bounds.
That's exactly right. They have the freedom of tools, freedom of technique. Only the result is judged. Now, commentator Jared, yesterday you made a comment that took Texture Squeegee by surprise. You called this a Star Trek heat gun because of all of the lights and gimmicky things on there.
So this is what I now know is a Wagner Advanced, right? And so when you look on top there, this, unlike the traditional Wagner, which you see PJ holding over there, that just has, I suppose, a simple potentiometer or even just an on and off switch. But here, I think, control the amount of heat and even the velocity of the air. So you have a lot more control here with this huge dial on top. And to me, that looks like a Star Trek phase. That looks like something that is going to be from the Klingons. And he's got red, he's got green, and he can have more subjectivity to exactly what the heat gun's doing. And I guess there was some curiosity during the heat shrink competition if it even matters to have such an advanced Wagner gun or a regular one. And I think I saw results that didn't really lead me conclusively to determine either way. What do you think?
I mean, it's one of the workhorse Wagner heat guns was made very popular with the small one that PJ White is holding. But, Fresh Window Tint decided to bring a little bit more advanced. And you can see he's making quick progress. He's utilizing what I call a freestyle shrink. So the film is just floating freely. He's heating it up and then he's carting it down in order for it to start taking shape there.
Yeah, you'll see a few different styles as guys do this. You'll see the pull shrink. You'll see what PJ did. He kind of did like a middle pull shrink, and then he went ahead and used the Wagner heat gun to finish out the edges to make sure it was completely laid down on the edges before install. I mean, look, it's what you use in your shop. It's what the tools you use there, what you're going to come with. We haven't seen anybody use a torch which is shocking. Usually there's a lot of torque shrinking when it comes to this, but we're seeing all Wagners because I guess guys are taking extra precaution because this is not about speed. This is about precision.
I saw enough DQs yesterday on the other side of the live flame to make me be cautious. So if in the case that you don't have to win completely on speed, you definitely want to go slow and steady and win the race. We don't have any need really to get out the blow torches for the sake of speed, because we saw a lot of people end up having to DQ themselves, unfortunately, for getting a little too hot too fast. So I think going with the electric heat gun is probably the call here. But what I'm noticing here is the sweat right across the top of the forehead of the competitor. You can see his dampened hair across his forehead here. This is real nerves. This is real intensity. And he is definitely very aware of what he's competing for here. And each one of these competitors is sort of in the flow zone. 2 times now I've got inside of a Tesla and been commentating live on a microphone just 1.5 feet away from a man on his back putting window tint on a glass. Not either one of them flinched. Not one of them flinched an inch. I don't even know if they knew I was there. I don't know if they heard me. I don't think that they're even aware of that, because they are completely and totally focused on the job at hand.
Let's take over the action to the 44 Tools Tint Whiz Pay Tesla Battle Card with Tint God.
So this is car number 1.
Car number 1, exactly right. And it's powered by 44 Tools and Tint Whiz Pay that now offers payment processing on the Tint Whiz app. Get a free trial on tintwiz.com.
That's a nice plug there.
An incredibly nice plug here by the Texas Squeegee's voice that has been heard by millions and millions of people around the world as we now capture Tint God, bringing down the godlike powers here on this rear window. It seems like he already has his 4 doors laid out. Now he's got the back window. 40 minutes left to go. Not that much time. These guys still got to play some time here, but it's going to come down to crunch time.
How much experience do you have to become the Tint God? Do you start off as maybe the Tint Anointed one, or the Tint Lord maybe, and just work your way up to the Tint God? And could he perhaps somehow ellipse God and become the Tint universal, omnipresent, some sort of even higher power than this? Or has he reached the entirety of his potential?
I mean, if you look at the Jumbotron right there, he's taming that film much like Byung-Yo Park with the same style, pull shrink technique. He's not wasting a lot of energy and motion. He's keeping it very tight, and that film is starting to shrink very smoothly on that rear glass.
Yeah, but unlike Mr. Park, he has his California style flat brim hat. He's got his fitted hat on. He's definitely looking like a nice local here. Fits the scene. California pride all through and through this entire event. I just really have no idea who might win this, because everyone in here genuinely is that talented.
You know, there's so many things that we're watching here, right here. Zhen Ye, right on the other side on the 44 Tools Tint Whiz Pay Tesla Battle Card, is using some kind of shaving technique. Now, this is an international competitor. He brings different tools, different styles, and this is what makes Tinter Battles the platform that it is, the powerful platform that it is that you see different cultures here clashing to the benefit of the viewer who's watching back home, who are now going to be watching this, where Zhen Ye is getting the recognition he deserves.
Look at the edge there. Look how fine he's going in there.
Wow. I've never even seen this tool before. This is amazing.
Millimeters here. The amount that he's shaving off here is so minuscule.
Wow.
Absolutely microscopic.
The only danger here is if edge lifts, he could tear the film. So
he's going to nail it. He's going to nail it. He got it clean.
If he lifts it, it's going to pull back some film. But if you notice, look at towards that very corner, but right by that mirror, he went all the way through into the outside. A lot of tinters will keep it short because once the film tucks upwards,
he found a little bit more.
I mean, he's damn near giving this glass a haircut. That's as thin as the hair. That's the margins that Zhen Ye brings to this competition.
That is literally the width of a human hair. I'm not even joking here. I could barely see it with my eyes here. It's just fraction of a fraction of the detail that he's putting into this. Is this really the difference between winning and losing here at Tinter Battles?
That's exactly right. This is what it looks like to see some of the world's best. This is Zhen Ye entering the World Championships at Tinter Battles for the first time. He's won other competitions, but he has never been under the bright lights, under the loud sound, under the cheering crowd of a Tinter Battles platform.
I don't think they got the cue whenever you said that, Squeegee. That's okay.
Everybody's so focused on this one, just like I am myself. I am wowed. And if the Texas Squeegee didn't have the gift of gab, I too would be shocked with my mouth dropped on the floor, witnessing this incredible performance here by Zhen Ye.
There he goes.
Shaving is so elegant, right? Like it's so you have to be so laser focused. I mean, any wrong movement with your hand and you're completely redoing the whole window. But I'll tell you what, when it's done correctly, it's almost it's one of the most beautiful things in our industry.
But I question again, you can see 1, 2, 3, 4 windows now tinted. That means he's saving the biggest and best for last. Whereas at least a couple of the competitors have already eliminated the rear window. They knocked that out, and now they're moving forward towards the front of the car, kind of just starting like a typewriter, just going left to right from the back. You can see right here on this car, this is car number 6. Car number 6, he is now moving forward into the passenger window. He's already done the rear, he's done the quarters, he's done the rear passenger windows, and now he's just got 2 windows left. With 36 minutes to go, he now has the advantage of taking his time, being very precise and very thorough. The pressure to get that difficult rear piece on has already gone. Whereas on car number 2, well, that still remains to be seen.
You know, we have to watch how he ends up doing that rear glass, because Genier brings a different style. I mean, when you start bringing in people from overseas or different cultures, you start to see things that you don't normally see here in the U.S. And when Genier was installing with that, he has different styles of shaving. He was using the blade, and for the edge, he was using a file. So it's 2 different tools to accomplish the same thing.
Now, which country? And I heard China once, and I think I might have heard Thailand or something different.
Thailand.
So let's confirm exactly which country he is from.
Genji, I believe, is from Thailand. He's joining us here from thousands of miles away. Right next to is Byung-Yo, who's from South Korea.
Okay, so he's from Thailand, right?
That's exactly right.
Would it be fair to say that maybe an installer from Thailand doesn't have as much hands-on experience with the Tesla 3 as an American-based installer would, just for the availability of the model? Does anyone actually know how many Tesla Model 3s are available in the nation of Thailand?
I mean, did you see how he moved through that car? He's got experience with that.
I mean,
right?
he definitely knows what he's doing, but what if he just is seeing glass in front of him and making it up as he goes? I really don't know.
Then he's the future best window tinter in the absolute world, because he just mocked that out. And the way he's using a tool that we've never seen before on the top edge, he is absolutely crushing that car. And you know what? I don't even think he's stressing about the back window. There's something that tells me about him how rock solid he is right now. He's not even thinking about that.
Look at Byung-Yo Park around the opposite side, flips it right over. Now he's going to put it over to the inside. He's going to drop that bottom. He's going to slide underneath that gasket. Now the risk right here, commentator Jared, is if the film catches that bottom lip, it can crease it or it can buckle. And the thing about film is not the type of material that you really want to force into anything. You got to have a finesse to it, because if you battle with the film, it's going to show battle scars, through the form of creases, handling marks that the judges will see and will deduct from his overall score.
What I like about this competitor is how cool and collected he is. You can feel the calm vibes and positivity coming off of him. Never once have I seen him frazzled. I haven't seen him under duress. I haven't seen him break a sweat. I haven't seen him huffing and puffing and freaking out. Even yesterday, when he lost the heat shrink round by 3/4 of a second, he calmly congratulated the victor and moved on. There was no outburst. There was no emoting. He is just absolutely in control of himself and his composure. And I think that's translating into the craftsmanship of his installation.
That's exactly right. Byung-Yo Park is one of the greatest to ever do it. You know, he's won multiple championships in the past, but it wasn't until he started to compete at Tinter Battles that he finally started getting the recognition that he has been so long deserving of. And if you notice that glass, look into the very edges, you see he's got extra film that is overlaid. Ladies and gentlemen, you are about to witness one of the greatest wet shavers perform what he has been famous for so many years. He's going to do what's called a wet shave technique, wet shave technique.
Okay, that is what I do in the shower at night.
Well, it's a little bit different right here, commentator Jared. We wouldn't want you to be stripping down in order to do a live demonstration here.
Well, I just make sure there's some moisture before I shave my face. That way I don't break out in a rash.
That's exactly right. And I think that's one of the reasons why Byung-Yo Park, he wets the film so that the blade can glide along. It's just as well as you have your cheeks like smooth like a baby's bottom, you're going to see Byung-Yo Park going to smoothly shave that top edge. He's looking for something here. I'm not sure.
He might be looking for a tool. So let me make sure that I heard you correctly, because I want everyone watching the stream and everyone watching this later to hear this.
We're going to have to come back.
You said we are about to see, and I guess at some point, one of the best wet shavers in the world?
That's exactly right. But
that's a
Byung-Yul Park, being the showman that he is, he said, folks, don't go anywhere. We'll come back to this window momentarily. He's now going on to the rear glass. So, ladies and gentlemen, we'll come back here to Byung-Yul Park's wet shave performance here as we kick the action over to the other side as we have fresh window tint now moving on to cut the rear glass over on that backside. PJ White here on the back window as well. Moving on to that side, it seems like PJ White has already laid out his film. He's taking the heat towards the inside to work out some of the, it may be just little leftover little fingers as he's drying up the areas here.
I'm just noticing PJ's kicks there. He's got the camo ducks there. I remember that drop from I think 2021 or 2022. The camo ducks there, the lows, and that's a rare set of Nikes that he's got on. And again, the swag that some of these competitors have really is limitless. You're going to see it all. You're going to see jewelry. You're going to see incredible sneakers. Yesterday, I saw a pair of $800 Jordan 5s. But some of the guys are coming in here in a pair of $10 Walmart knockoffs. It really doesn't matter. No one cares because we're only judged on the final result.
And you know, whether it's a $500 pair of sneakers, $80 pair of sneakers, or flip-flops, if you win the championship, at the end of the day, there's no arguing when you take the titles home.
Do we know what's going on here with car number 5? It seems like the social media team is all over this. I think there's some action. But look at how intense.
Look at the way now this is a risky maneuver for someone of his size because he just yanked the film off of there.
Now he's got the stool though. But
now you can see how big that glass is though.
He does have the stool. But again, same piece of glass, same car, same dimensions, but not the same dimensions of competitors. Different competitors, different sizes, different arm spans, different widths, and they have to take that all into account because they all have to have the same final result.
That's exactly right. If you notice, now he's standing, feet firmly planted on the ground, harnessing the power of Mother Earth. But if you see how large that film is, I mean, commentator Jared, you could jump off of one of the California mountains with that as your parachute, and it would save your life. That's how big that back window is.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to jump off the Palisades mountains or, jump off the peak of Calabasas or anything like that. I'm definitely not going to be doing any sort of skydiving, but he is just getting ready, I guess, to go into the back seat and do this upside down sort of like back-oriented installation that we've seen now a few times today.
Well, I think what the Texas Squeegee is picking up, what commentator Jared is saying, is this is what's called a reverse roll technique. So he's got the film side towards the glass. Now what's facing us is the liner. That's covering the adhesive side. He lifted one half of it to spray it. That breaks away the tension so that whenever the liner goes back on there, it's not sticking anymore. Now he's going to do that to the other half. When he rolls it up, he's going to unroll it just like you saw some of the other competitors here to lay out that large piece of glass with 2 hands, 1 body.
I just saw PJ take a nice cool glass of water, which is the original energy drink, actually. They were a sponsor of the first Olympics back 2,000 years ago. It was sponsored by H2O. But PJ just taking a little hydration break, getting a little water in there. He doesn't have to let his nerves get to him, but it is getting down there. We started with 1 hour and 20 minutes. Now we're down to less than 30. We only have 29 minutes left in the competition. But the fresh team, they're clapping on their man. They say, he's got this. He's got this. We do Tesla 3s all day long.
He's doing that second half right there. You see how now he sprayed that film. He's putting the liner back in there. So now that liner is very loose. Now it's very easy to pull it off. And what he's going to do is going to take the bigger side and he's going to start to roll it towards the smaller side. Essentially, he's rolling it from the front to the rear so that when it unrolls, he unrolls it from the rear to the front. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Commentator Carly.
Oh, something completely different.
I stand corrected, actually.
Sideways.
Yeah, he's
going to
sideways.
Side
to side. I don't think I've ever seen that before.
He's rolling sideways.
We've got to get
boys in a daze.
We need a
He's the social media team. He's going upside down. He's going anti-vertical.
And one of the things I'm noticing, commentator Carly, is that he's leaving the rear seats back in. Again, California does things a little bit different. I've never seen this before, and I am genuinely excited and frankly curious.
He's leaving the headrest up in the back. He's leaving the headrest up. We haven't seen a single other competitor do this. You can literally press a button to get those out of the way. He doesn't care. He's just going right in. He's sitting. I like the headrest. I'm going to hold on to it. I'm going to grip it. Have a little bit of hand momentum here. I'm not sure what he's up to. Like you said, have you seen any of the other competitors do this?
No, this is something that's actually taking me by surprise because most of the time you'll bring the rear seats down in order to create a more of a flatter rear deck
Look
area.
at him go. We have an interior camera shot here on the live feed, and you can see how feverishly that he's moving left to right. And I'm wondering, are the rear seats up because he wants them up, or is he under so much duress trying to win this competition that he forgot that there's a button to bring them down? We hear a lot of times that you get nerves when you're doing installation. A lot of times you forget things. No, you say this is the way he likes to do it.
Yeah, it's got to be. It has to be his technique because you don't just try something really out of the box like that in a competition like
what
that.
if he is out of his mind and doesn't know? What if he can't remember? What if he's in the zone and isn't even aware where we're at anymore? He's transported himself to another tint dimension where he's operating on a different level. We've all disappeared. It's just him and the glass in the back seat. What is going on in here?
I don't think you approach this with that much calculation without knowing. I don't think there's enough calculation with 1 second, we're getting word here from the officials there.
This is a scene in here. The amount of mist is spraying around. Our social team here getting in the spray zone just got misted right to the eyeballs. This is real life. This is real life here.
Watch this sideways roll. If we get that camera shot right back here on the
my
big
goodness.
Jumbotron, this is a type of install that is not really ever done. I've never seen this before, David Commentator Carly. I have the privilege of commentating with some of the world's best. This is different. I've never seen it before. A sideways sideways install on a window that large. Yeah, now, I would think you're risking creasing that middle piece where the film is going down, but again, he did not make it into the finals by accident. He comes out here with a calculated approach and game plan.
So yeah, he's holding it in the middle. He's using his head to balance the film. That's right. So it doesn't fall over. Yeah, this is different. Never seen it before. This is
incredible.
Wow.
Guys, I am live here from the cockpit of the car here, right here with the competitor. I'm just behind him. He was using the dome of his actual head, his actual entire skull was being used as a third hand. He had two hands on the film and his skull on the film to hold it up, and he's actually been successful. Wow. He has successfully applied the film here to the rear glass.
God dog, in the famous words of the Texas squeegee. Talk about using your head in competition. This competitor took the literal definition into the World Championship Finals.
Yeah, I mean, something we've never seen before. I've never seen anyone back roll a Tesla from side to side. Hey, that's how he started doing it. And he's going to continue that in competitions. And you know what's the crazy part is? We're down to 25 minutes. This is when it starts. There's a point of no return coming up very soon, my friend.
I don't know if he's soaked in sweat or soaked in slip and soap or some combination of the two, but this man is absolutely doused. His entire forehead, his face, his neck, everything is covered in moisture. He is just in the freaking zone. But I have never in my life seen a man crawl into the backseat of a Tesla 3 and go sideways left to right using his own forehead as a third hand to get the film up. But by goodness, he did it. I saw it with my own eyes, and so did everyone else watching around the world.
As he just powers it out with a squeegee just to get all the moisture out. Yeah,
I'm freaking out right now, man. I'm freaking out. This is crazy.
This is what I call an old school tinter right here. This guy has been doing it for a while. You can tell he's just powering through the window. That's awesome.
Have you ever seen that? You ever seen the forehead technique?
Never utilized the forehead technique. This is called using your head in competition. He took a literal definition of it here in the finals round of the contest. Now, Jared Gwines, you're walking around with, it looks like almost damn near words out of your mouth.
Yeah, I'm shook right now. I mean, again, sorry, all of you guys have been all 6 Tinter battles. You've watched every single piece of content. You're well aware of this. Maybe this is nothing new to you. But I and the rest of the American viewing public and the global viewing public have never seen what I'm seeing. I'm freaking out because this is a real life thing that's happening right in front of my eyes. And it's just sensational. It's literally amazing to see all the different approaches and all the different competitors from different places in the world all in the same car trying to do the same thing, but doing it in so many different ways.
Well, I'll tell you what it is. It is a fresh technique from Fresh Window Tint.
They didn't even hear
it. They
it.
completely missed it.
Yeah, that's okay. They know it's fresh. They keep it fresh over there. They keep it fresh. They raise their arms up. You smell nothing but just, Alpine.
All right, now we have Byung-Yo Park there on the other side. We got Neat Marco, the film controller, here to capture the action. Byung-Yo Park here, one of the competitors who has been incredibly smooth on that rear glass.
He's also going for the reverse
roll method. And just watch, we saw this in Houston, Texas. Look at the way that the film starts to slide out by itself on his arm. Again, a man that needs really no introduction, but the play-by-play on him is something that could be studied in the universities for generations to come.
Look
Park
at the
from
approach
South
here
Korea.
and this installer, and how calm and methodical and how slow. He knows exactly what he's doing. This is almost as if he's speaking to the film with his spirit. He's compelling the film to unroll and do exactly what he wants there. Everything's just kind of going his way.
Yeah, Byung-Ho Park's removing that liner. See, now the liner that is exposed, the glue side is towards that glass. And just like that, he had a little bit of a lift off. Now he's got there we go. He got the liner over his face. He's getting it right out. This is what's called a reverse roll. This is one of the reasons why the Tesla Model 3 is the official sports vehicle of Tinter Battles. It forces the competitors to bring out their best techniques so that the benefit to the viewer is highly educational with the splash of Tintertainment.
You know, if you've never been in a Tesla before, and believe it or not, there are people who are maybe watching the content right now who have just never sat in a Tesla for any reason. I think one of the shocks of getting into a Tesla for the first time is realizing that the entire roof is glass and just how much glass there is inside of one of these things. And even just doing this back piece, that's a tremendous piece. And in a normal shop environment, you wouldn't have to do it the hard way like this all by yourself, just on your back. But in the competitive environment like this, you have no choice. You're just the one person. You have to do it on your own. The only thing you can use to help you is your own tools, or I guess your own forehead if you want to. But we're just seeing a lot of ingenuity and a lot of different craftsmanship for how they're installing all this.
That's exactly right. I mean, we still got just a little over 21 minutes remaining here in this contest, and now you can start to see the energy starting to pick up. The buzz is starting to get just a little bit higher. Zhen Ye, right on the outside, David commentator crowd. Listen, you got something to say right now.
Yeah, you had a question, right? Like I had an idea that this guy was calm and collected. You know, he's already shrunk out his back window, and he's already got it rolled up and sitting inside the car now already in a matter of minutes, and he's getting ready to install it.
We got to
over
make
here.
our way
Look
over
over
there.
there. Let's go take the inside shot of car two.
There's
Let's see what happens here.
There's so many actions, so many
And look
moments
at the
here
light.
happening live on Tinter Battles Network. We're about to win this. Again, Zhen Ye, one of the competitors that has been highly talked about going into the finals. He has won competitions before. There's a lot of odds going in his favor, and we're about to see him conquer the largest rear window, the glass that typically scares the everyday tinter out there in the world.
He's got 20 minutes left in the competition, but he's already done 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 windows. This is, in fact, the final window he has to do, and he is just ready for this. He's saved the final 20 minutes of battle for this. I even saw that he had a light in the trunk there, and he's setting up the drip towels there to make sure that he doesn't get anything too wet. Different approaches. What? He's rolled up and ready to go. He is just getting ready for his attack. The camera's going to go inside the car, and I love this. We're taking you where no one else has ever taken you, live inside of a Tesla as this rear window is going to be installed. And right now he's just prepping the surface and getting it ready. You can see right here on the camera what the viewers at home are watching here live. We're outside of the car. He's spraying it down. He's getting it ready to unroll, right?
Yeah, but we were just minutes ago. Remember, he didn't have his back window done, and you were like, how's he going to get done this quick? And he's already moving to install. This kid is the real deal.
He did it right behind our back. We weren't even looking. Just like that, it zips up and is ready to go. With 19 minutes left, he has his final piece to put on, and he's essentially done.
Well, let me bring some stats here. So one of his officials here just informed the Texas Squeegee, Zhen Ye is an experienced PPF professional. He's won many competitions. But ladies and gentlemen, I have to verify this because they just told me he only started practicing window film a month ago.
Stop.
A month ago.
That's got to be a lie. That can't be true. There's no way that someone can window tint for the first time in their life 30 days ago and be in the finals of the Tinter Battles. That's a sensational lie.
Well, I've got the source right here. So
Is
you
that
may
true?
ask me the question right here.
Yeah, I'm so lucky that he's working in Thailand. Yes, he practiced 1 month before.
Practice. So you're telling me that he's never put on window tint before a month ago?
PPF.
Stop. You're telling the truth.
How long has he been doing PPF?
I think 5 years.
5 years? And you said he's only started doing window tint how long ago?
1 month.
So 1 month ago from here. So,
I'm done. I'm done.
That's where we might be witnessing the birth of the great one.
I quit.
I think this is going to be a
You're telling me that
moment
this
right
guy
here.
was installing
You're gonna
PPF
have
for
to fact
5
check
years.
this. We're gonna
and
have
just through the magic of his PPF hands, he just picked up window tint for the first time 30 days ago, and he makes it into the semifinals, into the finals, and now he's one of the first people to freaking finish the finals of Tinter Battle 6. He's in the back window like he knows what he's doing for the first time in his life. 30 days later? Really? Really? We're supposed to believe that? Ha ha ha! This Tinter Battles is real. There's no way! He's too good! He's too
Well,
good!
you're looking at it right here where he's live in a living color. He's one of the youngest competitors, and I think he's in the finals
That's
here.
his representative from Thailand, right?
That's exactly right.
And he
Solar
said
Guard
that he
Thailand.
started window tinting for the first time in his life 30 days ago.
That's
You tell me
exactly
this
right.
Prodigy, this savant, this Rain Man of window tint is so good that he just hopped in the back and knows this? Really?
This looks like this roster is bringing out a different level of talent. I have been told time and time again, watch out for Los Angeles, California, because whether it's coming from the locals or it's coming from international, the level of elitism that we have in this skill set,
I'm losing it. I'm losing my
it's the
mind.
greatest we've ever seen.
I can't believe this is real, but I actually think it is real. And the reason I'm in shock right now is because I know tinters that have been doing it for 20 years. They're not this good. They've been doing it for 25
Look at
years.
it, watch.
They're not this good. This kid picked up window tint 30 days ago, and he's in the finals. What are any of us doing? What are any of us doing? If we think we're window tinters and this kid picked it up 3 or 4 weeks ago and he's in the finals, we are cooked. Guys, we are cooked. Thailand's going to come take over every single shop if we don't stop messing around. Holy smokes, this guy.
Well, I'll tell you what we're doing, commentator Jared. We are watching a future Hall of Famer, a future GOAT. And actually, before the day is over, he may be the champion to pick up and say, I started this 30 days ago, and I went home with the Tinter Battles World Championship title. Wow.
And it says a lot, right?
Watch this now. He's doing
hey,
the
no big
reverse
deal.
roll.
I just decided to start tinting.
How are you not freaking out? How are you guys not freaking out? You're like, oh, the Texas Squeegee's seen it all. You've never seen a kid pick up window tint in 30 days and make it to the finals, have you?
No, my mouse is dropped on the ground, but I can't go quiet because we must feed the energy and the Tintertainment that we're watching here. He's rolling out that bottom side reverse roll technique.
I'm sure he knows exactly what he's doing. He probably picked it up on YouTube in the last 21 days through the power of magic and science. This kid just suddenly picks up window tint and is literally about to finish his car before, I don't know, 7 other generational crates of window tint. Just, right out of Thailand. No big deal. Of course he's doing it. Man, I can barely even fold my own laundry, Texas Squeegee, and this guy's undoing a rear window glass upside down in a car for the first time, probably in his life. Really? How many Tesla 3s could he have possibly tinted in the last 30 days? Somebody answer the question.
There's no clue here. I have no
Probably
idea.
0.
I didn't even know that was possible. Like, again, we said it earlier when we kicked off the competition
Yeah,
division.
how many Tesla 3s do they have in Thailand?
15 minutes to go. We're going to find out.
15 minutes to go, and he just laid out that back window.
Okay. All right, so I'm getting some inside information. So I suppose from past Tinter Battles, they knew that they'd be using a Tesla 3.
Yes, exactly right.
So in the lead up to Tinter Battles, when he 30 days ago started learning tint for the first time, the first car he ever tinted on, the only car he's ever tinted on, is a Tesla Model 3. He located a Tesla 3 for him in Thailand, and for the last 30 days, he's only prepped and practiced only on this car. So not only is this the first car he ever tinted on, this is the only car this installer has ever tinted on. That's why he's doing this.
You know, they
He
say
trained.
They say in the world of mixed martial arts, do not fear the man of 1,000 kicks. Fear the man who's practiced a kick 1,000 times, and he has practiced his vehicle 1,000 times, and we are seeing why that strategy could be the winning strategy in this Tesla battle vehicle powered by 44 Tools and Tidways.
That's actually brilliant. If you guys are coming to Tinter Battles to compete and win, and you know for a fact that you're going to be installing on a Tesla 3, then why not just take 30 days off of your life and just install window tint on a Tesla 3 for 30 consecutive days? Wouldn't that be a smart decision? What about running your shop? What about taking care of your family? What about like doing your laundry or taking care of your life responsibilities? No, don't do any of it. Just stop what you're doing. Go to Thailand and tint a Tesla 3 for 30 days. That's what he did.
Yeah.
Now look at him go.
It's what he did to win the world championships. That's what he's doing.
Well, we'll see what he can do, but I'm feeling a little froggy about it. That story is ridiculous.
30 days, and he's finding himself here clashing against people that have 20-plus years experience. I mean, well, what an incredible development. The amount of stories that we have here at this year's division, Tinter Battles. We have now Byung-Yo Park there on the opposite side, who's, again, the famous wet trigger. I think he's rolled out his back window. He's already done.
He's saving. Oh, you said that he was the best wet shaver there is, and I guess this is his signature technique. So this is the final thing he's doing right here. You said that he is among the best in the world, perhaps the best in the world at this exact thing he's about to do. Is that correct?
Well, he just completed this one. So this is a finished product, but I believe what he's about to go do is going to walk over to the other side or maybe he's going to touch this one up. We're studying his movements right
I
here.
definitely see some slack here on this passenger side. So we're going to get to see the master in action here doing his signature move, which is what you're calling the wet shave.
Well, it's not what the Texas Squeegee called it. I'm not sure who called it the wet shave, but the technique, it's in the name. The glass is wet. He's going to shave it with a blade. Watch. You see that back window right there? Watch. I don't know if you can catch it from here. I don't know how good your eyesight is through those cyborg glasses you got on, commentator Jared.
I can't see anything, but I wanted to be cool like you, so I put on my glasses. I've been fumbling over myself all day, to be honest, sir.
Well, he's going to that very top, and he's got the film overlaid toward that edge. And as I've said before, it's like giving a glass a haircut. That is how thin the amount of excess he is shaving off. Look, watch right there. He's got his eyes locked on the Texas Squeegee.
Yes. Dude,
just
he's not
like
even
that.
looking at the glass. Imagine how badass you got to be shaving the glass, the left to right, the razor blade. You look up, you're like,
Let's give him a round of applause for Byung-Yo Park.
Oh my gosh, what a beast. This whole time I thought he was calling collected. He's putting on an act. He knows what he's doing. He's aware that we're watching.
It's like watching Michael Jordan shoot a free throw. He closes his eyes. He's like, I don't even need it.
Watch. He stepped one over the top. This is a different technique. Nobody does this way. He steps on a stepper in order to get that bottom-up technique leverage point. That's it.
I'm a fan. I want his trading card. I want his merch.
Well, I've got his autograph on this jacket, and I bet your bottom Squeegee.
You know what? I got a
letting it
banner
go.
over there. We got a banner with him on it over there.
Yeah, I want the banner.
We'll get you
for
one
my
where we'll
garage.
sign it for you.
Yeah.
You can take it home with you.
I need one of his banners. That's
Whoa.
so cool.
11 minutes.
I was just informed by one of the judges here that PJ White has officially completed his card, and I think
Oh,
he might
is he
be
the
the first
first?
one out of the gate with just 11 minutes remaining.
Look, he's just chewing gum and checking it out. Look at him. He's just having a chew.
I think you
Just
might have to
having
go
a
get a little short interview with PJ White
Well,
here.
real quick, PJ, so are we hearing this correctly that you have successfully completed the installation on the car?
Yeah, I'm finished. Everything's good. Sides, backs, corners. Everything's done.
Okay, so with about 11 minutes left, how might you most meaningfully use this time? Do you want to go ahead and go over anything? Do you think there's any extra bonus points to get? Maybe wiping down the windows, wiping down smudges? Just going to walk around a circle, take a look at it. What's your strategy for the next 10 minutes?
First of all, these cars in California are dirty. Okay, so it is a lot of prep. It is a lot of finish. Everything's as clean as y'all brought it to me.
Okay, so your discretion as installer, you have 10 minutes left to do whatever you want. You say, I've done what I need to do here. We're just going to see what the judges decide.
Hey, it's anybody's game. I wish everybody luck because you better get ready.
Okay, all right, PJ here with 10 minutes on the clock says, I don't have anything left to do but walk around in circles and wait for you slow pokes to catch up with me. He's a little bit of trash talk for the California conditions. As anyone has driven up and down the highways here, we know that it is a very dusty, very dirty environment. So it is what it is, but hey, we're all competing on real cars here. These are real life cars that might come into your shop. But PJ, the first to finish at car number 7, and we'll see how that fares for him later during judging.
Wow, we got the next competitor, Fresh Windleton, that's just fresh out of completing this car here. He just finished with just 9 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. Again, one of the things that the Texas Squeegee was told a lot as we were setting up the rules and formats for the competition was that an hour and 20 minutes was not long enough here. So whenever he finished out this glass, 10 minutes to go, that's still plenty of time, plenty of time to chisel out any specs, get it to perfection in time for the judges in the competition.
Well, again, I'm not going to give any of the competitors any of my observations because it may aid them in the competition. But I would be taking my time to make sure that the car is as clean as possible. But I think we're going to finally get to see the signature move that we've been talking about this entire time. This man is one of the best in the world, maybe the best in the world at what he does, and he has at least one window left that we're all going to get to see right here live in HD, watching around the world what this master can do to a piece of film on glass.
Well, see, here's the thing about Byung-Yo Park, commentator Jared, and commentator Carly, you've seen Byung-Yo Park. We saw him compete in other division competitions, and now he's going to bring out right here the blade right here on this glass.
He put in a fresh one.
What he's going to do here, he uses 2 different styles, right? We've got a little bit of the blade, and then he's going to use a combination of the file. Now, again, we've mentioned this before. This is a wet shave technique here. It seems to be dried up a little bit. Here he goes. Very interesting how he goes into that very side, and then he's going to start shaving it right there, shaving off the excess material right at the very top, and it's very smooth right at the very top. This is a dangerous spot. He's got a little bit of finger right there. Oh, that's going to be the dangerous spot. I'm not sure how far he's going to go. Maybe not according to plan. We're going to find out. Byung-Yo Park did a smooth technique shave right at the very top. And, with this kind of smoothness, it's very tough to be super high energy whenever he is very calm and collected. And
it changes the whole mood, right? You're just captivated by what he's doing.
I don't think he was thrilled with that. I don't think he was not super thrilled with that result. Now, again, with 7 minutes and 29 seconds left, is there any world at all where he redoes the entire window, or is he just going to file this down and just get it nice and get it?
At this point, I don't think you really could go to. We're past the point of no return.
Yeah,
depending on the type of setback he may have, he may just rather deal with the deductions because it's going to be less than if he has to redo and turn in an incomplete window.
It looks good to me, but he didn't seem to be completely satisfied with it. And as his blade was dragging across the top of that film, you heard a little bit of resistance.
So here's what happens. A Tesla window is two pieces of glass. There's a piece of plastic lamination in the middle. And sometimes when you're doing, it catches that plastic lamination and jags your knife with it.
Watch right here. He's got 1 foot up, getting the top down angle leverage. And now he's going to slice away like cutting off a fat juicy ribeye from Saltgrass Steakhouse. Just like that.
Delicious.
They don't even have that in California. They have Sizzler.
They need to be traveling back to Texas where we had the previous Tinter Battles in Houston in order to enjoy some Texas-style barbecue. And I think he's going into the very edges and it's a fine details with it. I'm not sure exactly what happened, but this is what one of the techniques that Byung-Yo is famous for. And he's bringing this flavor of South Korea over to Los Angeles, California. And he's coming back to the other side. I think he's about almost completing his car with just a little over 6 minutes remaining. The final 6 minutes.
How is the tint guy doing over here in car number 1? We haven't heard much from the tint overlord over here. It's been a minute since we checked in on him. Looks like he's doing his final touches and details as well.
That's exactly right. He's doing a shave technique. Now, the shaving, again, for the rules of this contest, if you execute a successful shave, it gives you an extra 5 points per edge. Now, here's the thing. If it's not successful, if it's overlapped just by a little bit and it fails the inspection of the judges, it could get disqualified and he's going to miss out on all of those points he would have gained. Again.
Yeah, but he's the tint god. He's not going to overlook anything like that.
Sometimes it's your day and sometimes it's not. That's what we see with Tinter Battles Championships. And if we've seen it before, we'll see it again.
Who else is about to wrap up over here? This competitor here was one of our first to do the rear glass. I wonder how he's doing on the front of the car. I haven't heard from him in a minute.
Well, it's Danny
in the corner.
None other than the great and powerful of Honest Tint and PPF, Danny Munoz, who is a California state native here. Thumbs go up there. Now he's turning in his glass. And we got to remember, commentator Carly, a moment that I will never let the industry forget. Houston, Texas, January of 2026. Danny Munoz showed the heart of a champion when he suffered a damn near fatal injury, almost bleeding to death, but he refused to get medical attention. He decided to finish the round, and we've never seen that kind of grit tested like that as we saw with Danny Munoz. He's now finishing out his car with just a little over 4 minutes and 30 seconds.
Yeah, so at the heart of a champion. That proved it right there. He cut himself really bad, and he just went through and finished the car, and then he wrapped himself up after it was done so he could get through and almost won the whole competition too.
Car number 6, I believe, is done here. It looks like this competitor is just doing some cleanup. So now car number 6 is also completed here with 4 minutes left to go in the competition. Now car number 8 over here in the corner, this was our first car to get its rear glass on. And at that time, we were predicting that he was knocking out the hardest window first to get to the others. But here we are with 4 minutes down, and he's still working on it.
It's still plenty of time, but it's starting to get a little bit tight for him because, he's going for a shaving technique. It seems like every competitor in the finals is doing shaving technique. And now, commentator Carly, it is not a requirement. Shaving your edges is not required in the finals. It is simply an advantage if you do it successfully, but a major disadvantage if it's not executed right. One of the things that I think we're capturing here with this finals division is the true nature of these window tinters to always strive for excellence. If there is even a 1% of margin of improvement, they are willing to take it because what's on the line is a Tinter Battles World Championship title.
Yeah, you got to roll the dice on those extra bonus points. If everybody else is doing it and you don't take the chance, you're probably not going to win the competition.
Well, I just saw here, so competitor 6 here on this car is now wiping down the top. He's wiping down the outside. He's objectively doing things that aren't a part of what's being judged or aren't officially a part of what's being judged, just cleaning up the car, wiping it down. Meanwhile, I look over here, car number 7, PJ's got his phone out. He's literally doing a selfie video. He is producing a TikTok live right here on the floor. He's got his camera out, his shades on, He says, I'm done. I did as good as I can do. It is what it is. I'm going to use this opportunity to make some social media content. So just seeing the different approaches here, 2 competitors, 2 complete cars. One's going to wipe down the outside. One's going to get his phone out and make some content.
Exactly right. Now we have 2 minutes, 30 seconds remaining here in the finals. Ladies and gentlemen, let me let you hear, make some noise for the competitors. We're down to our final 2 minutes and 30 seconds into this round.
Yeah. I think that car number 5 just finished up fresh. He finished up. His team was cheering him on because he made it. The OG here, he got it done. And so now with 2 minutes left in the tank, he is finished with his car. He can do what he wants with his remaining 2 minutes or not. It's up to him, but the window tint is installed. But meanwhile, we have some competitors that are still hands-on glass, hands-on tint, still getting some final touches in their final little details. And we
got 2 minutes.
Every second of that. It is now less than
2 minutes.
2 minutes, competitors. Less than 2 minutes before we're going to get you off of your cars.
Yeah, 2 minutes remaining here in this contest, here in the finals division. These competitors have gone through and clawed their way. They have battled head-to-head, eliminated opponents to get to this round. Every contestant you see here on the floor has eliminated somebody else, and they have earned their spot to be amongst the top 8 in this division. 1 minute and 30 seconds there remaining. And commentator Carly, as soon as this round is over, we're going to pick up with the Flat Glass Battles finals, but not before we give the official countdown. 1 minute and 20 seconds remaining, the point of no return. If you are not prepping your vehicles, if you are not perfecting the final edges, again, I think it's going to come down to that final spec. The possibility that someone who with 1 month experience is going to wipe out people with decades is going to be an incredible moment if it comes true.
Stories are going to be told, legends are going to be made, and there's going to be a legacy left
60
behind.
seconds left,
Whoa.
competitors. We are now in the final minute of the finals of Tinter Battle 6. Crowd, let's make some noise as we wrap up this final automotive glass competition. The awkward moment where the man who lost yesterday realizes that the guy who beat him has been doing it for 4 weeks. Wow.
Wait, I got, looks like I'm getting a word from one of the, with 30 seconds. It looks like somebody's asking for extra time here. What am I hearing? Are we looking for extra time? Can we get some extra time?
What does the judge say?
What does the judge say?
No.
Whoa, no extra time. That's
Negative.
it, folks. If you are not cleaning up your vehicle, you've got less than 15
Here
seconds.
we go, guys. Everyone count down together. Let's make some noise. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Time is up. Squeegees down.
Make some noise for your finalist competitors.
Wow. I mean, there is so much that happened in this round. We're talking about the plasma heater, the infrared heat lamp, all the way through to the sideways reversal on the rear glass. We have Byung-Yo Park's famous wet shave, including Zheng with 1 month experience, now being in the finals. The tint god himself coming out here along with fresh window tinting JT Echeverry and the legendary, the confident, exuberating PJ White clashing here. But in the next few hours, in the next few minutes, we're going to find out towards the very end of this program who's going to take home the coveted, the long chase, the highly demanding Tinter Battles World Championship titles.
Yeah, whoever decides to win this is going to put a target on their back for an entire year. Like, this is going to be exciting. I can't wait. Every one of these guys walked out of here confident. I didn't see anybody with their head held low. Every one of them thinks they put together a pretty good job. It's going to be up to the judges now to decide who wins.
Well, I don't know about you guys, but we need about 65 milligrams of melatonin to get to bed tonight to even have a chance. And I'm going to have to DoorDash a new set of underpants for myself, because just now, whenever I learned that this finalist competitor was literally displaying this amount of acumen and skill just 30 days after having tinted for the first time in his life, commentator Jared may or may not have made a mess of himself downstairs, but that's okay, because we have DoorDash on standby. We are in the United States. We are right here in Los Angeles. We have underpants standing by. But I just can't believe, honestly, I truly can't believe what you saw there was not an act. It wasn't a ruse. This is not something I planned. How could I plan for this? To see that that truth being revealed to us mid-competition was one of the most incredible and ground-shaking things I've ever seen in professional competition of any sport, anywhere, anytime.
Well, commentator Jared, I think you and the thousands who are watching now in post-production, the millions and millions of fans around the world who are now door dashing a set of underpants that just like you are here. What we saw was history in the making. The amount of influence and education and power coming out of this platform when the competitors who put on this unparalleled performance that we have never seen. It truly makes Tinter Battles the elite of the elite, the sport of the greatest competitors this industry has ever produced. But folks, don't go anywhere. We are going to kick back with the flat glass battles. And if you thought that this division had something to watch, don't go anywhere, because when we come back, the Flat Glass Battles Championship titles are on the line with 8 finalists in the Flat Glass division. Don't go anywhere. Jared Quines, commentator Carly, and the glass tinting film stick and tinter beating hell, raising, trailblazing the Texas Squeegee. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Squeegee that. Damn. Nice. Oh, yeah, dude. Good job. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have just gotten word from one of the audience members out here. If you found a phone in the women's restroom, please turn it into the registration desk. There is a phone that has been lost in the women's restroom. If you found it, please turn it in at the registration desk by the check-in with the Tinter Battles crew. Don't go anywhere. We're going to kick off with the flat glass battles here in the next few minutes. Once I check with the judges and we got all of our competitors accounted for, we're going to kick right back up. It's going to be a very short break, so don't go anywhere. Folks, don't go anywhere. We're going to kick off the Flat Glass Battles Finals here in the next 15 minutes. In the next 15 minutes, Flat Glass Battles Finals. Ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere. We're going to kick back with the Flat Glass Battles Championship Finals 8 competitors enter the flat glass finals. Only 1 competitor emerges at the Tinter Battles Flat Glass Battles World Championship. We'll be right back to kick off this round momentarily. Don't go anywhere. All right, folks, we're going to start off this competition round. We've got all of the judges on the floor here. We're now splitting up the film. We're going to go over the flat class finals rules before we kick off this battle round for the flat class battles World Championship titles. Don't go anywhere. We're just a few moments from the Tinter action, Tintertainment, Tinter Battles. Looks like we have all of the necessary members here in the flat glass battles. Competitors are now starting to finalize their preparation here. We're going to kick it off here in just a few moments. We're just allowing the competitors to clear out their windows from the previous rounds. Now, this contest is going to have something that's a little bit different. But there's 3 different styles of films installed across 3 different glass panes here. With Solar Guard Silver, Solar Guard Bronze, and Solar Guard Stainless Steel, which is its neutral line here. A total display of 3 different colors in the architectural division. All right, competitors, let's go ahead and start moving out to the outside. We're going to kick off this round. We have only just a few minutes left. So if you are in the competition floor, get the seals back in. And let's go ahead and exit the competition arena. Seals back in, exit the competition arena. All right, competitor, let's start moving out. Final seals going in. Got the Tecklenburgs wanting to filibuster the flat glass battles. Commentator Carly, we're going to kick off this round here. And I mean, the finalists here, every single person has eliminated somebody from before. It's almost like the incredibly popular Netflix show of Squid Games. The competitors that have made it into the finals have gotten here by stepping on the toes and stepping on the squeegees, I should say, to get in here.
Yeah, fearless. They didn't care about somebody in front of them. They were like, I'm going to win the event. Hey, this is a competition. Once you walk through that gate right there, it's no longer holds bar. It's bringing your best to the table, and let's see what happens.
What's that? That's a little bit of a hidden challenge we have here. Jared Wines for the competitors. Right before the competitions are going to start.
That's illegal measuring. Illegal measuring.
We have Sal here, one of the official judges, one of the strictest ones that the Flat Glass Battles has seen. Competitors, go ahead and exit the competition arena back to the entrance point to kick off this round. Now, commentator Carly, we saw the round before us, a lot of incredible moments. At this point, I don't know what to expect with the Flat Glass Battles other than memories that will be talked about for generations to come.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing a whole new legacy born. We're seeing new competitors. We're seeing a few old faces, but we're seeing some new faces. Look, I'm still kind of in. I had a churro to try to calm down over there. They're delicious, by the way. Yeah, I know.
We got the camera live right here.
I'm just still curious about, I'm still blown away by this whole 30 days of window tinting thing that I just saw. And he put the back window almost in as effortlessly as a Beyond Park. Like, that was extraordinary. And if that story checks out, like, wow. In the future, he just set the bar. You know what I mean? Like, if he gets 5 years, 6 years behind him and he has that sort of ability, what's it say for how good he's going to be? There's no ceiling. I'm excited to see that.
That's exactly right here. We have a lot of heavy hitters coming in, but one notable, I would say a notable pair. We have the Tecklenburgs, a father and son who somehow made it into the finals. Now they competed at different heats. They're eliminated their opponent. Now they find themselves here. Now they separated forces, and now it seems like they're going to be battling each other to see who's going to win. I'm not sure if this is going to cause a rift in a family, or regardless, if one of them makes it into the championships, where they're both going to be celebrating.
Yeah, you put a father versus son. I think there's some bragging rights that wants to come along with it, right? Like, you're trying to go back to the house. It's going to be a long ride home if they win one of them. It's going to be a long ride for the other one that doesn't.
It may be or so not, but commentator Jared, we saw you over there freaking out. Your mouth was gaping open, and then you just started firing off like a fire rocket here at SpaceX coming out of California. What do you anticipate here happening, given that this is your first Tinter Battles?
At this point, I'm expecting anything. I try to have some preconceived notions. I try to have some expectations. Those have all been blown way out of the water at this point. I've been here long enough to know that you should expect literally anything. So there's surprises around every corner. There's things you couldn't have ever dreamed of, thought about. Tattoos are going on to arms. Kids are becoming savants in less than 30 days in the Philippines. Guys are installing window tint using their head and 2 extra hands. A wife is coming out of nowhere with a steamer from her own closet to help the PPF installation. Just forget it. This is just the most ridiculous and incredibly entertaining competition. I am so glad to be a part of it, and I can't wait to see who's going to come out the winner.
That's exactly right. We're going to kick off the Flat Glass Battles Division. The competitors are out by the check-in area. So let me just check in with the competitors one final time. Just a few moments. Folks, don't go anywhere. Jared Wines, David Commentator Carly, on you.
He says it's on us. That means stay over here.
It's the big leagues, big boy. Time for you to carry the show.
Not on him.
Yeah. total mishap there for a minute. I thought I was going to get something else to eat.
You know, I just want to give a quick shout out to the beautiful, the lovely, the famously chiseled Jessica Sapp watching live at home from Roy City, Texas, right there on the couch. Hello, babe. I love you. I'm so sorry you couldn't be here. And a special shout out to my dog, Chance. And why am I giving a shout out to Chance? Because Chance is actually literally watching Tinter Battles. I just got a photo directly from Jessica right from our couch. And our family dog, Mr. Chance himself, is literally watching live right here on YouTube. So Chance, Mr. Jared, I miss you, but I'll be there tomorrow to give you a nice little scratch. Hope you're enjoying the Tintertainment. Even my dog is captivated by the show that he's watching on TV.
That's a pretty intelligent dog. I'm going to let you know that right now.
He's not intelligent at all, but he's smart enough to know a good show when he sees one. So, yeah, he has about 2 chromosomes of intelligence up there in his fuzzy little noggin. But you know what? We catch him watching wrestling. He loves the WWE, and now he also loves Tinter Battles. And those are my 2 favorite shows to watch.
So just to know an update, I've officially seen 4 tattoos now. There are 4 out there.
Stop.
So,
I mean, at this rate, Carlos is never, ever going to be able to get into profitability, because if we start giving away lifetime passes for tattoos, but hey, the boss said what the boss said. If you get the Tinter Battles logo tattooed on your person, that is your forever free pass into any Tinter Battles event from this moment forward. And at least 4 people now have gotten that permanently tattooed on their body over here at the Film Slayers booth. I can't believe I'm saying it. We caught the first one, and that started a chain reaction. A bunch of just awesome individuals said, you know what, they're going to do it, I'll do it. And then there was 2, 3, and now 4. But the day's not over yet. There might be a 5th or more than that. Who knows?
Yeah, it's insane. It's very humbling, actually, as being a part of the program, to think that somebody would do that. Like, I'm gonna have to put a little pressure on Carlos. I think he's gonna have to get one for himself now. What do you think?
I don't know. I've only seen him in a blazer and these long pants. I've never seen him in a pair of shorts. I don't know if he's ever been to a swimming pool or ever taken off his blazer or his glasses. The Texas Squeegee's always in character. I don't even know what his skin looks like, or he may be covered in tattoos, half sleeve like Randy Orton, or completely flawless, is what I would expect. I would expect completely flawless, unblemished skin. But if he did have a tattoo, it might be a Tinter Battles one.
That's exactly right here. Now we're kicking it back. The competitors have already been briefed, and now they are ready to compete. They're ready to battle. Now, ladies and gentlemen, if I can get your attention here momentarily, let me get this stand over here. Commentators, we're going to kick off right on this side here. Let me get the camera right on this side. We're about to do something here that's a little bit special, something they did not see coming. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is the Flat Glass Battles World Championship Finals. Live in Los Angeles, California, we have 8 competitors about to enter the battlefield. Now, along the way, we decided to make an extra little hidden challenge. These competitors don't know about it. They had just finished prepping this entire glass, so I need the cameras on me because I'm about to walk down and reveal exactly what it is. Now, contamination control is something that is very important in the techniques of achieving a very clean quality install. Unless you want to get splash cameraman, you better get out of the way. Talking to you, big boy. So now I'm gracing all of the windows that you just cleaned out. Every single one of them getting dusted. This is just like walking to a commercial building that is in fresh, new construction. Just like that, the power of the tint expels you. Every single windows, they all getting equal treatment. That one's already done. We're going to go over to this side. The power of the tint entertains you. Next one right here. Bam, blessed. Squidgy that. Squidgy that. Bam. Making the way over to the other side. And finally, I need everybody to give me some noise for this final swipe. Let's go. Squidgy that. Oh, we got one more. Commentator Carly, you're absolutely right. Bam. We got one more here. I almost missed one. Just like that, we got some dust on here. So now let's go ahead and bring the official competitors. Pretty interesting plot twist, huh? God, what did I just do to myself? Oh my God. I was trying not to get my jacket. Oh well. It does, huh? All right. I need AV production. A little bit on the lower side. We're going to introduce the first competitors. Ladies and gentlemen, the next 8 that will enter the competition arena has clawed their way, has battled their path to the championship finals. Introducing first to the flat glass battles, Armando Esker. Up next, we have one of the 2 competitors of Tecklenburg Tint. He is Ryan Tecklenburg. Commentator Carly, 40 years in the business, and I don't think he's received a Tinterduction like that. All right, the next competitor from the great island state, Kawai Kalalo. Up next to the competition arena, one of the greatest tinters that has ever put on a squeegee in his belt. He is a notorious instructor. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting the powerful Timothy Osterlong. Wow. On to the next competitor here. Ladies and gentlemen, the next contestant entering the battle arena. His name is Aiden Hernandez. Guess who's next? Ladies and gentlemen, one of the most feared competitors, battling out of Las Vegas, Nevada, he is the second generation owner of Green Valley Window Tint, one of the instructors of the Tint Lab, one of the hosts of the Born to Tint podcast. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting for you all the reigning, defending, undisputed one half of the team's Tinter Battles Champion of the world, Ricky Miller. Wow. A heavy hitter indeed. Now, folks, do not count him out. He is one of the younger competitors entering in this contest. One of the other half of the Tecklenburgs, Cody Tecklenburg. And finally, one of the byproducts of the Green Valley Window Tint team, one of the prodigies of the Tint Lab Academy, presenting out of Las Vegas, Nevada, Diego Bonson.
3 different types of film.
3 different types of
Yeah.
Oh, you guys turned it up.
Neutral.
Ladies and gentlemen, this competition will have a 35-minute time limit. In this contest, they are required to install across 3 different paints and 3 different films. They are Solar Guard Silver, Solar Guard Bronze, and Solar Guard Neutral Line Stainless Steel. The contestants will have 35 minutes total time of installation. The top competitor with the highest score will win the Flat Glass Battles World Championship titles. Now, we went over the rules. We want a clean battle. We want a loud crowd. Because we are live in Los Angeles, California! 35 time limit. In 3, 2, 1, battle. God, dog, let the Texas Squeegee carry this commentary team yet again. This is why the Tinted One decided to get the autographs of an entire industry on his back. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are live on the Tinter Battles Network. Commentator Carly, this is a final moment in the Flat Glass road to the Tinter Battles World Championship title. The competitors were sprayed with a orange contamination substance, and that added a level of mental mind games because they spent about 15 minutes cleaning out the glass very meticulously, but now they're having to deal with cleaning it all over again.
Yeah, it's a little wrinkle that, we're always going to add because of the stress factor. This is real life stuff. You show up to a job site, it's a construction site, you find out you only had some pictures, and you get there and then there's concrete and paint and everything else on the glass. You still got to get the job done. So you know what? Hey, you better get used to it. You better conform and you better make it happen.
I've never been to a job site covered in orange dust contamination, but I guess there's always a first. In fact, Mr. Squeegee, I think you have a little orange contamination that you got on your head a little bit there. I think there's even some contamination on your epic jacket here holding up the industry. But that's just a part of the Tintertainment memories that you're making here, forever ingrained.
Well, that's exactly right. When you're in the splash zone, you're gonna get splashed. And although I was trying to do my best to keep this jacket pristine and clean, hey, it's just part of the story. And as we say with live television, there's no such thing as a mistake. It's all part of what's being written into the history of what is sports entertainment.
Yeah, I love the level of stress that it's added. It's amazing. It's great. We're going to see what happens here in a few minutes. Everybody's going to have a little different approach, but those guys it won't phase them. They'll just dial in and they'll start getting busy.
So do me a favor and just allow me to be the viewer at home watching, maybe a little oblivious to some of the stuff going on here. What is the correct strategy for these guys to take here at this stage of the competition? Is it really cleaning that contaminant off and make sure this glass is perfectly clean again? Because I see some of the guys that are already cutting film and worried about that necessarily cleaning.
It's just like eating, a fat, juicy ribeye from Saltgrass Steakhouse. Some of them like it on the well-done side. The people that like eating bricks. Some of them like it right on the medium rare side. Or maybe you're like the Texas Squeegee who just like to raw dog and eat it steak cooked blue. For those who may not know, now we have one of the judges here, the great, powerful Lindsay Parks here, who introduced the Texas Squeegee. I did not know that there was a different temperature that was a little bit more raw than rare. But, just like a lot of people like their steaks a little bit different, they approach the glass with different styles and different approaches. And, some competitors are going to start to do the residential window first. Others are going to take what I consider the easier wins and get their larger paints knocked out.
Okay, so basically you're saying it's dealer's choice. It's the artist's preference. There is no right or wrong way to do it. You can do it whichever way you want to get to, just like in automotive, to get to that final result.
What's ever going to get you into a rhythm, right? Like there's a rhythm to what we do. It's a pattern. So if you want to cut all 3 of your patterns so they're ready to go, and then you go to cleaning all of the windows, it's all about rhythm. It's all about creating that pace for yourself.
That's exactly right. We have Ricky Miller here, the defending I should say, in the famous words of Paul Heyman, the reigning, defending, undisputed one half of the Miller Brothers, the Flat Glass Battles Teams champion, now looking to chase his championship in the singles division.
Is there another singles division champion, or is this the first ever singles division championship that we've done?
This is the first singles division championship that Tinter Battles has ever streamed on a mainstream network like Tinter Battles. Now, this contest is going to have, no doubt, millions and millions of followers and viewers worldwide. Ricky Miller is no stranger to the virality of the platform of Tinter Battle. He competed in his first Tinter Battles contest at the Wiz Castle Tinter Battles 2024. Now, the Wiz Castle was powered by TintWiz, which now offers payment processing in the CRM system. Get a free trial at tintwiz.com. But now he finds himself here in Los Angeles, California, competing in the singles division. He's starting off with a commercial style frame. Now, what's different to this frame than you would not see in a residential window is that it has seals. But by removing the seals, it gives him a little bit extra space to tuck the film behind it and leave his cuts completely hidden.
I think I saw in the heats yesterday, they were all taking out these seals. Now, if I recall, that's not required. It's their preference, right? So they don't have to take out the seals, but if they do take them out, they have to put them back, which gives them a little bit of a risk versus reward kind of factor. But unlike the heat that we're seeing yesterday, now they're doing way more windows. Everyone yesterday in the competitive heats to get here was just doing the one piece of glass. But now they have 3 different pieces.
Well, 4 panes in total, yes.
5 minutes have just gone by. I don't know if you guys have noticed that. It went by in a flash. 5 minutes are gone. They've disappeared. Where have they went? Who knows? Maybe off to Terrapin Station.
4 minutes, 4 windows in 30 minutes. I think the guys will have it under control. These guys are professionals. A lot of them are trained veterans in the industry. We got a couple new faces, and we got somebody already putting film on. Wow.
Hopefully none of these installers started doing flat glass in the last 30 days magically and have acquired any sort of unbelievable skills. I guess we'll learn that through the course of the competition. Look at the size of that squeegee. I didn't know if that was a broomstick or a squeegee stick.
That is what I refer to as the Texas squeegee, because it is great. It is big. It is powerful, and it is girthy. And what he's using that for, the longer handle allows him to get a stronger grip. He harnesses the power of Mother Earth through the body, out the hips, out the arms, and transfers that kinetic energy out the glass to push the water out. Now, he was incredibly fast to laying out this film. Now he's going down, slicing the film, separating the excess from the necessary, coming down.
Now, this competitor has a pretty cool tiki hat on. Is there any sort of connection to tiki or anything? I guess we can find out about that in a moment. I'm interested in the tiki powers because sometimes that can have some connections on a spiritual level.
You know, competitors are actually moving quite quick here. We have some of them have already laid out their film, and so much action going on. Nonstop Tinter actions, nonstop Tintertainment live on a Tinter Battles floor. With all these contestants, I mean, with the amount of action going on, David Commentator Carly, I'm going to spin myself dizzy, and I might faint here in front of the entire crowd.
It wouldn't be hard. There's a lot of world champions right here in a little circle, and you're just trying to catch it all in. Who's where? Who's throwing film down where? And, I'm curious to see, the pattern. You got some guys that cleaned all the windows, and now they're putting on film. You got guys that clean just the one window, and then they're putting on film. We'll see which strategy pays best, because you really, with the interference that you decided to include into the competition is going to create a little bit of a challenge for them. They're going to have to make up some time.
I'm so thankful that the DoorDash here in Los Angeles is so effective. I was, in fact, able to get a brand new pair of underpants in between the last battle and this one. So I am fresh, unstressed, and ready to get back into the action here after the incredible surprises that we had in the last round. No worries to everybody. I am good to go. Thank you, DoorDash.
We're starting to have a chant breaking out here. Maybe I might have dreamt it, but speaking of fresh and unstressed, we have the Tecklenburg family here, the father and the son competing right next to each other. I don't see a lot of stress coming from them. We still got a lot of time, but you've got to think whether, Brian Tecklenburg might be looking at Cody, and maybe for the first time, he may be looking at him saying, I'm going to have to teach you a lesson because there's no such thing as defeating an OG. Or perhaps we may have a passing of the torch from Brian Tecklenburg over to Cody Tecklenburg, who's now decided to take the craft of Wimbledon to a professional level within the last couple of years.
Yeah, I mean, when there's a father and son both making it to the finals, what's that say about their DNA, right? So that means they're working on a job site constantly together. They're challenging each other. They're becoming better at their craft, and they probably are talking and navigating this whole situation. But don't get it twisted. One of them wants to go home with the belt. The other one wants to brag about it.
I think it's really cool that you can have two competitors fighting out of the same family and out of the same shop. Essentially, whether it's the father or the son, if either one of them happen to win, the shop, the family still gets the dub, and you have twice the chances to bring home gold back to your shop. So for you competitors out there, you can enter in as many chances as you want to try to get to the finals, and you can bring glory and fame back to your home shop, wherever that is in the world.
I mean, and here's the thing, too. What you don't realize is Ricky Miller has 4 people in here that he's trained. This is a legacy contest for him. If one of these guys win or he wins, it solidifies his legacy as probably one of the best window tinters to ever walk the face of the earth.
That's exactly right. Ricky Miller has had a career in this industry. He's won many championships and in other competitions. He went out to the Flat Glass Battles, the inaugural Flat Glass Battles Teams Division out in Wiscastle, Orlando, Florida. And ever since then, the bug of Tintertainment has sunk his teeth into his DNA. He's been at every event ever since he got hooked. And now, for the first time, he went into Houston, Texas, alongside his brother Joshua Miller, took home Teams Championship gold, and now he's looking to be, like Conor McGregor said, the double champ.
Whenever you pass on your knowledge to other tinters, like you're saying, you definitely want to lift up the industry. You want to help out people who are also learning our craft. But at the same time, if anyone he's ever taught or mentored were to win, that's essentially a pseudo win for him by association, because he had a little bit of a play in them acquiring that skill.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, that's the magic of it.
Well, we have Diego Ponce right on the other side. Again, we're talking about trained competitors from Ricky Miller off of Tint Lab Academy out of Las Vegas, Nevada. He's going to go for what looks like a reverse roll. I'm not sure what happened. A little bit of a mishap. Oh, he's coming right back. Oh, wow. Grabbing the important sauce, the official. Whoa, he's damn near slipped up there.
Yeah, almost
fell down like the Dudley boys climbing a ladder. Now the crowd's starting to come alive for Diego Ponce, one of the younger competitors entering this round. He just sprayed the imported gel sauce. Now this, pardon the interruption, I'm here getting the crowd going live for Diego Ponce.
Oh,
wow,
these Green
just like
Valley
that.
guys are on one. They are
He's looking like an industry veteran. I mean, he's just.
Well, here we go. Drop throw technique. Wow, that was kind of a little quick on him. I thought it was gonna go sloppy, but no, he snapped it down, and just like that, watch it. Watch how fast he's able to lay film on a bigger piece of glass. Liner's coming right off. And folks, if you're watching this on the social media Tinter Battles networks, the adhesive is facing the glass, not the liner. This is a reverse roll technique. It's one of the most confusing techniques that many people on the Tinternet say, but they don't call me the hater navigator for a reason, because what he just did is did a reverse roll technique style, and he instantly laid out a large piece of film on the glass.
So what he's doing right there is called a T-lock, okay? So he's creating a capital T. He's putting a lot of pressure on the film and the adhesive so it locks, so it doesn't slide around when he goes to cut it.
This is just absolutely mental to see. He's up there just slinging the film, jumping up and down the ladder, looking like a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle, just throwing the moves down here. It's just absolutely out of control what we're seeing here. And I guess a lot of people watching at home may not realize, hey, you may not want or need window tint for your home, your car, but you definitely should investigate having it for your house, because it can actually pay for itself in energy efficiency savings.
Absolutely. That's exactly right, because this is a Solar Guard silver film, so it has a much brighter finish. Now, the mechanics of how it rejects heat is that it reflects solar energy, it reflects infrared energy away from the glass in order to better allow the space to get climate controlled and allow the AC to work much more efficiently.
Yeah, so it's a good investment. So not only can it add some privacy to your home, but it's going to end up making you cooler inside, take away a little bit of the stress from your AC unit, and ultimately pay for itself in efficiency savings on energy. "22 minutes left here as we are counting down.
We have Diego Ponce right here, now picking right back up. Squeegee in one hand. This is a double-handed squeegee grip technique there. One hand pushes it forward, the other hand drives it in. And you can see the amount of pressure. Just look at the glass hand frame and how it's flexing here. And he's grunting. He is grinding. You could hear the tenacity of his competitor, harnessing the power of Mother Earth, coming up the stepladder through the human anatomy and out the squeegee.
I just want to point this out. You don't think you have to be in shape to do this for a living? I want you to look at him out of the sweat that's running down the back of his neck right now. Like, people just think this, you just putting on a sticker and you call it a day. No, this is work and this is intensity. If you have got to have a lot of like cardio to be able to do this.
Oh, he's getting a full body workout, no doubt. You can see him putting his backs, his delts, his lats, his whole back is being activated here as he's just pushing the friction through this squeegee right into the glass. This is incredible. It's a physical effort that he's doing here. He's really, literally putting his back into it.
Yeah, and you do. And that's the thing. What people don't realize is,
I had a slip off there off the first step, but he was able to recover.
We don't want nobody disqualified for injury, right? So one of the things that people don't realize, you do this all day long and you do those body motions like that for 8 straight hours. If you're not physically fit to do that, man, it will do something to you. You will go home and you will feel it the first couple of times. You are sore.
Yeah, I'm definitely not cut out for this kind of work. Commentator Jared's more of a sparkly shirt kind of guy, not really a hard work on a ladder kind of guy. I'm going to leave that to the men with facial hair and plenty of testosterone to do. I got to go use some moisturizer, peptide max my face a little bit.
He makes his way over to the other side, but we got to take a look at some of these competitors. We have Brian Tecklenburg here on this side, and he decided to do what's called the Solar Guard bronze film. It has a rose gold color to it. Some of the end consumers, the homeowners, tend to be a fan of this because when the sun shines through it, it has this elegant, gorgeous rose gold tone. It is a complementary look when it enters spaces that a lot of bright spaces. So when the sun sets through this film, it just creates an inviting atmosphere, and this is a popular choice amongst the end consumers who are homeowners.
Yeah, like one of the things people need to realize that there's multiple different types of these products. There's not just one product. It's just not silver or black. There's absolutely different tones and effects with different hazes and all kinds of transparency. So yeah, it's important to know that about the product.
That's very gorgeous. Honestly, I've never seen this exact color of film before on architectural film like this. This is gorgeous. It kind of looks like a penny. It's more of like a copper, but it's sort of like a translucent penny. I love that. I could see a lot of home applications where that would be a gorgeous color choice.
And this is one of the things about window film that many architects out in the industry don't truly quite think about. They think about the color of the furniture, the color of the walls, the color of the ceilings, maybe the colors of the lights, but not necessarily about how the sun shines through and how it changes the color of the sunlight. This type of bronze film, which again, it goes back into creating some type of rose gold look, really creates an inviting atmosphere. We have Cody Tecklenburg right on the opposite side, the son of Brian Tecklenburg, and you've got to bet your bottom squeegee. The question here is whether Brian Tecklenburg truly passed down every bit of knowledge to Cody, or whether he withheld some information to allow Cody to perhaps have a lesson learned.
Oh, you think Dad kept a few little sneaky tricks up his sleeve and didn't want to tell Junior everything he has to know?
I'm not quite sure. We're going to have to find out and keep watching this incredible sports action here. But Cody Tecklenburg is doing incredibly well. I mean, the reflection coming off of that glass, the clarity coming from Solar Guard, it looks incredibly awesome. I mean, look at it. It looks like I'm looking at, 120K Ultra HD.
It's like he just wants to say, Papa, I'm ready to move on. That's what he wants to prove. He wants to prove to Dad he's ready to move out of the nest and be pushed out like a baby bird and fly on his own.
I think the real battle here is not for Cody or Brian. The real battle is for Mama Tecklenburg to decide who is her favorite. Is it the son or the father?
Well, where is Mama Tecklenburg?
Mama's right here.
Mom, we're going to go live here to Mom here real quick. Mom, you're watching with pride here. You're almost in tears. You're overcome with emotion here just watching this live competition. You have your husband. You have your son. You loved one first. You loved one second. Which one are you loving the most right now?
I don't know. It's kind of a tie.
Oh, it's kind of a tie. What a motherly answer.
But I want to see if he learned something from him.
Do you think he might have?
I would hope so.
Okay, so Mom is genuinely curious. Has my son learned from my husband? He's been trying to teach him. Was he listening? We don't know. She is also watching along with us and the rest of the Tintertainment universe to see what's going to happen. Thanks, Mom.
Here we're taking it back to the action floor. We have none other than one of the great instructors of our time, Timothy Osterloh, who looks like he's finishing out his installation here. Oh, let me get the path through that action. David commentator Carly, I don't know how you're going to do it with the girthy momentum you got there. But you're able to navigate through.
I told you I was coming with you. I only had 3 churros. I didn't have 5.
Well, my friend, it sounds like you are trucking in Los Angeles.
I want look at. It's not been since John Cena retired that I've seen this large of denim shorts before. The denim jorts here are really just making a comeback. And I know that, the unseen one, the unseen 17 Ultimate Champion John Cena definitely likes to wear the jorts, but this competitor here is maybe channeling his John Cena to see if he can win a championship as well.
Well, John Cena is one of the greatest to ever have wrestled in sports entertainment. And what we're possibly looking at here is one of the greatest instructors that to ever tint in sports, Tintertainment. Now, Timothy Osterlaw is installing this Solar Guard bronze film on the flip side of this glass. And you can see the way that he is squeegeeing the glass. The double-headed squeegee technique allows the human anatomy to truly channel all of that girthy momentum, as we've called it before, out the squeegee, fully extracting water. Now, why is that important, commentator Carly?
I mean, he's also, I want to point this out, using what they call a really thick blade, and it's a red blade, so it's a lot harder than a normal blade, so it doesn't bend as much, but he's able to put a lot of pressure into it and squeegee out and extract way more water when he passes through the window. So ultimately, at the end of the day, you got to get as much water as you can in these really hard passes, so when the judges come around and start to grade this, they don't deduct you for points.
He's also taken a little bit of a controversial decision to wear Puma socks with Nike sneakers. He's going for that Nike speed on the rubber on the bottom, but he wants that Puma-like comfort. He wants to just channel his inner cat there on his ankles, but he wants to transfer that cat-like speed through the Nike rubber. So I've never seen some cross-branding below the ankle like that, but we'll see if that pays off as he's climbing up and down the ladder.
Yeah, I mean, some guys have their style.
We got a couple of hecklers or maybe supporters. I'm not quite sure, but he was partially interrupted here in this round. But now we're going on to move on to capture some of the action here. Brian Tecklenburg on the other side now he's installing the film as his son Cody is preparing that beautiful rose gold colored bronze film. And unlike in some of the other competitors, see what's the difference between a drop roll and a reverse roll / a Cali roll is that it's drop roll. Well, I actually stand corrected.
It just went down, and I know the cameras are focused here on the competitor, but don't forget about Mama. She's right here. You can see her. She's worried. She's pacing around. She's keeping an eye on her husband. She's keeping an eye on her son. It's all her family, but only one of them could possibly be a winner. Not both of them can win, or none of them can win. And she doesn't know how to feel right now. I can see she's a little conflicted.
Yeah, I believe that, her situation is like, whose mouth has she got to hear the most in the car on the way home, probably. Yeah, see, she pointed and gave me the thumbs up, so I must have been right.
Looks like you guys have had a little bit of too much of the juice of Tinterruption. We are witnessing Cody Tecklenburg there squeegeeing out the water squeegeeing out the water to reveal the incredible clarity with Solar Guard bronze film.
So he's doing that little 45 cut in the corner, so it cuts away the excess, so he can push it straight in, and it folds perfectly into that corner with no damage.
Only 13 minutes left to go in competition. A little over 13 minutes and 15 seconds. We are well over halfway done with the total time that we started with, and it still looks like this can go any direction for any competitor.
Commentator Carly, this is a tied time limit, 13 minutes remaining, and some of them had not started. The window that takes up more time. Now, contrary to popular belief, the big windows are actually much faster to do. It's the smaller ones that end up biding more time. Why is that?
Well, you might look at it and think there's more to do or less to do, but the problem is you have two smaller windows, and here's what happens is you still have the same amount of cuts.
That's exactly right. So, that the progress that you make, it doesn't matter if it's a big window or a small window. It usually takes about the similar amount of time. I mean, there's a small difference. If you have a larger window, it doesn't add that much time than doing it compared to a small window. It's the act of scraping, cleaning, flushing, brushing, final squeegee pad, laying the film, trimming it out, doing a squeegee, wiping it down, and then repeating that process that ends up taking a lot of time.
And it's a closed seal too. It's a residential frame on what he's been right here. And there's a lock at the bottom. You got a lot of little obstacles. You got to be really secure with it. You got to make sure you have less area to lock when you squeegee through it, so it could slide on you. It can create a lot of problems if you don't get it right the first time.
That's exactly right. Now he's working on his residential style double hung window. And this is utilizing the Solar Guard's stainless steel. It's more of a neutral colored film. And a lot of times the consumers that end up choosing this film over some of the alternatives is the neutral color allows it to be more subtle in appearance than you would typically see with like more of a brighter silver film, which, again, some may not like the appearance, but they'll like the performance because the brighter the film, the more energy it reflects.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's also, a little bit nicer, doesn't have quite as much reflection on a residential home. You don't want your windows to look so mirrorish on your house, right? So you have to have different options, and you want to stay away from that. So there's something for everyone. There's something for everybody. And it's just ultimately, at the end of the day, it's a great product.
There's some intensity going back over here. I'm keeping an eye on 5B over here. The man with the mustache over here is really just putting his back into it. He's got about 6-inch khaki shorts on over here because he doesn't want to be impeded by any sort of leg coverings. But he is just really just putting his back into this piece of glass. I wonder what's going on over there. I want to get into the camera boom, but I see some intensity.
One of the things about Armando Esker, he was one of the loudest hecklers when he was not competing in the rounds. Now, at the time that he was doing it, I didn't know if he was just doing it for plain banter or if it was a strategy to get into the minds of the competitors, defeating them on the mental warfare before they got to the physical challenge of installing essentially what's called commercial architectural film.
He definitely was giving a little bit of banter. I'm surprised he's not getting it in the back right now. So he's kind of being done a favor by the audience. But he's definitely a little bit of boasting for the crowd there for a
looks
second.
like he's starting to heckle on that camera. And one notable thing about the Solar Guard bronze film is it's incredibly reflective on the inside. So you got to wonder, and maybe his tendencies to heckle the crowd might work against him as he looks at his incredible reflection coming off that glass.
Yeah, it's just a beautiful color, and he's moving fast now. You can see he's got a rhythm. You can tell by how they move, and that's an experienced guy in the field. He immediately went down to pick up his trash, even though he doesn't have time for that right now. He still did it.
Man, we're just under 10 minutes remaining, under 10 minutes, just a little bit of a third of the time that is left in this contest. And of course, this competition can only have the elites of the elites when it comes to the judging. We have none other than Melody Champagne, a female entrepreneur, a female businesswoman. She is an incredible inspiration to a lot of the women that watch the Tinter Battles Network. And of course, we have none other than Lindsay Parks, a former entrepreneur, now director of Expel Vision Architectural here on the ground floor. And of course, we have none other than California's very own, a former WSCT champion. We have Sal Hurtado entering the arena. There are 3 judges here to capture and judge the action at Tinter Battles Flat Glass Battle Championships.
That must be Sal there, right? You're from Texas.
I stand corrected.
He has changed teams, sir. He might have. Were you ever from California? It's Texas, baby. It's okay.
He's so strict with this. I wouldn't expect anything less from Sal. He digs into everybody for everything. This is what makes him such an honorable person to do this job. He doesn't hold back on anybody. It's black and white with Sal on everything he does.
Well, one of the things that you guys don't know about Sal Hurtado is that he was an Emmy nominee recipient. He is an artist in this industry, and I think is one of the things, a Grammy, sorry, I stand corrected yet again. Goes to show how the Texas Squeegee is doing a terrible job out here. A lot worse than a lot of the competitors here. God, dog.
It's all right. He's going to correct you every time. You can say whatever you want wrong to the guy. He's going to correct you in that moment. It's great. It's almost like a cheat code to never making a mistake. It's like having a wife or a husband and if you say wrong, you're done.
I mean, we have Grammy Award nominees out here. We have world champions out here. We have instructors and mentors out here. We have fathers and sons, husbands and wives, people from this country and that country, everyone united with one purpose in mind, to be the best, to put it to the test. And we are just moments away from concluding this event with just, 7 minutes and 40 seconds left here on the clock. And not too long from now, new championship gold is going to be handed out right there on the stage behind us.
That's exactly right. And again, there's only one competitor in here that might be collecting his second one, and that is none other than the defending champion of the Teams Division, Ricky Miller, who has somehow made it into the final. Now, Ricky started off the year with great momentum. He won the Tinter Battles Teams Division championship titles, but when he went on to compete in other contests, it didn't quite go in his direction. So there's a bit of redemption that Ricky Miller is riding on here in order to get that momentum back and now be the first ever double champ.
And now that we're down to 7 minutes left, this is go time. Again, I'd say it every time, but you can feel it. It wants to get quieter. The oxygen starts coming out of the room. Everybody's adrenaline starts going. They get running around everything faster. They start cutting faster. You're more likely to make a mistake. This is when it gets exciting right here.
I mean, 6 minutes, just a little under 7 minutes remaining. It seems like most of the competitors decided to do the residential window towards the very end. And commentator Carly, this is a mental war game right here, because if you started with that one, you slay the beast from the very beginning, and everything else is smooth sailing. But if you leave the hardest task to the very end, very risky maneuver, my friend, because if the momentum gets derailed, it's hard to bounce back when you still have the toughest task to go.
Yeah, I mean, the time starts to become your enemy. You're fighting yourself, your nerves, and the time. It's not a fun place to be in, so you have to stay focused.
We see the utilization of one of these small lithium hand fans yet again. You said that was really designed to be maybe a keyboard cleaner or an air vent cleaner, and has been repurposed through tint innovation by installers to blow air out of those tiny nooks and crannies there, which is an excellent use of the tool.
Yeah, we have just under 6 minutes remaining here, and just watch how it's like quicksand. The time is going to go by a little bit faster and just a little bit faster, and you start to see a lot more sweat breaking off of the forehead like ceramic coated windshield in a rainy storm.
Exactly. That's exactly right.
I don't know what else kind of storm do we have if it's not rainy. Why did I say that?
Yeah, not here it's not raining, but other places it might be raining.
Yeah, Ricky Miller on the other side. It looks like he's now working in with the Solar Guard bronze film. Just a little over 5 minutes remaining. Time is winding down.
Look at the pool of sweat here on 3A here. The competitor here just lining up, and you could just see the damp darkness of his shirt just entrenched in his own bodily fluid, just escaping out of his pores in a desperate attempt to cool him off to a normal operating temperature, like an iPhone that starts to glitch out because it's just too dang hot. You've been scrolling for too long. His body is just hanging in there, depleting all of its electrolytes, all of its storage and glycogen is coming out to get him through this last few minutes. Only 4 minutes and 45 seconds left.
He just yanked that off. So as we turn our attention over to Ricky Miller on the opposite side, he's now rolling that glass down. He executed a beautiful drop roll technique. Now the cameras missed it here, but again, the Cali roll of a champion. Ricky Miller came from California. They moved out to Las Vegas, Nevada because they saw a greater opportunity with the amount of heat that is out there. And since then, they have taken their Green Valley window tinting company to new heights. Ricky Miller is a second-generation installer, and soon he will be training the third generation with his young ones watching back home or potentially live in the audience.
Well, yeah, you're never too young to pick up a squeegee is what we always say. And apparently you're only 30 days away from being a competition caliber athlete. So anything is possible whenever you set your mind to the task. But I've seen men put up 340 pounds on a bench press and not put out as much sweat as some of these competitors are here right now.
You know, with just under 4 minutes remaining, to the viewers that are watching back home, commentator Carly, is window tinting a sport?
These are all exquisite athletes right here. Like, they have got to train for hours. If not, you're not going to get. It's definitely a sport.
Athletes, and you know what? Before I came, I'd be like, you're joking. But now that I'm here, I have to concede. I agree. These guys are literally putting on an athletic, artistic demonstration. It's nothing else will really define it properly. They are putting their body into this.
Well, we have just a little over 3 minutes remaining. The time is starting to wind down, and those competitors that remove their seals, this may be the time where it starts to bite them back. We have the crowd erupting into a loud chant, and just as the Texas Squeaky said, we are live in California. Wow, this is Kawai Kalalau. They are from Hawaii, representing the Hawaiian genetics out here from the great big island in Los Angeles, California. 2 minutes, 30 seconds remaining.
It is go time. This is the point of no return. You just have to go 100 miles and get as much done as you possibly can at this point. There's no giving up, and you just have to press and press and press.
Wow. They're chanting. The crowd is getting on the chant. It's getting louder. From Maui, Hawaii, Kawai Kalalau, with 2 minutes remaining. 2 minutes. This is going to go by fast, David, commentator Carly. We now have to start capturing the action, the moment of no return. If the film is getting yanked off, this is the time where it's going to stop.
Less than 1 minute and 45 seconds left. 1B here. He's desperately trying to get the gaskets back in. You can see him up there just on the edge, the limits of his tenacity and his mental ability. We are just really trying to get the window back together. The time is ticking away. And for these competitors who have not finished yet, time is literally running out. Less than 90 seconds left to complete. Some of these guys still got more time to go.
That's Diego Ponce right there. He's putting in his seals. It seems like he's already got the other side. He's got what looks like a napkin right on the top. Almost like you would typically see like somebody who's bleeding to death. You want to stop the bleed. You want to stop the moisture from entering that film. With just 1 minute and 10 seconds, we're fast approaching the 60-second mark.
This is about to be the most intense 60 seconds that you will see on YouTube Live today. Here we go, guys. 59 seconds left. We are in the final minute.
It's the final countdown. Here at the Flat Glass Battles Division, Ricky Miller started to put on his seal. This is a time where you really have to start wiping your windows down. If you are really not at that point, you might as well hang it up because the championship gold is not going around your waist.
Oh, we still got squeegees going right over here with only 30 seconds left to go. Only 30 seconds left. And some of these competitors are still running the squeegee across the film. This is absolute pandemonium in Los Angeles, California.
There's no quitting here with Cody Tecklenburg, who knows he's got the Tecklenburg legacy riding on his shoulders. Final.
All right, Los Angeles, let's make some noise. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Time is up. Squeegee.
Make some noise.
Wow, the crowd energy from the Hawaiian team is unmatched.
It lifted him. When he started hearing that, he started pressing seals in so fast. It was great. It totally gave him the energy he needed to get through to the finish line.
Yeah, when you got a bunch of native Hawaiians throwing a shock and yelling "Chihu," it's over for everybody else. You got to watch out for that. They are bringing the heat, bringing the energy there, and that's going to be a hard competitor to beat.
Now, commentator Carly, commentator Jared, the timing of this contest was nothing long. It was very tight, and it was intentional because, again, this is the World Championships of the Architectural Division in the singles of window film. Now, the time was a little bit too long. It gives them too much time. In order to bring out the best, you have to beat the best. And we had Ricky Miller, the defending champion, who turned in a completed install. We had a couple of competitors who did not complete their installs in this contest, and they're obviously not going to win. But as far as who's going to be the new crown champion remains to be a mystery.
We're not going to find out for a little while, but I tell you what, there's a couple of guys in there that definitely were pressed to their limits. It was great to see. It's great when they get pressed and stressed because it brings out the best of them installers, and they go straight instinctive and they start to nail things. I mean, that was exciting to watch.
I think some of these competitors probably burned 650 calories in the last 35 minutes, just climbing up and down these steps like a madman just now, being covered in perspiration. And just when they thought that they were fully prepared and had a battle plan for how they were going to spend their 35 minutes, here comes the Texas squeegee with an unanticipated interruption, a tinterruption, the unknown substance all over the glass, just like in real life where you might walk into a job site and not know what you're getting into. So did all these competitors have to come out onto the floor. And just like that, their plans were turned into dust, and we had to watch them fight through the adversity in the last 35 minutes.
And it is just as the Texas squeegee was spraying out the contamination, it was done in purpose to highlight that sometimes when you're entering these real world projects, you encounter incredibly dusty windows. It is not always pristine and is not always clean. Now, this was designed to add a different element to the preparation stage for the competitors. It forced them to bring out every single trick in the book. It was partially also done to play a little bit of some mind games, because in the spirit of Tintertainment, why the heck not? The Texas Squeegee brought out the contamination dust and was blessing all of the windows with squeegee that, and squeegee that, adding a different element of complexity, defeating them from the get-go. But as we saw with many of these competitors, they bounced back here pretty quickly, and it cost some of them. We're going to find out if it actually affected them, or perhaps it helped them because now they knew you can't take any shortcuts in the prep stage.
Well, I mean, I think that they were coming in and immediately attacking the adversity. They saw you do it. They were disappointed. Some of them let out a hearty boo, and they were pretty upset for just a moment. They said, well, let's get down to business. Let's get to work. It is what it is. I don't like it, but I'm going to persevere anyways. And for most of them, maybe 15 to 30 seconds, they had clean and washed that off or began that process. So
true adversity, it creates champions, right? Like, you can't be a champion unless you're faced with some sort of adversity. So if that pressure is on and all of a sudden you were able to get through this and finish, you are rightfully deserving to wear that belt.
You know, it is like in many mixed martial arts, sometimes you'll have the instructor, the black belt jiu-jitsu specialist there training with some of the underbelt. But when it comes down to competition, there is no taking it back. There is no going easy on them. Ricky Miller took on some of his students here in his flat glass division, and you bet your bottom squeegee there was no taking it easy on him. Ricky Miller has said to be the best, you have to beat the best. And what he came out here to do, he laid out an incredible performance. He finished out his entire project and requirements within the time allotted to him. And we're going to see if he's going to walk out and still Teams Division champion or an new double champion. I don't know about you, commentator Carly, but the judges have the work cut out for them. What were some of the moments or some of the competitors that you feel have a strong chance of getting into that title?
You know, I saw Ricky Miller, like, I think of just watching, I could be wrong, you know, obviously I know a little bit about this industry, but the stress that you added to him when you threw the chalk on there. See, Ricky has always competed best under anger, and he gets mad at himself. What you did is you struck a chord. You flipped the Ricky Miller light switch. And I saw the Ricky Miller who won the championship come back over his face, unlike the other two competitions where he didn't do so well. His face went to the Ricky Miller we know, the Ricky Miller that's the world champion. Hey, man, that's my pick right now. I'm not sure. He just clicked it into gear, and it was amazing to watch.
For me, it was amazing to see Mama Bear walking around, watching her husband and her son both compete, and just seeing the look of discernment on her face. Honestly, it was a little bit of anxiety that I saw in her face. I couldn't tell if she was worried, excited, or just not sure how to feel. And what a weird dynamic it must be to be connected to both of these competitors in a different way and try to pick maybe which one you want to win. Even she didn't know. And that was an incredible real-life dynamic that we saw just play out right here. Father, son, and mom, all right here on the floor of Tinter Battles.
Well, that's exactly right. And folks, we will find out the winner of this division before this program is over in the next hour or two after the judges have tallied up all of the scores. But can't forget one of the most anticipated head-to-head classic match Trank Battle Finals. We saw competitors yesterday self-eliminating, self-disqualifying. We saw a round with potential double disqualification. It was a classic heat gun versus torch, torch versus torch, a double torch method or technique that we had never seen before. We cannot wait what we have in store for the heat shrink battles. So folks, don't go anywhere. This is commentator Jared, commentator Carly, and the glass in the film ticket Tinter beating, hell raising, trail blazing, the Texas Squeegee. We'll be right back shortly. Do not turn the monitor off. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. Squeegee that. Folks, don't go anywhere. You have just enough time to go for a small restroom break and grab a snack. have a seat. We're going to kick back with the heat ring battles here momentarily. If you're Heidi McGee, Mother Marion, or one of the heat ring battle finalists, make your way to the competition arena. We're just moments away from the Heat Shrink Battles World Championship Finals. Mother Marion, Heidi McGee to the competition arena for the heat shrink battles. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to kick off the heat shrink battles here. I need Fernando Sainz, Shady J, Ricky Miller, Diego Rivas, Landon Boston with an O, Anthony Trin, and Mauricio Garcia to the competition arena. If you're not here by the time your name is drawn, you forfeit your round. Shauna G, if you're in the arena, All right, ladies and gentlemen, start gathering around. We're about to kick off the Heat Shrink Battle Finals. We're going to have an update here. Ladies and gentlemen, start gathering around. We're going to kick off the Heat Shrink Battle Finals. Now for the competitors, we have drawn the rounds. So listen up. You're about to hear your name and who your opponent will be. The Heat Shrink Battle matches will be Fernando Sainz taking on Diego Rias. Shady J versus Mauricio Garcia. Landon Poston versus Sean G. And Ricky Miller versus Anthony Trin. I kind of ruined it. Now, for those that are watching here, the Heat Shrink Battle, this is one of the crowd favorites. Now, yesterday in the preliminaries, there was, a double disqualification, it seemed like?
That's correct.
So we ended up with 7 finalists. Now, that's a problem because every competitor needs a dance partner. Now, since Sean G. Tintman won the Heat Shrink Battles in January, essentially like a cash in the bank, he cashed in his championship to be the entering finalist here in the Heat Shrink Battles. And now we have a total of 8 finalists, evening out the playing field.
I was wondering how that was going to work. I was honestly wondering. I'm like, how are we going to do it with 7? But you had a trick up your sleeve, didn't you?
That's exactly right. That's the sleeve that has been signed by the entire industry up the Texas Squeegee's arm. All right. We are going to be competing on the 2 white Teslas over here.
You know, one of the things about when you enter these tournaments, you want to face the best. So Sean G cashing in his championship to come back as an entry into this competition, it shows you how much he wants to face the best and he wants to be the best. If you're a real champion, you don't just lay at the house and say, I'm the champion, right? You get out of the bed and you go out and you face the competition and you whoop their ass.
Whoa. Commentator Carly, this is a family entertainment production. We don't talk about the derriere live on YouTube. But you know what? I do think it's pretty cool that you can even use your championship to cash in for a chance like that. Because again, every once in a while, we learn about a new rule or new function here in Tinter Battles that we didn't even realize was a thing. And each time that you come to one of these competitions, we get to see something that we never expected, never thought was going to happen. And that's part of the fun and excitement, is that literally things are happening right in front of our face that we had no idea was about to happen.
It's the living, breathing of this whole competition, the spirit of it all. I mean, nobody comes here wanting to just be subpar. I've heard, you saw it in the elimination rounds when we first started, people were going up against each other. And you know what? If I'm going to have to knock this guy out anyways, I'm going to go against him now. You saw champion beat champion. You saw underdog or no someone that doesn't have a name yet beat guys that have really established in the industry. This is not an industry where you sit back and just go on cruise control. You go out and you get it and you go after the best from the day one.
One thing that I really like about the heat shrink competition that we're going to see here is that because of the format of this competition, we will absolutely unequivocally know who the new champion is here at Tinter Battles 6 Los Angeles, because there's no denying. It's no subjectivity about the judging of who is better, who had higher quality. So in the case of the PPF, in the case of the automotive glass, in the case of the flat glass, we truly don't know who the winner is yet. Those results are sealed under the judges' determination. We're going to find out here during the finale. But in terms of the heat shrink competition, we're going to see the 8 become 4, the 4 become 2, and then finally, whoever the winner of that final competition is will be the first new champion of Tinter Battles 6.
In a pile of sweat, exhaustion, dehydration, all of the things combined, standing over a heat gun, going through an elimination style tournament round, somebody is going to hold up that belt in a few minutes and they're going to lose it, because holding up one of those belts is the biggest, most prestigious prize in our entire industry.
This is just so awesome. This is the most fast paced, and this is maybe my favorite competition that I've seen so far. And here's why. Whenever we're doing the PPF hour and 20 minutes, we're doing the automotive tint. hour and 20 minutes. We're doing the flat glass back here, 35 minutes. When we're talking about the heat shrink competition, it could be over in some cases in a matter of seconds. So a competitor has DQ'd themselves with those blowtorch heat guns very easily many times. And even when they don't DQ themselves, it's literally a matter of minutes before they can shrink one of these pieces of film to determine who's better or not. And once that judge gives the thumbs up, whoever finishes first and gets the thumbs up is the winner. From start to finish, that can go down in maybe a couple of minutes max. So this is more of a drag race. This is more of an express type of competition. We're going to go from 8 to 4 to 2 to 1 probably very quickly.
You know, one of the things that's amazing is this. I always say this in the famous words of myself in this industry. There's 2 ways to lose in this and 1 way to win. Back to Carlos.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, folks, if you're in the competition floor, we're going to allow the audience to come back here, but we got to get some space. So we have a couple of officials here setting up some barriers.
So did I understand that right, Texas Squeegee, that we are inviting the audience to come onto the floor if they want, so long as they stay behind the barrier? Is that correct?
Yeah, just going to give them some space here.
That is correct. Yeah.
Okay.
So if you want, just do not encourage into the competition area. You can come inside, but please do not go past the barricades. There's media team and there's competitors. We don't want you to get burnt or anybody trip and fall or anything like that.
Well,
and the last thing you'd want to do is get in the way and somebody fall and lose the competition because of you.
That's pretty interesting. We're going to bring the spectators much closer here to the action. Most of the time here at Tinter Battles, they've had to stay over here in the stands or behind the barricades. But right here for the finale here, for this championship competition for Shrink, they're going to let the spectators get just a couple of feet away here from the action, as long as they stay behind the barricade, of course.
All right, watch out, guys, watch out. What's up? Whoa, it's jam-packed in here now for the heat shrink battles. Sí me lo puedo. All right, commentator Carly, we're going to start off with Fernando Saez taking on Diego Rivas, and after that is Shady J versus Mauricio Garcia. Now, Fernando Saez, if you remember, is one of the competitors who won the virtual heat shrink battle in 2024 with an incredible, impressive, I believe it was 17-second shrink on the back of a sedan.
And it was just, to this day, blows my mind to how many times he had to throw that window out, practice it, and repetitively do it over and over and over to get that time. It's a feat that I just think is amazing. And if somebody comes along and beats that, it's an amazing feat. I like to see it.
Yeah, you know, it's Fernando Saez is known as the Boogeyman. And of course, the next matchup following that is none other than Shady J versus Mauricio Garcia. Now, this is the actual final, so whichever of these competitors win, they're going to advance, and the bracket system is going to, essentially birth competitors to advance to the next round until we get to our final 2. Then it's the best 2 out of 3 to determine the heat shrink battle world champion.
We're going to have a new champion here in a minute, and it's going to be exciting.
What would we do in the instance of a double disqualification?
They're both out.
Okay.
And if there's any controversies or flags on the play, all power rests on the official, Heidi McGee. The crowd erupts
So just like
outside.
we saw yesterday, whenever a competitor's completed their shrink, they're supposed to hold their hands up to signal, I have completed my shrink, and then Heidi's going to come in, make her determination, and only when and if she gives a thumbs up, that's when she's confirmed that is a successful shrink and that person has, in fact, won the round. Correct?
That's exactly right. Now, folks, if you are not part of the media team, you need to exit the competition space. It's a little bit too crowded right now. We want to get this contest going, so we need to clear up some space. We need to take some. We need to give ourselves some breathing room here. All right. Are you guys ready? Heidi McGee, Mother Marion. And now presenting the heat shrink battles finals. Introducing first, the challenger, Diego Rios, taking on Fernando Sainz. Utilizing the chameleon film. Now they're still doing some prep method. I think Cash, the film handler, is preparing the film here. Now we have a Shady J on the opposite side. We may have to just do a quick switch up and go towards a Dark Truth side to kick off the heat shrink battles with the time limits that we have here in this incredible competition.
Yeah, this is going to be fast. This is going to be like fast food. This is amazing. It's a fun event. It actually tests everyone's skill, and they got to go for it.
This is basically as close as Tinter Battles can get to a drag race. This is very, very fast, very intense, head-to-head competition, and one wrong move can literally cost them the entire match. Really easy to get a DQ.
Now we're switching actually sides over. It seems like Dark Truth Shady J podcast is ready to battle because this round over here, this vehicle is actually ready. So commentator Carly, commentator Jerry, let's get in position. We have the judges ready. We have the competitors ready. Ladies and gentlemen, we have Mauricio Garcia taking on a Shady J. Whoa, the crowd's going with the chant. Here we go. Now we have the official heat shrink battle finalist, Shady J Jernigan. This is a division that he has been chasing for a long time. It was surprising for us to see him in the finals, just as it was for him, because although Shady J has competed in many competitions, he has not quite made it to the finals, and this is his first time.
He's so close every time too, and like he's here now. He's going to have to make the most of it. It's his shot to win a championship, and nothing would make him happier. He would be so proud of, and there's a lot of fans here that would be proud of him too. So let's see how he finishes up. Let's see if he stays concentrated and doesn't cause any damage to the film.
Now, what's different about this contest is that this is chameleon window film. It's a little bit different than traditional automotive. It shrinks a little bit tougher. It's a little bit stiffer. Now, we saw it yesterday. Many competitors underestimated the shrink, and they eliminated themselves because if it is damaged within the installable area, it results in a disqualification.
Yeah, there's two ways to lose, one way to win, right? I mean, it's so exhausting mentally. You cannot make a mental mistake right now, pushing the limits of yourself.
This is really
Mauricio Garcia. They're taking on the lead.
I think this is a coincidence, but both of these competitors are using the exact same heat gun.
We have Steino versus Steino, the clash of the Steino heat guns here, the heat shrink battle. Shady J Jernigan then doing a pull shrink method. Mauricio Garcia, they're making sure that he's past the installable area because as we saw yesterday, there is no fooling around when it comes to Heidi McGee. She is as ruthless as they come. Hands go up
here on the left
Garcia.
side, but that's still pending official determination. Not until she gives a thumbs up can he actually be declared the winner.
She's
Shady's
checking
still
over the
going
edges.
just in case.
Going up to the very top. It's got to be past the installable area. Thumbs go up.
Thumbs up.
Advancing to the next round, Mauricio Garcia.
That's lightning quick time. That was definitely less than 2 minutes from start to completion.
That's
True
exactly right,
sportsmanship.
commentator Carly. And the incredible sportsmanship here between both competitors. Shady J from the Dark Truth podcast put up a valiant fight here. But again, this is a different breed of talent that we have out here. Although, he didn't make it quite to the next round. Shady J put out an incredible performance. This is the farthest he made it into a competition.
Yeah,
no failure by any
stretch
stretch of the imagination.
He's getting closer and closer. He's going to be back.
All right, on the next Tesla where we just completed, we need Landon Boston and the former heat shrink battle champion, Shauna G. Titman, preparing their film for their round.
So one of our competitors has already made it to the final four. That's what's trying to happen here. Both of these guys are going to go head to head to see if they can make it to the final four and on to the final.
That's exactly right. We have Diego Rios taking on Fernando Sainz. Here we go. The battle begins with both competitors shrinking on the opposite side quadrants. Fernando Sainz from Puerto Rico on the passenger side. We have Diego Rios on the driver's side quadrants. Fernando Sainz there carting the film.
Neither one of these competitors are using a flame blowtorch like we saw yesterday. That pretty much resulted in misery for everyone who chose it yesterday. But here we see one of these classic Wagners again.
It's a workhorse Wagner heat gun, the entry-level heat gun taking on one of the most notorious, hottest heat guns in the market. We're talking about the Steinel, operated by Fernando Sainz, the Tinter Boogeyman. Doing a pull shrink stretch method. Both competitors are doing a pull shrink on this one. That seems to be the technique that is favored amongst a lot of the performance tinters.
Yeah, I think with a thicker film like this, you want to use a pull shrink technique. We'll see that develop as this goes along. And then when they get into the next round, we'll have even more experience with this film. It's going to get exciting.
Look at the glove on his left hand. Do you think that presents him any sort of performance or installation advantage?
It has a little bit of an advantage because it allows you to use your hand as a tool itself. Some competitors like to flatten it out with their hand, and having the glove, gets rid of all of the friction in order so that the flying can float like a butterfly but tack like a bee.
This is very, very close
This
here.
is close.
It's almost neck and neck. It's going to be which competitor completes it successfully and puts their hands up.
Fernando Sainz has looked like he's closing in the gap, and he marked the finish line on the outside. All eyes are on Fernando Sainz, the Tinter Boogeyman, who seems to be in the lead for some of the other divisions. He's going incredibly fast now.
This is close.
This is going to be close right here.
This is really close.
It's going to get close. It's going to get close. Hands go up.
Okay.
Fernando Sainz. Wait a minute. Hold on. We still got to wait for the officials to give us a thumbs up for Fernando Sainz. The winner of this round is going to take on Mauricio Garcia. Thumbs go up. Fernando Sainz advancing to the next round.
Look, he's continuing on anyways. He keeps on shrinking. He just has that muscle memory. He can't stop till he completes the job.
They're going to push right to the end. They don't stop. There's no quitting in this. It's because the other person can eliminate it. You still got to pass the judge's review, so you might as well just get it done and do it right.
So 8 men entered, 2 have already left, and 2 more are on their way out the door. This is very fast-paced, fast and feverish, fast and furious even. And we're going to see what happens in this next round right here.
All right, we have here for the competitors still getting ready. Folks, the next round on the other Tesla will be Ricky Miller taking on Anthony Trin. So if you're into the round, go ahead and start preparing your Tesla to kick off Ricky Miller and Anthony Trin.
Sean G's got these early 2000s era Nike shocks on, providing the spirit of bounce all throughout his feet. There's so many springs loaded into his shoes here. He might be able to just jump right all over this competition.
Sean G. Titman competed at the previous heat shrink battles in Houston, Texas. He took on many competitors. He clawed his way to the very top. Now, he encountered Byung Yol Park, who's one of the other fastest shrinkers in the heat shrink battles division that has ever graced competition. That turned into a best 2 out of 3. Sean G ended up defeating him with the official torch, wiping him out. Then he took on the giant Avery Wells. After many battles, Sean G came out the winner. And when he went back home, something incredible happened. Shauna G. Titman was recognized by the House of Representatives that was so proud that they have one of their state natives winning an international heat shrink battle.
Yeah, it was amazing, right? It showed us the letter. We saw it on the social media. It was a great moment for our sport.
Hold on. Sean got an official proclamation from the state?
That's exactly right.
Way to go, Sean. Oh,
The
that's
man
incredible.
has played it smart. He is, normally you would have people that are hometown heroes, but he is a state's-town hero in this division and in the nation of what we call the United States.
That's incredible. Looks like he's bringing out this experimental heat gun once again.
There we go.
Goodness gracious, he's actually going to use it.
Now, what we saw yesterday was a failure of the tool yesterday, but we'll see if it repeats itself today. Go ahead. Heidi Miki. Go. We go. The battle starts here with both sides. This is what everybody has been witnessing. I mean, look at the amount of phones that are out right now. Looking at Shauna G. Titman, the former heat shrink battle champion, taking on Landon Boston.
Sean has got a powder-coated $1,000 custom butane gun here in his hand. This is absolutely insane, the amount of power he's holding.
This is a corner that wiped him out the previous day. He ended up creasing it, but now he's made it past the danger zone. Shauna G. Titman now going on to the bottom side of that quadrant. Landon Boston is still stuck on the top side of it, and watch the incredible speed he's moving this film down with.
He's got the blue flame coming out of his torch, literally just inches away from his hand. And this same flame literally DQ'd more than half the field yesterday. But he is once again wielding this mighty weapon, hoping that it gives him the competitive edge to take the win.
I mean, this is an incredible feat that we're witnessing right here. This is not an easy shrink on this film. This is a chameleon-style reflective film, but you got to watch it because he can shrivel that film in the blink of an eye, and it's game over for Sean G. Wow.
Is it true that he made this heat gun himself? That's what I heard, is that he has a one-of-a-kind heat weapon here in his hand. Made just for him.
Oh, thumbs going for Sean and G Tints, man. He's really seemed to have locked in that torch now, and I think what the competitors are witnessing now, Sean G is a force to reckon with right here.
Waiting for official determination from Heidi. Only when the thumbs go up can it be confirmed to win.
I mean, he put out an incredibly fast shrink on this. He made this film look like a regular automotive film, but make no mistake about it. Well,
hold on, though. Hold on. She's taking a
Sean G Titman.
We now have our third quarterfinalist here. That's left. Only one more to go, and we're going to be down to 4. He's wearing a small razor blade around his neck, is adorning behind his neck. Good Lord.
I can feel the heat coming off that thing. That thing is a blowtorch, buddy.
My eyebrows just got blew off there by Sean's heat weapon.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, in this battle Tesla, I need Mauricio Garcia taking on Fernando Sainz. Mauricio Garcia taking on Fernando Sainz, and then battle Tesla from the advancing round.
Maybe later in the broadcast, we can find out what deal Sean made with the TSA to get that here to California.
Well, if he's got the kind of pool with the state representatives, you know he's got some connections somewhere around.
Definitely some sort of pre-check, I'm sure.
I'm just glad he's on our team.
Of course, we're taking our attention over to Ricky Miller, who just finished competing in the Flat Class Battles Finals. And now he's taking on the Heat Shrink Battles. Make no mistake about this, though. The competitor he is going up against is none other than Anthony Trin, known as the Tint God himself. He's got the double torch, and commentator Jared, if he defeats Ricky Miller, the battle that may ensue between Anthony Trin and Sean G will determine the king of the torch.
Yeah, the Tint God here has a dual-headed torch.
Round starts here, as you were saying, commentator Jared.
Yeah, the double-headed torch here gives you twice the heat, but also twice the risk. So we saw too many competitors getting taken out by flames yesterday, DQing themselves by getting too hot, too fast. But if you can master the heat, when you can manipulate it just right, you can get the speed you need to shrink faster than the competition. But look here on the left, slow and methodical. He's just like a typewriter, left, right, absolutely perfect. ASMR heat shrinking.
This is what's called a pocket shrink method. Interesting style of what Ricky Miller decided to do here, because a pocket shrink, he blew air from beneath it, allowed the film to curl to create a hot pocket on the inside, throws the heat over at the very top, and the film starts to mold down. Now, Anthony Trin just went down to the bottom side, Ricky Miller down on the top side. This is going to be a close race right here.
It's all going to come down to which of these competitors can successfully shrink the film within the installable area and get that hand up first. Yesterday, we saw one of the competitors get out by putting his hand up too slow by 3/4 of a second.
God, we have Anthony Trin about to put his hands up. Don't count Ricky Miller out, though. He's still coming back with an incredibly fast pocket shrink technique, which I've never seen on a Tesla Model 3. His hand's got to go up, though, for Heidi to judge it.
He was double checking his work, though. If you put your hand up and bring in Heidi and she finds an error, you're going to DQ yourself. So you got to make sure that you are absolutely certain that you've done your shrink before you call her in.
Hands are going up here on this 44 Tools Tesla.
Did he put his hands up? Are your hands up? Okay.
Hands go up for the Tint God himself. We have Heidi McGee now moving in.
Okay, we are now pending an official determination by Heidi. Stand by.
She's going for what she's looking for right here is along the installable area is making sure that the film is completely has laid out. There's no creases, no shrinks, no damages. If there is, she's going to give him a thumbs down, and Ricky Miller has got a shot at advancing.
And I like how Ricky's still continuing to work no matter what's going on with Heidi. He's not taking any of this for granted at all. He's proceeding on as if the competition is still active.
Wait a minute, Heidi McGee there. It looks like something has got her attention.
She's found something, but she's not said thumbs down yet either. She might be dragging it out. We don't know. Uh-oh, she doesn't like something, but she hasn't said no.
It's kind of like that moment whenever you were in
What's
elementary
she doing?
school.
Hold on
wait a minute.
Hold on. So now she's going to inspect the competitors.
Things have gotten interesting now.
Yeah, she's as strict as they come. There's no black and white, but it keeps the competition fair. If she sees something that just wouldn't be passable and you install it and a customer would have a problem, she's going to call it every time. So
the winner of this round is going to take on Shauna G. Tintman.
Now, the Tint God did put his hand up first, but his competitor kept going and also
here we go.
What's her determination and why? Let's hear it.
Over to Heidi McGee. Whoa! Ricky
Whoa!
Miller knocking out. We have to get in there. Commentator Carly, let's go ahead and get a short interview and let's see what happened here in this controversial round.
Right at the top, you've got what is a crease. When you go to put it in, it's going to
Wow, so disqualification by technical damage. There was a small crease. Let's go ahead and get some camera on here real quick in order to determine.
You found it. So right at the very, very top of the installable area, Heidi was able to see a small crease that she said would damage upon installation, which is in fact a DQ. It was a 99 out of 100, but it had to be 100.
We thought it was going to be the Tits God himself, but as we've always seen, Heidi McGee, in law and order, restored here at the heat shrink battle. She gave him the thumbs down, gave the thumbs up to Ricky Miller, and it's just another example. When you think you are down and out, do not give up because you just never know.
So now we are down to our final four. Is that correct?
That's exactly right. Now, Ricky Miller will battle Sean G in the same Tesla. So Sean G, Ricky Miller, go ahead and reset that battle card before we kick on to the next round here from the advancing finalists.
So just like that, we've gone from 8 to 4. In a moment, we'll be from 4 to 2, and that'll be the final heat shrink match, and that'll be the very first champion of Tinter Battles 2026 here in Los Angeles.
Correct. That's exactly right. And then right here we have Mauricio Garcia taking on none other than the Tinter Boogeyman himself, one of the fastest shrinkers we have ever seen, Fernando Sainz. In his heat shrink battle finals round. Heidi McGee, over to you.
You know, you got to think there's some psychology. Why would you start on the bottom versus the top? The top corner is the hardest. So I think if you just get the bottom on the side, maybe you're creating some kind of psychological type of opponent for your partner because he thinks you're almost done already. So he'll try to rush and hopefully he'll DQ. That's how I see that.
Man, whoa! He's got that torch really fast. He's got that torch really close there to the film. He is speeding through.
We damn near had a wildfire out here in California.
I thought I saw a little bit of smoke there for a second, but he was able to not damage the film.
You know, good thing that we have the fire blankets here in case the fire breaks. Wait a minute, hold on. This is incredibly fast to shrink right here. Mauricio Garcia seems to have come out of nowhere. Donnie, the coach there, egging Fernando on. Never quit because you just never know. We saw it in the previous round. Wow, he's burning it up. Hands go up here for Mauricio Garcia.
Oh my gosh.
Fernando Sainz continues the battle because you just never know. Heidi McGee, they're checking it within the installable area. And again, as we've seen, any creases, any damage within the installable area, Mauricio Garcia giving himself the thumbs up. Fernando Sainz. Wow, Fernando Sainz wiped out by Mauricio Garcia, advancing to the next round.
Actually, this is our very first finalist.
Wow, from California.
From Ceres, California. So the smoke that you were seeing, Mr. Squeegee, was right here. He did not burn up the shrink. He burnt up his broom.
It's donezo right there. He's going to have to hit up Yongyol Park for another reorder.
I'd rather burn up my broom than burn up my shrink and DQ myself. You could burn this and still stay in the game.
That's exactly right there. Commentator Jared, we're now going to... There we go. Yongyol Park, the founder of the Tint Brush here from South Korea. He's going to take a quick picture here with Marco, the film trainer.
Mauricio here. Jared. Mauricio is our first finalist.
Exactly right.
So we're going to find out who he's going to be facing in the very final match of the heat shrink battles.
And you know, Shauna G has the potential to collect 2 heat shrink battle belts in 1 year. He's going to be taking on Ricky Miller. Now, this is a clash of champions. As the great Gorilla Monsoon said, this is where the immovable object meets the unstoppable force.
Yeah, the Tint Man here has a cartoon of himself on the back. I think this is wonderful. He's wearing his own butane backpack with his own custom powder-coated flame gun that shoots out a loud, menacing blue flame like you've never seen. And he actually knows how to wield this thing. So I'm not sure if he's a barbecue champion or a heat shrink champion, but either way, he knows how to bring the heat.
Well, you can bet your bottom tri-edge that Shauna G. Tintman is a heat shrink champion, and he is a cigar smoking champion as well. And I've got to say, commentator Carly, I, for one, if Sean G. Tintman ends up taking this matchup, this would be the first time in history that there has ever been a double champ of the heat shrink battles.
Absolutely. It's getting fun now. That adrenaline's starting to go. People, they're getting excited. I mean, this is when you, as a torch user, it gets a little scary for Sean G because your nerves start going. But you know what? He's going up against Ricky Miller. Ricky's kind of like his kryptonite in certain things. Let's see how this turns out.
When that whistle blows, this could be over in less than 60 seconds. Literally gone in 60 seconds is completely possible. Watch out for Sean. This is going to be the battle to watch right here.
Sean G. Tintman, they're looking over. He's waiting patiently. Ricky Miller, who's seeming to take a little bit longer. You know, you got to assume that Ricky does not want the preparation timing to reflect in the actual round. Now, we got to go back to the previous round where Ricky Miller
he's dual wielding. It looks like he's going to be dual wielding,
wait a minute.
at least for a moment here. He's got two of these guns, one for each of his hands.
You got to go for it. It's the finals. I mean, you're right here. He's one step away from doing something he wants to do. And Sean G has always given him a hard time in this event. He does not want to face him. He knows what he's up against. He knows he can get him. He's going to create a little bit of extra heat for himself if he controls it.
But this is just obscene. Can the viewers at home just really appreciate? We see people with flame torches. We see people with dual canisters. We see people with backpack-powered flamethrowers. We see people with space-age heat guns. Now we see a guy that has two heat guns, one for his left hand, one for his right hand. Man, I don't know what's going on.
It's Tinter Battles. Expect the unexpected, my friend. It happens every time you turn around. And they're getting ready to go, and this is going to get exciting, and it's going to be fast. Woo! You see that they're giving each other that.
We got to wait for that whistle.
Here we go. Heidi McGee, over to you. Here we go, Sean G. Tintman, double Steinos against a giant torch.
This is the final heat shrink battle before the final. This is the final before the final. Only one man can win. Only one man can advance.
Went for a pocket shrink immediately with two Steinos. It gave him more space to cover more space, and he's already coming down the bottom. This is going to be really interesting.
Intense heat, blue flame coming out of the bottom of this handheld flamethrower. And he's using his left hand to smooth it down. They are going as fast as they possibly can. Oh, the flames! He had a little bit of flame malfunction there.
The crowd's going wild over here. This is an incredible round right here. It could be any game. Man, this is going to be close. Ricky Miller has started to now close the gap. Sean G. Tintman with a giant torch.
If he doesn't watch it, he can set his left
wait a minute,
hand
hold on. Sean G. He's got that wrist right here. Oh, wait a minute. It's a close match. Close match right here.
It's going to be the first person
really
to
close.
raise their hand.
This is really close.
Oh, Sean's hands up! Sean's hands up! Now,
Heidi
Heidi's not
McGee,
moving,
they're still keeping her eyes on Ricky Miller.
Heidi's
Again,
not
it's
moving.
a better shrink at this point. She's waiting on Ricky Miller to lay his film out. I'm not exactly sure what's going on.
Yeah, Heidi is decided to go stoic here. She's not moved an inch. Sean raised his hand and said, I got this. But Heidi did not come over and make an official determination yet. I suppose that she will just wait to see what the competitor does and simply judge Sean's first.
You know, Ricky Miller starting to seem like he's filibustering this round now.
He loves the attention. He boasts for the crowd. He knows what he's doing. He wants all the eyes on him. That's who he is. It's great.
You know, that's the thing about Ricky Miller and Heidi McGee. Sometimes when she does not answer the call right away is because she's got her eyes on something. We started with Anthony Trin. He ended up creasing it just a little bit, and although his hands went up, she kept stoic, she kept calm, she was patient with it, and ultimately awarded it to Ricky Miller. Luck might be on the Miller side. We're going to find out here momentarily.
I don't know. I think I might see something, but it also could just be the reflections through my golden glasses here. I'm not exactly sure what I see.
Jared, you hear that?
What?
The crowd has gone silent.
Oh.
It's anticipation for what's about to happen.
Yeah, Heidi's fallen dead asleep here.
We're going to see who's going to take on Mauricio Garcia in the official final of the round of the heat shrink battles.
Well,
Here we
all I
go.
know is that she has to judge Sean's side first because he raised his hand first.
Here we go. Heidi McGee, though. There's a little bit of lift at that bottom, and I'm not sure if that's going to count against Sean G. Titman.
Maybe Heidi has seen this the entire time and was waiting on purpose to build up the anticipation for us.
Oh, snap. It's just like
Oh.
getting called to the principal's office.
Oh. Whoa. Hold on. Heidi's looking with eyes of incredible discernment underneath her blue-brimmed hat. Taking a look here. Only the judge can give the thumbs up to one of the competitors. Sean did complete his shrink first, but
Massive
we have
silence broke over the crowd.
we don't know if he was successful or not. She hasn't told us.
Pressure is building like a pressure pot.
That's exactly right. Ricky Miller advances. Sean G.
Oh my
Titman
gosh.
Wiped out. Finally takes down his kryptonite. Like, what an amazing
Oh
feat.
my gosh.
There's so much love between these two guys. There's so much camaraderie.
I
There's
think
so much
Heidi knew
competitive
the whole
spirit.
time.
Yeah,
She
let's
probably-
find out from Heidi exactly what happened. Jump on Heidi. Let's figure out what happened.
Heidi, come here, Heidi. Heidi. So whenever Sean raised his hand just now, we knew that he was done first, but you did not take immediate action to come over there and judge. Can you tell us now what was the judge's decision to not immediately go over there and inspect the work? What did you see that maybe we couldn't see from our point of view?
He got this. He's so worried about why you're formalized that
Oh, obviously, yeah, I can see that myself. Okay, so you knew that that was there, you saw it, but instead of just rushing that determination, you wanted to let him finish and give him a chance to finish, and then you judged him first. You saw it, he said, thumbs down. Okay, so you heard it from her. He had a DQ because a part of his film was not shrunk properly within the installable area.
That's exactly right. Heidi McGee, she's the law and order of the heat shrink battles. And just like that, because you finished first does not give you the advantage. You still have to lay a quality shrink because that's what the heat shrink battles is about. It is a race, but quality must be maintained and the standard must be upheld.
Okay, so if I understand correctly, this is now the final heat shrink battle, but unlike all the others, this is not the first person to win. It's the best 2 out of 3.
That's exactly right. In tradition with the heat shrink battles, the final 2 competitors enter into a best 2 out of 3. They must win. It's not up to luck. They must have the consistency, defeating their opponent to be the ultimate heat shrink battle champion.
I think it would be perfect to introduce competitors. Oh, you want me to do it? Or you can do it? Hey, so, okay.
You want to give it a shot?
So I think that before we start this final battle, because this is the final heat shrink battle, this is going to be the best 2 out of 3. So you can't just win once, you have to win twice. Doesn't have to be twice in a row, but it is the first competitor to win 2 heat shrink battles. That will be the determination to make you the first Tinter Battles Los Angeles heat shrink champion. Now, I just want to give a quick opportunity because I feel as if the competitors really like this. Sir, what is your name? Where are you from? What shop are you out of?
My name is Mauricio Garcia out of Sirius, California. I run Empire Tent Lab. That's what we run.
Okay, Empire Tent Lab out of California here. He's a local guy. Give it up for Mauricio! Okay, and over here on the other side, got it?
This man deserves none other than Ricky Miller. You've got 1 belt already. You're in contender for the Flat Glass Battles Singles Division belt. We will find out later on after this heat shrink battles whether you are going to be the double champ. You are now in position to be the heat shrink battle champion. Tell us a little bit about the emotions going into it. Did you expect this, and what do you expect to see right now?
The emotions, I'm extremely excited. This was like one of the first things that got me into competition was shrinking. Was back in Johnson's booth, seeing the show, they have the fastest shrink on there. That's where I learned a lot of my shrinking. So I've always considered myself a really good heat shrinker. I just don't do it that often. Mostly, I just touch the flat glass and just kind of operate my business. So I really don't do it that often, but I absolutely loved it. This is an absolute blast. Going up against Sean G twice, that was an absolute blast.
Now, you witnessed Mauricio Garcia in the previous rounds. You saw his style. You saw the way that he shrinks. how do you feel you're going to do against him? Because now this is the best 2 out of 3. You don't just have to beat him once. You have to beat him twice to be the Heat Shrink Battle champion.
Take it one round at a time. I said take it one round at a time. See how it goes.
Just like that, you heard it from the defending team's champion and the potential of Black Latin. Oh, Ricky Miller's asking Mauricio Garcia. He can do a torch. Mauricio does not want to tell him. Ricky Miller wants to see what he's got up his sleeve. And now it seems like he actually taped them together. He's bringing back the double Steino.
It worked for him against one of the biggest heavyweights, a former champion who just cashed in his belt to go on. So if it worked against him, you got to stay the same. It's about consistency in what we do. So I don't. Hey,
so
he's trying to win.
At this point, the Heat Shrink Championship is either staying right here in California or it's going back home to Las Vegas, Nevada.
That's exactly right. And we saw in the Born to Tid podcast with Ricky Miller, Josh Miller, and the Dante Peterson and Chris Garcia. They were both battling against each other. Chris Garcia was saying California is not for sale, but Ricky Miller, he announced that he was originally from California. They moved out to Las Vegas, Nevada, but now he's coming back to his roots to reclaim what's always been his, and that is the championship gold in his native land.
I'm just wondering if that incredible torch combo that he's got there is literally like gorilla taped together, 2 different heat guns side by side. Is that going to work out for him?
It could work out for him, but as we've seen before, too much heat and not enough control.
Mauricio says, let's go, listo, vamos. He wants to get it going. He says he doesn't have time for the games. He wants to get it over with. He's going to win one, and he's going to win another, and it's going to be over. He seems incredibly confident over here. The kid from California has got a lot of pep in his step, and he's ready to take home the championship gold.
You know, one of the things that the Texas Squeegee was always getting told through and through the promotions of this Tinter Battles in Los Angeles, California, was the undiscovered talent that resides in California that doesn't like to travel out. Californians like to stay in their state. And you know, with you can't blame them. The climate out here is incredibly great. The traffic, not so much. But if you can get over that, this is a great state to be in. The climate is great. The weather is nice. And now we have Mauricio Garcia here defending on behalf of California, taking on Ricky Miller, who some may look at as some form of maybe a traitor to California because he left.
Yeah, you really can't blame people in California for wanting to stay here because the gas is actually $8 a gallon. So it would cost you $650 just to drive to Nevada anyway. So they just stick around here. It's a lot easier for them.
That's a very fair point that you're making right here, commentator Jared. Now we're going to see here right here if Ricky Miller is going to still be utilizing the same technique. We saw the pull shrinking method where he pulls it just a little bit. He creates a curl on that bottom to create a hot pocket, and then he throws heat over the top, and then he makes fast progress.
But Mauricio is lightning fast. Each one of these rounds yesterday and today, he has gone even faster than you would expect each time. He has just absolutely nailed it, and he seems dialed in and ready for this final match.
We have Austin Cook here from Film Slayers on the battleground floor, encouraging Mauricio Garcia.
All right,
to take it over to
the competitors are ready. Here we go.
Here we go. Best 2 out of 3. Ricky Miller starting off with the same pocket string method. Mauricio Garcia on the opposite side with that incredible torch.
You can't just win once here, though.
Wow.
You have to win once, and you have to win again. Maybe 2, not 2 in a row, though. It could go 1-1 and then a final. So we're going to see.
You know, one of the things with a torch, when you're at this level, your nerves are really headed. He's going to have to dig deep and be really concentrated. We'll see if some maturity kicks in and he stays focused.
Mauricio's pretty locked in here. I think that he's absolutely in the zone. He's been
one
ready
slip
to go.
It's just one slip of any momentum, and you can cause you to burn that film. So it's still as close as you could ever imagine.
These guys have got their trainers in their corner, their crowd in their corner. It's a lot like a boxing match where you hear your coach just shouting, jab left, jab right. They're just right across the ropes. These guys have got their teams literally just 3-4 feet right behind their shoulder, shouting right in their ear. Hands are up! Oh my gosh! So Mauricio has thrown his hands up. Judge Heidi over here. she's going to go ahead and come in for a determination.
Unless something just went sideways we don't see, it's going to be 1-0. We'll see here in a
Well,
second.
last time you see that she remained stoic and didn't move when the hand come up. This time, though, she was watching the action from the nose of the hood, and she comes over pretty much immediately to inspect the thumbs up!
Whoa, the first two, that's 2 out of 3. Mauricio Garcia.
Mauricio now just 1 win away from being the first Tinter Battles Los Angeles Heat Shrink champion and the first new champion of this entire event.
That's exactly right. Ricky Miller's got 1 more shot to even the score.
Oh, and you got to wonder if the nerves are getting to Ricky a little bit here, because now he has to win 2 in a row. There's no way that he could take home the gold if he doesn't win the next match and 1 more after that.
Yeah, I think you have to focus about it. You have to just get it back to even, 1-1.
And of course, after we finish this Heat Shrink battle round, we're going to kick off with El Magic's performance, and then we are awarding the final belts. So El Magic, make your way over to the production side for your official performance.
So we are right here at the precipice of this event. We already know the winners for all the other competitions. They just haven't been announced publicly yet. This will be the first winner that we all get to publicly see, followed by a quick performance and the rest of the awards, and that will conclude the Tinter Battle. So we are right here, folks, in the very home stretch of all of this, potentially 1 heat away from crowning our new Heat Shrink champion. But in the case that Mauricio can't pull out a second consecutive win, we got to go to the best out of 3.
Yeah, absolutely. To crown our true champion, we've always felt this program, it was definitely best 2 out of 3 was going to be the way to handle it. So we moved to that format. So it was without a doubt, it wasn't a mistake that you could consistently beat your opponent. It's caused a lot of interesting scenarios in the past, and hey, maybe we'll get one today.
Mauricio has been very calm, very collected. Seems like he's just absolutely in the zone. But playing with fire there, that torch, it's very, very unforgiving. And just 1 wrong move, and he could find himself DQ'd and looking at a best of 3 battle to crown the new Heat Shrink champion. It's really anyone's game still at this point.
Absolutely. It's just 1 lapse in judgment when you use a torch, and you're done. And then next thing you know, you find yourself in the hole, and you're like, and it's that quick. And then the other guy just has to finish, and then it's 1-1, and then anything can happen. Because you better believe if we get to an even, that last match, it's all nerves, all adrenaline. You're pumped up, and it's hard to keep your stomach in place.
Well, they went into the battle here with each having an equal chance. But they say in football, the team that scores first has better odds of winning the game. And so you got to think that Mauricio now has the advantage of momentum on his side. He knows that he's just 1 more win away. Even if he were to lose, he can have a second chance. But that's not the same for his competitor. It's a win or die situation on the other side of the windshield.
And being that close to a championship, you also realize there could be a lot of pressure with that it could also mess with your head. So it's always exciting to see. Let's see how his nerves are. If he's solid and collective here in a second, hey, maybe he takes it home.
What an incredible celebration this could be for the first champion of Tinter Battles Los Angeles to be a hometown kid, a hometown hero right here from down the street in California. The first championship to be awarded of this entire event might very well be to a native California installer. We're about to find out. We might only be a minute away from history. Mauricio giving a shout out to the person behind his squeegee, which is one of the most hardcore deep dives I've ever seen. Name another sport where the competitor is shouting out their squeegee manufacturer.
Here we go. Over to Heidi McGee. For the championship golds, here we have the final round. And if Mauricio wins this, he's taking home the Heat Shrink battle belt. If Ricky Miller wins this, he evens out the score. We go over to 1 more round.
Ricky has to win here. He has absolutely no choice. It is literally win or go home for Ricky. Mauricio, though, has just seconds away from potentially taking home the gold. Do you see something?
It seems like Ricky Miller was a slight lead, but Mauricio Garcia, it closed up the gap here. Now it seems it could go either way. Commentator Carly, this is getting close here.
Ricky moved his gap line. It's the line that controls how much tension is on the bottom or the top. He moved it down a little bit and created less pocket on the bottom to see if he could work it better on the top. This might work out. It might not.
Whoa.
Oh, he burned himself.
Almost suffered an injury right there. We're going to have to get with him afterwards. Mauricio right there. He's got the advantage so far. He's got the edge, but again, he's using a torch. It creases it. It's game over.
Yeah, Mauricio, though, might just be seconds away from holding up his hand.
Well, hands go up for Mauricio.
All right. Now, Mauricio has put his hands up, but pending the official determination from Heidi and a thumbs up, only then can he be declared the winner.
Heidi McGee there is staying cool, calm, and collected. She's waiting for Ricky Miller to finish out his round because, like we saw before, you just never know. Ricky Miller was beaten before in terms of speed. However, he defeated Shauna G because he laid out a better quality shrink.
Yeah, Mauricio, though, says, check it. It's over. I'm done. There's no use in wasting everyone's time. You just come take a look at it. He's completely confident in his shrink just now. Stand by.
Might be crowning a new champion.
Hold
right
on,
here.
hold on. Heidi is
Mauricio
not doing
Garcia
anything here.
Over to the side. I'm not sure if it's going to go to you or to Ricky Miller. Heidi McGee, you have the floor.
Oh! We have our first ever champion!
Presenting the Heat Shrink Battle heavyweight champion of the world, Mauricio Garcia!
I love my family, my girl, my kids, behind this. I love you guys, and thank God for this opportunity. That's it.
The Heat Shrink Battle champion, Mauricio Garcia. Have you
Let Ricky
seen
Miller
the
through
content online from previous Heat Shrink Battle rounds?
Yeah, that's why I came, so I can prove to everybody that I'm the best.
Now, you obviously won this contest. Does this surprise you in any way, shape, or form?
I mean, I know it was tough. I got some tough competitors, so I had to train all day yesterday and today, and here we are. We're the winning team now. Empire Tint Lab.
Wow, Mauricio Garcia. Now, for those that may be watching from home, just like you saw perhaps from your home, now entering the Heat Shrink battles, what do you say to the people that might be coming back who want to battle you in their future Heat Shrink battles? Do they have a chance, or are you going to keep improving your craft?
Everyone has a chance. As long as you try, you'll make something happen. That's it, man. As long as you try hard, you'll make something happen. Woo! Hell yeah. That's it, man. That's it.
Greg wants to give a word right here. It's right here.
Yeah, Ricky Miller here on the other side. Incredible sportsmanship here. Ricky Miller, this is not your first competition. It's not your first defeat here. What were the emotions for you going into it? Did you feel you had a momentum going into it, or what was going through your mind?
I changed how I did my top in the last round. I thought I needed to change because every time I got to that point, I slowed down. So I was able to knock out the bottom half really fast. And then as soon as I hit that top, unfortunately, holding the two guns for a couple different rounds, was not ready for that. My arm was starting to give out on me. So just try something new and, hope for the best. But, he was definitely the best freaking guy, without doubt.
Well, you guys put on an incredible performance out here at the Heat Shrink Battles this year. But, you're still in contendership for the Flat Glass Battles Championship titles, where we will be announcing here momentarily. So, folks, don't go anywhere. Stay exactly where you are. We're going to make our way, just do a short little reset, and then we're going to announce the Automotive World Championship, the Flat Glass Championship, and the Teams Division PPF Championship. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Jared has the good job.
Guys, I need the judges. Jorgito to the stage, please. Jorgito to the stage. Commentator Carly, what an epic heat shrink battle round that we just witnessed here. Now we're waiting for just a few moments for the flat glass judges to turn in their official scores, and then we kick back up with none other than an incredible original performance of El Magic, and then the moment we've all been waiting for, the crowning the champions of all the divisions.
The belts are all right there. Is that my? This is mine.
Yeah, I'm driving, so good. Whatever.
What's up, buddy?
Photos?
No, I don't know your photos with you. I'm commentator Carly. I'm going to do an interview with you. Now that the whole world is watching, one of the things I do is I always drill into people and get the emotional, the raw emotion, because I know there's something inside of you you're feeling right now. And I know it's like you kind of just like butterflies and all those things. So it's like, just like take us through the journey of this. Like, what made you sign up? What made you come out here to prove it? Like, how did you think you had a point to prove? I mean, just really dig into what was behind the energy, because it takes a lot of tenacity, a lot of guts to get in front of the world like that and do what we do and then hold it together. So just talk us through that.
Well, I mean, I've seen the Tinter battles before, and I've seen how good everybody was doing, and there was a lot of failures, there's a lot of DQs, and I just seen it. I've been doing it for 7 years now, so I thought I had a chance. I came out, signed up, literally like 2 days before the Tinter battle. I signed up, I drove out here, and, you know, I prayed with God, and I love my girl, my kids. Is really who I did it for.
Folks, if you're on the competition stage, I need you to exit. You are not allowed to take any of the items here. So go ahead and exit the stage.
So you say something, you did this for your kid, right? So you got a child. How old is she? I mean, what does this mean to you in the legacy, like of what you're trying to prove as a dad to your children, like the example that you're trying to lead? Because that's really what it's all about at the end of the day. As anytime you become a professional, because welcome to the world of being a professional. You now are. You have a target on your back. You know, you might enjoy it, you might not enjoy it, but the point is you have done it. So what does this mean? Tell us a little bit about that.
I mean, my kids, I have a boy, he's 3 years old, and I have a daughter, she just turned 1. And yeah, man, like I just want to prove a point that they can do anything as long as they put their head or stay dedicated. They can do whatever they want. So that's really what it's about. As long as you're dedicated, you're motivated, stay to it, don't give up, and you'll make something happen, man.
Well, I just want to tell you, there's going to be later on in life, she's going to see this video and it's going to make her proud of her dad. So congratulations, my friend. Enjoy that. That is an accomplishment that you will carry forever, and you started a legacy. Congratulations. Thank you so much for competing in Tinter Battles.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce to you. He is one of my favorite industry performers. Now, a couple of months ago, I reached out to one of our favorite competitors and one of my favorite industry performers here. I asked him if he could make an original composition. Now, he's done it for us before, but we only had a couple of weeks. So I presented it to him. I did not think he was going to do it. Not very long after, he turned in a media project. Now, I say this not because he is just an industry performer. I truly do enjoy his music, his influence, and his presence in the industry. He represents a lot of the Latin American community out there. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, presenting to the stage, ¿Quién más?
¡Viene hasta Mil Latino! Viene, dice, Mil Latino. No hay excusa cuando se trata de darlo todo. En esta competencia somos duros, somos todos. La misión es ganar y de perder no tenemos planes. Que califique el jurado y quien gane. Son 4 divisiones. Demuestra tu talento. Hazlo con perfección, pero pendiente al tiempo. Los mejores del mundo adentro del evento y pendiente a lo que hagas para tomarte como ejemplo. Vos sientes la adrenalina de lo que eres capaz. Autotelas y string y también flag glass. PPF es una de las categorías que si te esmeras con amor podrías ganar. La calle está prendida gracias a nuestro trabajo. Los autos tienen nuestra firma, por eso me fajo. Vamos arriba y venimos de abajo. Que Tingu es la mejor app que Eri te trajo. Tinter Battles no vence. Aquí no somos los más duros, Vento USA. ¿Viene todo el mundo? Si ganas el cinturón, eres el rey, ey. Súbemelo. Los latinos somos los más duros, Vento USA. Si ganas el cinturón, eres el rey, ey. El top 3 lo tenemos nosotros, los boricuas lo tenemos locos. Sube la mano arriba porque Diosito siempre va a ser nuestro copiloto. En los cortes yo soy todo un monstruo y a la compa lo pongo a bajar los costos. My Academy es lo que necesitan todos los otros. Vamos a ver quién es el mejor en la competencia. Vamos a ver quién demuestra estilo y eficiencia. Vamos a ver quién se corona, que esto apenas empieza. Tinter Battles es un evento con mucha potencia. Gente, los latinos estamos rompiendo en el mundo entero. Viene todo el mundo, el coro. El Battle Number 6. Los latinos somos los más duros, Vento USA. Tinter Battle Number 6. Si ganas el cinturón, eres el rey, ey. Los latinos somos los más duros, Vento USA. Si ganas el cinturón, eres el rey. I'm back. Ustedes saben mi nombre ya. ¿Quién más? El Magic. Gracias a Dios. Gracias a todos los que están presentes. ¿Dónde están mis latinos? No los oigo. Túmame la pista ahí. Oye, ¿quién se acuerda de esto? Team for Life. ¿Cómo es que dice? No lo oigo. Todos mis latinos con las manos arriba. Digan lo que digan. Gente, gracias, los amo. Ustedes saben quién más. El Magic.
Give it up one more time for El Magic, performer of the industry today, bringing the Tintertainment out here. Wow, an incredible performance here. What an incredible show. We've got some of you here that have survived it this long with us. We're about to announce the winners. Look, I'm going to let you guys come into the stage here. So if you competed, if you're watching, if you want to get in front, you can get in front. Just don't take anything because people tend to walk away with some of these things and they're not for giveaways. So I think we got looks like we got the prizes ready. Cadeau, Solar Guard. Looks like they're off in La La Land right now. Tint Wiz, Cadeau, Solar Guard, are you guys ready? All right, ladies and gentlemen, the first division we will be announcing will be the PPF division. So presenting to the stage, the official sponsors of the teams division, presenting the judge, Scott Dre of SolarGuard. All right, here. God, it's like the Grammys here, man. You guys really put this down. I just tore this entire thing up.
Sealed, my man. It's got to be sealed.
Oh my God. I don't even think we're gonna. Yeah, but you guys got a knife. This is a strong adhesive here.
It's a real sticker.
There's more blades in this building than any place in Los Angeles.
You know, they say don't cut against it, but I'm a PPF finalist, David, commentator Carly. So I think I have earned the right to cut over my fingers here, but wow, that was not enough. Oh, there we go.
Got it? You sure you're safe? You're going to need it for the next one.
Now we have a second and third place. The belts are only for the first place, so let's go ahead and announce the third place first. We have a prizes for them, but they will be awarded off stage. In the team's PPF division, in the third place, Ben Lee and Jason Tang. We have Ben Lee, Jason Tang. All right. And in second place, let's go ahead and get some pictures out here for this. Give it up for Ben Lee, Jason Tang. He was the one that got that Tinter Battles tattoo here. Let's get a close-up shot right here in this arm. This is the lifetime pass here for the Tinter Battles event here. Incredibly proud moment here. Jason Lee, Jason Tang, and Ben Lee, who entered the divisions out here. So thank you guys for coming out here. Any final words? Where's Jared with the mic here? Commentator Carly, let's get some words in here for the third place PPF finalists.
Yeah, so just, this is the first inaugural launch of this event. So just tell me a little bit what was going through your minds and what exactly you were trying to accomplish. And like, what does it actually mean to finish third in the world?
Again, sorry.
No, it's all right. I mean, look, this is the first time we launched this competition, but you just finished third in the world. There's got to be something that's going through your mind in that aspect. Like it's an honor to finish that high.
Actually, he earned the world champion before, so I am his assistant.
All right, awesome. Well, all right. So you in the English, right? Like. Okay, we figured it out. All right, no problem. Hey, well, congratulations, you guys, man. It's awesome. Thanks for being a part of this. And I know you'll be back. Absolutely. All right, take care. Let's give it up for him.
Round of applause here for the third place finals who can exit the stage now. Ladies and gentlemen, we have now presenting the next placing finalists. In second place, the team of Adrian Constantine and Gerardo Barreto.
Bring it over here, guys. You guys are like
second place
here. Thank you. So close. So close. Let's get a picture.
All right, commentator Carly.
Yeah, so like second place is huge, right? So now you're trumping. So you're like ready to go. I know that, and I know you're a competitor, buddy. I know this just kind of like nice and fire to connect over there on the 6th time. Tell me what's going through your mind. How do you think you landed on it? So you'll be back then, I take it.
I'll be back.
All right, my man. Anything you'd like to say at all?
Very thankful to have such a great teammate today, and I think all of us won today because everybody was good. So everybody performed to the top. I think this is what they do for the customers. Thank you everybody for being here. fun with us.
Awesome. You guys, hey, congratulations. Second place is huge. Let's put our hands together for him. All right, my friend. Mr.
One more
Carlos,
time
it's
here for
back
the
to you.
second place team, Gerardo Barreto and Adrian Constantine. And now, the moment we've all been waiting for. Live from the sold-out crowd and the remaining few. Here in the Blue Ground Studios, Los Angeles, California, presenting the championship belt of the PPF Battles, Dre Scott of Solar Guard. And now, announcing the first place of the team's divisions, PPF Battles. And new PPF Battles champions, Daniel Rosas Hugo Barras. Winning the official World Championship titles. Congratulations. Hey.
California in the house.
Commentator Carly, the floor is on you.
Let's get a good quick. Let's get a quick picture real quick for the media. However you want, man. It's yours. You can wear it on your shoulder. You can do whatever you want with it.
Here we go. Jared Wines.
All right, so look, just to go. This is huge. This is huge. You put targets on your back no matter if you want it or not. I tell people that all the time. So, like, go through your mindset. Like, did you know you did a good job? What did you see that was different? Did you space anything when you walked through? Did you see anything that you knew you had a good chance? Did you feel like you were walking away with a championship?
Honestly, you know, every day that we're at work, we're trying to achieve perfection. And to be able to come in for the first PPF battles and take home number one, all I gotta say is we gotta keep doing it every single day. You know, put the reps in. So hopefully next year when we come back, we'll be able to be here again.
Awesome. Let me talk to your partner for a second, real quick. So you could go tell me what's going through your mind, because it's an honor, but hey, more than anything, we're honored that you did it. So what's going through your mind right now?
No, just happy. Yeah, very pumped.
Awesome. Well, congratulations, you guys. Hey, don't be afraid to boast it. Wear it through the airport. Whatever you got to do, put it on the car. Wear it. They get in the shower. Whatever you want to do with it, it's yours. You've earned it. Congratulations, guys. Everybody, put your hands together for these guys. It's an incredible moment.
All I gotta say is the belt stays in California for a reason.
Whoa.
Shots fired out of the gate. Hey, we love it. Congratulations, guys.
We have just started the first shot fired around the world for the next PPF Teams Division titles. Taking home the official plaques here. Give it up one more time for the PPF Battles World Champion team. You good? Congratulations. Congrats, bro. Congrats, man. All right, now the next division we are going to bring on stage is a division that was long fought and hard fought to say as well. It saw new talent, it saw OGs, and it saw defending champions. Presenting to the stage our great partner, Solar Guard, to present the Flat Glass Battles titles to the stage for the official.
Only one, my friend, not titles, only one. World's best.
Hey, you
right
can't
here.
help the Texas squeegee being. Well, who's got a blade right here? I got to snap this one off. Hey, I'm the Texas squeegee, not the Texas blader.
Good one.
It's like scoring PPF. I need Fernando. All right, here you go. All right, we have in third place of the Flat Glass Battles Singles Division, Brian Tecklenburg. Wow.
Grab a picture real quick, and then we'll do a quick interview with you. All right, Brian. So tell us, like, I mean, I know you're a warrior. This and like, I love the OGs when you guys come through because you got something to prove still. Because you think all the young bucks can just take you down. Third place in this event, as you know, right now with the competition that was back there, is no joke. So just tell us, tell us what you're thinking. Tell us how you feel. Like, is there anything you want to say, like emotionally?
No, that's all good. I mean, I just came and tinted windows and did what I do, and it is what it is. I mean, but for second time to compete and come out third, pretty happy with it.
Awesome, Brian. Well, you're a great competitor.
There's a lot of good tinters here.
Awesome. Well, thank you, Brian. We're looking for you in the future, buddy. Thank you. All right, my friend. What's the good news?
Well, it's good news for some, bad news for a lot. But the next one had a lot of support from the crowds outside. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting for the Flat Glass Battles Singles Division, second place, Kavai Kalalo!
It's awesome. All right, so like you got huge fan support. You love it. Look, you were exciting to watch. You were in the zone. It was fun to watch. You just went through. I saw sweat just running down you, and I know you're proud to be here. I can just see it. You can always tell a competitor when they're just on a different swing of things. So tell us what's going through your mind. Like you just against this competition, you just took on second. So there's only one person above you. How does that feel to you?
I coming back for first. I'm not happy with second, but
Understood. Well, thank you for competing. Everybody put your hands together for him. It's awesome.
One more time, Kavai Kalalo. Here we go. We got to bring it front and center now. Come on. Oh, man, Jesus. I don't even need to read the list off for this one. God, dog. Oh, man, this is going to be a moment we're going to be talking about, David Carley.
For a long time.
I don't know if you know who I'm talking about.
I have a feeling.
Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting for you all the Flat Glass Battles Singles Division World Champion and new Flat Glass Battles Champion of the World, Ricky Miller. I told you, commentator Carly. I knew it.
He's, what a competitor. Everyone put your hands together. You ready for me to move in on you? Get some pictures real quick. I mean, pound your chest a little bit. Turn the plaque around. Let me help clean you up.
Call him Ricky Two Belts.
All right, Ricky, we've been here before. You've looked at me in this position before. You got really emotional on me last time because I know how much this means to you, the crew, the family, the job, the kids, everything. This is not a normal competition for you. You take this really serious. All we ever want to know from you is what's going through your mind.
First and foremost, I want to thank my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Coming out and compete to these things, I absolutely love. I love being around everyone in my industry. I want to give a huge shout out to my wife and my son for dealing with the fact of how much I'm actually gone when it comes to coming to these competitions. And then my mom and my dad teaching me how to tint, my mom teaching me how to be patient. My brother inspires me every single day. Everyone from my team. Seeing my team perform the way they did I could have not moved anywhere in this competition. I wouldn't have cared. I would have been happier if I got to see the belt go on one of my two guys. But you know what? You're gonna have to come take this thing from me. I'm just gonna let you know that. All right.
All right, Ricky. Hey, congratulations, man. If anybody's heard this, you. We all love you. You're a great competitor, and I know you'll be back to defend. So, hey, the world better get ready because this is getting stacked right here.
Will I be back to defend? Do I need to defend? I guess time will tell. I don't know. Maybe I lay the OFA down.
You know, one of these guys is going to call you out of the woodwork, I'm sure.
Yeah, that would be cute. Maybe. Let's see. Let's find out. Maybe I'll lay the OFA down until I feel it's time. I guess we'll just have to find out.
Wow. Awesome. Well, thanks, Ricky. Congratulations, man. You do what you want. As far as I'm concerned, you're the world's best, and you get to boast that all you want.
Congratulations, the double champ. Wow. Undeniable. Talk about a redemption round here. Ricky Miller ended up taking the second title home this year at Flat Glass Battles. And as I just heard somebody saying out here, it was very interesting. All right, now calling onto the stage for the Auto Singles Division, presenting one of the greatest personalities this industry has to offer, none other than our incredible great partner on behalf of Titwiz, Kado Shari Surya. Well, it looks like we Texas squeegees the Texas blade. Now I learned my lesson now. Oh, I think I got it. Folks, for those who are watching, we will be releasing the official scores so that those who competed, we want you to understand the scoring behind the competition so that you guys can keep improving your craft and improving the industry standard. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, in the third place of the Automotive Singles Division, Tinter Battles Championships, Byung-Yo Park. All the way from South Korea, coming to Los Angeles, California, taking home a third place of the first Tinter Battles Singles Division Championship. Let's give it up for Byung-Yo Park.
Thank you.
He's trying to get somewhere here. I know you're a man of few words, but you're one of the most liked, one of the most inspirational guys in our whole industry. And we'd like to see you podium every time because of the influence that you bring to the industry. So I mean, you don't say much, but give us a few words because we do like to hear from you.
Commentator Carly, you know better. Last time he performed at the Heat Train Battles, you were there flapping your little gums as if Byung-Yo Park understand. He speaks one language, and that is the language of film. But of course, we have our a translator right here translating for Byung-Yo Park.
일단 너무 감사드리고 많은 분들이 저를 좋게 봐주시고, 많은 분들이 저를 좋게 봐주시고 항상 반겨주셔서 너무 감사드립니다. 그리고 제가 여기 항상 오는 이유는 많은 분들을 만나기 위해서 오는 거고 그냥 대회는 즐기는 겁니다. 네.
Yeah, first of all, thanks to friend here, everybody. Everybody always welcome to him. He is in US for competition, but it's just for enjoy with a friend and just have a good time with friends.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Mr. Park. You're such a great pleasure to our sport, and thank you for what you bring the honor to it. Thank you. Everybody put your hands together.
Byung-Yo Park, everybody.
Thank you.
Dan, congratulations, man. Thank you. Thank you for everything.
Anticipation builds, my friend.
My stone's starting to get a little dry. God, dog. And now, presenting for you all, in second place, Danny Munoz.
No, you're getting one. All right, no, you're not going anywhere without an interview, buddy. Like Danny, we all love you, and I know you're he's over. You're you're getting close every time. I know it. I know you. Just go ahead and tell me what you're thinking. I know that you're not happy with that, and I know you're a competitor. So just try to do your best to give you what you got.
You do your best. That's all you can really do. It's a gnarly car to do in an hour and 20 minutes, and your luck of the draw. Sometimes you get in front of a fan, or sometimes you get in the corner. But thank you all for coming. Carlos, thank you for throwing this event for everybody. I appreciate it, giving us a platform to display our skills. And thank you all for coming. And we all make each other better. I think that at the end of the day is what's it about. So
Awesome, thank you, Danny. True character for this gentleman. True gentleman. True competitor. We all love Danny. Well, it's one name left, huh?
Well, he's a true competitor. Is why his business name is Honest Tint and PPF, and he is an honest runner-up here in second place. Nothing to be ashamed of here at the World Championships. We had a lot of stacked talent, and Jared Gwines here, he blew up like a firework whenever some of the moments that we witnessed here in the Automotive Singles Division Finals. We saw a lot of competitors that utilized different styles, different techniques, different tools, but it all boiled down to the last one with the highest score. And now, presenting for you all, in first place, and new Automotive Champion of the World, Alexis Vargas. I don't know what you're saying.
Oh, does he speak English? All right, my man. This is huge. This is huge. What did you? There's got to be a lot of emotion running through this. Right now, you've just crowned yourself as the best automotive window tinter in the world. I want that to sink in a little bit so you can speak on that, because that's no sweat. You know the competition that you're up against here. This is not a joke. So just tell us what you're feeling. Tell us how you're going to carry the torch, and when we expect to hear from you.
To be honest, I came here, I was just testing the waters. I didn't even expect to make it top 8. Ended up making it top 8. Yesterday, I was telling my girl, like, holy shit, like, oh, sorry, because we might have a chance at this. I'm just giving my all and turn out for the greatest. I did look at Danny's car, though. Really clean. I thought I was going to get second place, but, you know, we ended up winning.
It's so amazing, man. Like, I like to hear this for you. So you said wife and kid. You got a wife and kid? Is that what I heard?
No, my wife right here.
Just your wife right here? So she's your biggest supporter? Like,
yeah, biggest supporter, my prep man, receptionist, my therapist, everything.
Awesome. Hey, look, congratulations.
Let the Texas Squeegee take this over. Now, of course, this is a Tinternational platform, so let the Tinternational commentator enter the stage here. Para todos los latinos que nos miran por todo el mundo, ¿qué significa esta victoria para ti?
Significa mucho. Yo empecé polarizando a los 17 años. Dejé de ir a la escuela para ser electricista, para seguir mi sueño, que era ser polarizado, tener un negocio algún día, y aquí estamos en la competencia y ganamos 10 años después.
Entonces, ahora tienes un negocio, un taller, o...
Sí, tengo mi negocio en Riverside, Mid-City Film Specialist. Almost 100 reviews, casi 100 reviews. We do great work. Yeah.
Pues ahora sí es un gran anuncio porque eres el campeonato del mundo. Espero mirar unos comerciales para que vendas más polarizados y te hagas mucho más grande de lo que viene. Para alguien que llegase aquí, ¿te sorprende que ganaste la competencia o no te sorprende? ¿Cómo te sientes?
Pensé, cuando primero entré, yo nomás quería llegar y tener la experiencia y a la segunda vez tratar de llegar en el top 3. Ahorita que estuve viendo los carros, de veramente pensé que sí estaba a lo mejor yo top 3, tal vez segundo lugar detrás de Danny, porque el carro de Danny se veía muy limpio. So, terminamos en primero y yeah, great result.
Y un mensaje aquí, porque esa es una plataforma internacional. Y muchos de Latinoamérica mira a los videos que nosotros publicamos en las redes sociales. ¿Qué es un mensaje que tú quieres anunciar para toda la gente que no están aquí presentes con nosotros, pero que nos están viendo a través de las redes sociales?
Sigan sus sueños y crean en sí mismos.
Wow, just like that. He says, follow your dreams, believe in yourself, because you just never know. He's walking out the Tinter Battles World Champion. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time for Alexis Vargas. Are you ready? I need the mic.
Oh, no, I was going to.
What? All right, ladies and gentlemen. Commentator Carly, some parting words here.
It's an amazing adventure. Every time we do it, it's an amazing adventure. It was great working with you guys. It's great to see the competition. We just really found some young talent that really shook the industry. And then Ricky Miller taking the whole thing home for the flat glass division. It's always an emotional thing. The guy's a great competitor. I mean, what an amazing weekend. What amazing legacies are born. Stars are made. Things come out of the woodwork. What an amazing day. I mean, I can't put most of the stuff can't even put into words the amazing things that we saw, except for, hey, let's do it again.
I think we should do it again. Jared, commentator Gwen, this is your first Tinter Battles, but is it going to be your last?
No, I think I'm in. As long as you'll have me, and there's a way for me to provide any sort of value to this industry, to these competitors, to your efforts, to everything that you guys are trying to build, then consider me, my wife, and all of our talents and abilities at your full disposal. Gratis. It's on the house. I believe in Tinter Battles. I believe in what you're doing. I believe in this movement, and I believe that everyone in the industry can eat off of this visibility, this awareness, this excitement. Every brand, every manufacturer, every shop, and every city is better off because Tinter Battles exists. And for whatever I can do to help add to that momentum, you can count on me.
That means a lot. And from the great and powerful Jared Gwines here. Now, ladies and gentlemen, as I've been going through this journey with you all, this has been a long time coming. We had our show in Houston, Texas earlier this year in January, and you guys showed up a lot. For those of you who are joining us from there, a sincerely heartfelt thank you who are coming back to us. But your unwavering support, it posed a question at that time about having a second show, possibly in the year. And we didn't want to make you guys wait, but through the outpouring of support, the overwhelming support that we received, the feedback from January's show, we decided to put out a poll, and California was the #1 choice. Now, I had been secretly putting out a separate poll about our next show and its location. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the question that the Texas Squeegee has been getting asked time and time again: where is the next Tinter Battles? Another West Coast? Northeast? Latin America? Asia? Europe? Since we were in the West Coast, I don't know if you know this, David Carley. Manifest Destiny, Sea to Shining Sea.
Yeah.
Only makes sense to take it back to the other side. Ladies and gentlemen, the next Tinter Battles will be Miami, Florida. We are coming for you. Squeegee that. Thank you, everybody. Have a great night. It's been an incredible time. From behalf of the entire Tintertainment crew, we wish you all safe travels back. Follow us on Tinter Battles on social media and tag hashtag Tinter Battles 6. We can't wait to see this and do this with you again. Have a great night. Squidgy that.
I was just trying to get the mic for you to give it to him so he can talk. That's all.
Oh,
My
sorry.
services are on the house. Jessica wants to correct that her services are at a discounted fee.